the Titans? Well, we could find out today if the Browns have made the cut. More does it former Ravens head coach John Harbaugh spent the weekend narrowing down the list of teams he'll talk to about their openings this week. Harbaugh decided he'll only talk to maybe 2 to 4 teams and could make a decision about where he's going to end up by the end of the week. Wild card weekend in the NFL playoffs comes to an end tonight. Pittsburgh Steelers entertain the Houston Texans in the AFC. Steelers have lost 6 straight postseason games dating back to 2016. Meanwhile, the Texans close out the regular season with 9 straight wins, but they got to try to win their first road playoff game in franchise history. Houston right now 0-6. Things have not gone as expected for the Cavaliers this season. Injuries and lack of effort at times has led to a record of 22-18. However, head coach Kenny Atkinson believes if you stick to the plan, things will work out in the end. Really.
When you look at the expected stuff versus, it's insane. But you would like to think it turns, right? Over an 82-game season, we're going to get, the shooting luck swinging our way. Like, our process is really, it's right. It's good they know that's how I work. As long as our process is right, the results will eventually come, and I think they will.
Cavs back in action. Time going to entertain the Utah Jazz. Cavs coming off a win against Minnesota on Saturday. Meanwhile, Kevin Love and the Jazz coming to town following a 55-point loss at home to Charlotte on Saturday. Wildcard weekend wrapping up tonight. Steelers and Texans live here on 92.3 The Fan. Coverage starts at 7:30. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Mike McDaniel, welcome back to Cleveland. Wonder if he's putting together a PowerPoint as to why he should get this job rather than why Kyle Shanahan should get out of his contract. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. Dan Manigan's behind the glass, but sitting in the Andy Baskin chair today. Guy with a windscreen that's the oddest shaped windscreen I think I've ever seen.
Well, it's a little deformed because it's been in my
smushed into your bag?
Smashed into my bag.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Daryl Ryder.
Hello. They're bringing in Kyle Shanahan's court reporter to see if he wants to be the next head coach of this football team.
How's that going to go? Hey, we know about 10 years ago you put together this PowerPoint to get Kyle out of his deal, and then you left with him. But we love you now, and come on back.
By the way, culturally, nothing has changed in the building. We still have people that aren't coaches telling coaches who to play a quarterback. It's the truth.
How do you think that's going to work?
Probably not well, but we'll see. I'm sure if they throw enough in the form of zeros and millions of dollars his way, he'll cope and deal with it. Just like every other head coach that's come through here has for a period of time.
Here's what's going on today in our show. Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram and BrownZone.com is going to join us at 11.
Scotty!
Our buddy from the Browns Radio Network, Tyvis Powell, will join us at 11:40. He doesn't get a Tyvis?
Hello, Tyvis!
There you go. We're going to do an NFL playoff rapid fire. What a great weekend. Wild card weekend there were some phenomenal games. The worst game of the bunch was not a bad game, and that was last night's.
Right. And it wasn't a bad game.
And it wasn't a bad game.
It just wasn't.
The others were.
It was a defensive slugfest.
Right. The others were extraordinary. So we'll talk about that. There's some goodies coming up in the show that you're not going to want to miss. Falcons owner Arthur Blank talking about what an owner should and shouldn't do. And it's not in relation to our owner, but I think what Blank said is fascinating. A Hall of Fame quarterback extolling the virtues of a Kevin Stefanski offense. That's coming up in the show. And, of course, we'll be just discussing this stuff all day long because it's cooking right now. So, again, here's where it is. Mike McDaniel, former Dolphins head coach, former Browns wide receiver coach, really good offensive mind, well-respected in the league, interviewing with the Browns today. Browns have confirmed that. John Harbaugh, according to Adam Schefter, has narrowed it down to about 4 teams. one of them the Cleveland Browns. That's interesting. Jay Glazer from Fox Sports saying the Browns really want to keep Jim Schwartz and are trying to tie him to any deal that they might do with another coach, which we're going to talk about because that one makes no sense to me. We'll explain that. Let's start with Mike McDaniel. You fire a coach who was an offensive coordinator, and after 6 years, and sometimes it's time to move on. And again, hard to justify 8 wins in 2 years.
Right.
Get all that. But the guy you fired is being highly requested by other teams for interviews. Kevin has, gosh, Daryl, Ravens, Raiders, Titans. Who else is he interview with? There's somebody else too. So Kevin's already been making the rounds and is considered the Giants.
Yeah, Giants, Raiders, Falcons, Titans.
There's 4 that he's definitely interviewed with already. So he's chatting.
I think Dolphins too.
So teams are wanting to talk to him, if nothing else.
Horrible coach. Good thing the Browns got rid of him. Nobody wants to talk to this guy. What a bum.
And then you're bringing in Mike McDaniel today, who I think is a really interesting guy, and I love listening to him talk. He's the anti-Kevin, as in he'll tell you something, but you might not understand a word of what he's saying.
That is true.
It really is.
If you want to know how the Mike McDaniel experience will go here in Cleveland, I advise you to go back and watch the Hard Knocks. I think it's the in-season with the AFC East or something. The Dolphins were featured. His team meetings are awkward. I will say that he is a very awkward speaker in team meetings, but he's also a very good teacher.
When you hear him in-game on live interviews, he couldn't be more cordial and everything else. I would think if the Browns fans who didn't like Kevin and his approach will feel exactly the same way about Mike McDaniel.
Right.
He's not a screamer, yeller screamer in your face. He's more of a cerebral type of guy, teacher like Kevin is. I would think that the same folks who hated Kevin will hate Mike McDaniel.
Probably. And I mean, look.
If Mike were to get the job.
I think a lot of these guys aren't going to be liked by fans based off press conferences. And what I will tell fans is the press conferences are not supposed to be entertaining. They're not. They never have been. The difference is they're broadcast live.
Just say that again, would you?
Press conferences are never meant to be entertaining.
There you go.
And they're also different now because we're all on stage asking the questions. There's no back and forth. There's no... hey, you said this. Can you clarify that? I just want to make sure I got that right. There's not that.
You get called on, you get your chance, and then it's over.
Or you're, competing with 50 other people in the room to try and get a question in and things like that. So, yeah, they're not meant to be entertaining. These coaches, their jobs are not to sit out there and entertain fans in their press conferences and tell jokes and knee slappers and all those things. Their job is to keep things as close to the vest as they possibly can, to say a lot while saying absolutely nothing, which is something that Kevin Stefanski was very good at. He'd answer questions. Now, he wouldn't actually answer a lot of questions, but he would give you something that you could at least, use as a soundbite or as a quote. But again, the whole judging coaches by press conferences thing, I think that's new to fandom because these things used to never be carried live. Now we carry them live. The team carries them live. Partners,
cut up, put on social media.
Yeah,
they're everywhere.
Yeah, they get posted to YouTube, this, that, and the other, and they used to be very informal settings, and now it's a very formal setting. It's just the whole thing has changed and evolved over the years, but
which is okay. But
there's a lot of really,
you do have to realize what it is.
Yeah, and there's there's a lot of really good people on this list, which now I believe is up to 12 for the Browns. There's a couple of surprising names on the list. There's a couple of names that not every fan has heard of on the list. And oh, by the way, this coaching search is going exactly how Andrew Berry told us it was going to go a week ago.
From the outside looking in, if you're looking at 8, 10, 12 different candidates, it almost feels like you don't know what you're looking for.
Well, you don't know also, too, if some of the guys that you do want to talk to you, or if you're going to get the opportunity to pitch them and have them pitch you. Say Mike McDaniel or John Harbaugh.
The organizations are getting interviewed by the candidates as much as the candidates are getting interviewed by the organization.
100%. So you got to cast a wide net. And Barry talked about this last Monday. I played a lot of that sound on my show with Nick Padone yesterday, just for fans to get a more crystallized picture and understanding of how this thing is operating, because I understand where you're coming from, Jeff. The variety of names, the different levels as far as where they're at in their career. It like when you look at it on paper, I get it might look like an aimless coaching search because it's all over the place, but also at the same time, Barry said, hey, some guys are going to be a fit for us that aren't a fit elsewhere. And no one interviewed Kevin Stefanski when we did, and we ended up hiring him, and he won 2 Coach of the Years. Now, granted, I don't know that you want to take a victory lap about hiring a guy you just fired, but that's just me. But I understand where Andrew's coming from, and the message he was, trying to convey, not just to us, but to fans as well. So they said they were going to cast a wide net. I think the 12 names, I think you made the point pretty well. The mission accomplished. It's a pretty wide net.
Well, if 2 guys who you would think might be at the top of the list now were guys who weren't even available when Kevin was fired.
Correct.
Harbaugh and McDaniel. And those are the guys with coaching experience. We haven't heard Mike McCarthy's name. Are they gonna talk to McCarthy? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
We'll see.
The young passing game coordinator of the Rams, whose name is out there right now.
Does Mike McCarthy even want to talk to them? Like that's also part of this process. Like,
who knows?
Just because a guy isn't on the list doesn't mean that the Browns didn't have interest.
And they've interviewed Mike before, so they might, maybe mutually they came to a conclusion about each other. Who knows? But it seems odd to me. All right, we're going to interview an offensive coordinator from Baltimore and Todd Monken. We're going to a passing game coordinator from the Rams, who's like 33 and a year out of being a receivers coach at Iowa State.
Right.
It's like, well, what are you really looking for here? And if you're interviewing guys who you think, okay, well, we're going to talk to these guys and then they can be coordinator candidates, you going to tell John Harbaugh who you think the best coordinator should be?
No.
If you happen to hire Harbaugh?
No.
Even if you hire McDaniel. Hey, by the way, we think this guy'd be a great offensive coordinator for you, even though we hired you because of your offensive mind.
Right.
It just seems to me right now you're throwing a lot at the wall and just trying to see what sticks. And maybe that's the best way to go. I don't know. And ultimately, what Dan and I said, Daryl, what we would ultimately love is to hire your own John Harbaugh, your own Mike Tomlin, your own guy who becomes your coach for the next, 8 to 10 years and becomes a coordinator who finds himself as a head coach.
6 years ago, they thought that was Kevin Stefanski.
And it was for a while. And then they turned away. I do find it interesting that, and I get it, I mean, we all know that it's actually true. Sometimes time for a new voice. Sometimes doesn't fit, doesn't work in this situation. But I do find it interesting that in this cycle, the hiring cycle, Kevin's a highly sought-after candidate. As soon as Mike McDaniel was let go in Miami, he became a highly sought-after candidate, at the very least as an offensive coordinator. But teams are going to talk to him as a head coach.
Right.
And it's fascinating to me. Another team's cast-off might be another team's prize. And you're maybe just shuffling coaches here. Maybe you should have just stuck to what you had and worked your way through it, especially if you weren't going to change the general manager as well.
You're not going to get an argument from me. I'll say this about the coordinator thing. If you hire Dan Pitcher.
Yep, Cincinnati's offensive coordinator, who doesn't call plays.
Correct. You can tell him Jim Schwartz is going to be your defensive coordinator. You don't have to worry about the defense. You can pick your OC, but we got the defense covered. Now, Jim Schwartz isn't going to stay if it's Aiden Dirty, right? Defensive guy, or Chris
Jesse
Shula.
Minter.
Yeah, like if it's a defensive guy, there's no reason for Jim Schwartz to stay because you're sitting there saying, what the heck? I just gave you 3 great years. I turned Myles Garrett into a future Hall of Famer, and I'm not good enough to get the job? Well, no, I'm not going to stay. But if it's a young offensive guy, I definitely see a scenario where Schwartz would be willing to stay. He is under contract for another year.
See, that's what let's get into that next. If Jay Glazer's report is right, no reason to think it's not, and the Browns are trying to retain Jim Schwartz and put him with a guy they hire, it begs the question to me, why don't you just hire Jim Schwartz? Daryl's in for Andy, 216-474-0092, the number to join us. Mennigan's behind the glass. Somebody's answering phones. Dan, is Cam back there? Somebody's answering phones. By God, you call, somebody will answer. It's Baskin and Phelps with Daryl in for Andy.
play host to the Utah Jazz. Meanwhile, Kevin Love and the Jazz coming to town following a 55-point loss at home to Charlotte on Saturday. Wild Card Weekend wrapping up tonight. Steelers and Texans live here on 92.3 The Fan. Coverage starts tonight at 7:30. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Coming up at 11 o'clock, Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram is going to join us. Tyvis Powell at 11:40. It's a big day here at Baskin and Phelps. Why? Because the Browns have Mike McDaniel in town, the former head coach of the Dolphins, former Browns receiver coach,
and court reporter for Kyle Shanahan. By the way, should I explain the joke?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the joke is, the reason why I call him the court reporter is because he's the one that typed up Kyle Shanahan's 32-point presentation. We'd say it wasn't PowerPoint, but it was 32 points of why Kyle Shanahan wanted and should be allowed out of his contract as offensive coordinator back in 2014. And obviously atop that list is, you made me play Johnny Manziel and bench Brian Hoyer. So that's...
I would guess that was point number one.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah.
So that's why I make the joke that he was Kyle Shanahan's court reporter, because Kyle basically they brainstormed the thing together and came up with it and presented it to, whether it was the Haslams or Ray Farmer, I think was the GM at the time, whoever he ended up presenting that to. But so that's where the court reporter joke comes from, is he's the one
I want out.
that typed up the 32-point get me. So my thing now is, I hope when he does the interview today, he walks in with a 32-point presentation of why he should be the replacement for Kevin Stefanski.
And he's funny enough that he might do that.
I really hope he does it.
Now, can I, before we get to the Jim Schwartz question, if you're Mike McDaniel and you have very high regard for Kyle Shanahan, and you typed up 32 reasons why you should be let out of your deal for Kyle Shanahan, why the heck is he interviewing with the Cleveland Browns?
Because there's only 32 of these, and he doesn't have one anymore.
I was looking for something a lot more in-depth than the obvious, but I was thinking the same thing about the obvious. Seriously, if you're McDaniel's like, I helped a guy get the hell out of here because he didn't want to be here anymore because he thought this place was whatever it was.
And the people running the show are still running the show.
And the same people are still here as far as ownership.
Also, it pays more.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. You wanted football reasons why? Well, they got a killer defense, future Hall of Famer in Myles Garrett. And, well, that's kind of, I think, where the good stuff ends.
2 first-round picks.
Two first-round picks.
2 first-round picks. You got, you know what? You got Fannin. You got Judkins. You got Dylan Sampson. How can you not get excited about those guys? I mean, you don't have a quarterback or an offensive line or wide receivers, but details.
So on the Fox pregame show, Jay Glazer, and Jay gets a lot of information. Say what you want about Jay, he gets a lot of information. He was talking about all of the head coaching searches going on. When he hit the Cleveland Browns, he said this: all candidates, they're being told that the Browns want to keep Jim Schwartz in there as defensive coordinator. That begs so many questions, and we're going to touch on most of them. If that's the case, why are they even interviewing even one defensive coordinator? Any guy who's a defensive coordinator now, twofold, would want to do his own defense. Mm-hmm. Secondly,
and by the way, not to cut you off, but a couple of these guys don't run a 4-3; they run a 3-4,
which doesn't seem to fit with what the personnel is here,
right? Since
they've loaded up on defensive tackles and defensive ends. And if you're Jim Schwartz, would you just, if they brought in a defensive coordinator to be the head coach and didn't hire you, I'd be steamed. And I might retire. I'd certainly ask out of my contract.
So if here are the coaches that Jim Schwartz will not work for.
Let me get a pen.
You ready?
Yep, go.
Aiden Dirty,
Who is the Seattle
defensive coordinator, doesn't call the plays on game day. He's the Alex Van Pelt of the Seahawks defense.
British guy.
He is.
Yeah.
He's a Brit.
Yeah.
Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter.
Yep.
If they ultimately
If they end up talking to him.
if they end up talking to him and hiring
Supposedly
him,
they want to.
yes, they do. They have requested an interview for him. Rams defensive coordinator Chris Shula. He is the grandson of the late Hall of Fame head coach Don Shula
And coach John Carroll.
and coach at John Carroll. I knew.
Dave is dad.
Well, basically half the NFL these days came from John Carroll.
Sure seems that way. Way
They-
to go, Blue Streaks.
I kind of feel like it just
But between them and Mount.
needs to be on the resume. You got to have John Carroll on your resume. Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley.
Who, by the way, might see his offers dwindle after giving up 25 points in the fourth quarter to the Bears, but that's neither here nor there.
Not great.
No.
Also, he was here as well. He's a former Browns defensive assistant. So anyone that was a defensive coordinator for another team, if they go that direction and hire them to be head coach, Jim Schwartz is out of here. Book it. Because
Why would he stay?
Exactly. Because
And why would that coach want him?
correct. Okay. So that I do believe that part of these defensive coordinators being interviewed are in the event that if they hire an offensive guy and Schwartz says thanks but no thanks.
Because I interviewed for the job and you don't want me, and
Correct.
maybe I want
And
to
there's
retire,
nothing else for me to do here.
or maybe I want to go work for Kevin Stefanski again.
Right. Then now you have a list of
Defensive
guys that
Yeah.
you've interviewed for your head coaching job that you bring them in as defensive coordinator and assistant head coach. So they, by fancy title, they get a promotion.
Yeah.
So you can hire them. So it's not a lateral move. So
if you're Jim Schwartz and you interviewed for the gig, Dan made a great point when we were chatting this morning. He said, if they're not going to hire Schwartz,
which, by the way, this is the second time he will have interviewed for the head coach job.
yeah, because he did back in 2019.
I think he was in the 2020
in the
search.
Freddie Kitchens, or was he in the?
I think he was in this Stefanski search.
And
The 2020 Stefanski search. I know
And
that
he
made
was
no
with
sense
An-
because
yeah.
2019 was also a Stefanski search.
and he was with Andrew Barry in Philadelphia in 2019.
Correct.
If you're Schwartz and you don't get the job, well then, and they're so gung ho about keeping you, then why don't you get the job?
Right. And
Why wouldn't? And Dan made the point. Did he have nothing to say about the offense that impressed them, and they just thought, oh boy, it's defense only? I don't know.
Right. We don't, and that's always a possibility, right? But here's the thing too. You got to understand about defensive coordinators clearly understand offense because it's their job to defend it and
Yep.
stop it.
Yeah,
So they know offense, right?
but it's the key.
Now, they may not have they may have their defensive lingo, right? Their defensive dictionary. And maybe they don't have as expansive of an offensive dictionary. But so that's where I come out on the Jim Schwartz thing. I'm a big fan of Jim Schwartz. I think he did, I really think he did a hell of a job here the 3 years that he was here.
You're talking about him in the past tense.
Well, I'm talking about him as, potentially, moving on if he's not selected. I think that's a real possibility. But also at the same time, if you hire a guy like Dan Pitcher, I could see a scenario where Schwartz does stay. Or they say to him, you didn't get the head job, but, we'll give you a title promotion and make you assistant head coach because Bubba Ventrone is not going to be here anymore. Because right now, Bubba Ventrone... See, people forget, Bubba Ventrone not only was special teams coordinator, he was assistant head coach.
If you're Jim Schwartz and you don't get this gig, would you stay just because, all right, well, there are only 32 defensive coordinators? Or would you want the you-know-what out of here?
After 3 years, I probably, if I were him, I'd move on. Now, you asked me what I would do. That's why I'm saying that, okay? I don't want this to come off like Daryl wants Jim Schwartz to get out of town. No, I in a perfect world, I would like Jim Schwartz to remain the defensive coordinator. But I understand the real world doesn't work that way.
In a perfect world, would you want Jim Schwartz as your head coach? I would think, Daryl, he would be an unexciting move that could end up being a really good move.
If Todd Monken's my offensive coordinator or Joe, you're
What
not
about
getting
Tommy Reese?
You're not getting. Yeah.
Could Tommy
You should have
Reese
just
stick
kept
around?
Kevin. You should have
See,
just kept.
that's
should've
what
just
I would
kept
think.
Kevin.
If you're gonna promote Jim Schwartz and keep Tommy Reese as offensive coordinator, then why'd you get rid of Kevin?
Right. And this is the challenge for the Browns. Is like Tommy Reese is very well regarded around the NFL. Joe Brady, the Bills' offensive coordinator, he is a head coach in waiting.
By the way, did you see the tush push yesterday that gained almost 10 yards for a touchdown?
Well, it was almost a touchdown if
Yeah,
it wasn't
I
for
know.
that pesky replay review.
Amazing.
Nate Shieldhouse, he's the Rams pass game coordinator.
Is he old enough to vote?
But he has that Tommy Reese upward trajectory
Right.
of going to be
You're
a head
hoping to
coach.
get lucky and find the next Sean McVay.
Right. I mean, if you got
Or Mike Tomlin.
if you got Sean McVay coffee at any point in your life or emptied his trash can in his office, you are an NFL head coach in the making.
Exactly.
You guys find it odd Jim Schwartz hasn't talked to anybody else in this cycle?
I've mentioned that last week, and I
Might
do.
tell you something.
Well, that's the
my
that's the
thought.
weird thing, yeah. And anybody else agree with me on this? Mike McCarthy's name has really not been front and center on some of these searches now.
Right. Well, here's the thing too about Jim.
I do find it weird that Jim's name is not mentioned because he built a really nice defense here and has done a great job and has coaching experience, but he's pretty far removed from that coaching experience in Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, and it's interesting. You talk to the folks up there that covered the Lions during the Jim Schwartz era, and we talked to them about how he is here and what he's done here, and it's like the polar opposite. So,
In other words, he's cordial here, and
I don't know that that's how I would frame it, but just how he handles things and handles situations and things like that.
Did he have a real Belichick approach in Detroit?
There's something to be said for, learning from your experiences as well. But no, what I was going to say about Jim is I do feel like he is deserving of consideration around the NFL for head coaching jobs because of the work that he has done here. He's done a really good job here.
sure he has.
I'm a big fan of Jim, and I felt like he deserved the interview with the Browns. I didn't feel like it should have been just a courtesy or a token type of a interview situation. Like I legitimately felt like he earned that opportunity through his work. He's a really good football coach. Whether or not he fits what they want, well, we're going to find out ultimately when they, make the hire that they're going to make, whether it's later this week or next week or the following week. But I am a big fan of Jim Schwartz. I think he's done a great job. He's deserving of head coaching opportunities and interviews. But right now, it only looks like that the Cleveland Browns are the only team interviewing him for that opportunity, which I don't think Jim Schwartz is going to get the job. I don't.
If he does,
I think it's a plan.
Complete
It's a plan
fallback?
B, C, D.
Yeah, complete
It's a
fallback.
Mike Patton situation.
Yeah.
It's a Rob Chudzinski situation.
that
It's a
could
Chris
be
Palmer
option
situation.
Option G.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder if he's got the Norv Turner stink on him. Norv ran into the same thing where everybody looked at Norv Turner and was kind of like, "You're an offensive coordinator. You're not a head coach."
You're a great offensive coordinator. We love
having
you.
Yeah, I love having you 3 feet away from the head coach. I don't like you being the head coach.
If Jim were available as a defensive coordinator, he'd get 10
Right.
interviews.
Yeah. Oh, if he was, he'd have a job tomorrow.
Yeah.
And he might even be able to pick his job tomorrow. But he can't take Myles Garrett with him.
I do find it interesting that the Browns apparently like him so much that Jay Glazer reports they're trying to tell anybody that they interview as head coach. we
Well, at
want
the
to
end
keep
of Jimmy
Jim Schwartz.
Haslam's press conference, he said,
Oh, yeah, we want to keep him.
yeah. Like, there is some, like,
Oops.
poker face and keep it close to the vest and all that goes on. And then there's just some more just the unvarnished truth. And
Oh, yeah,
that
we
was
like
an
him.
instance where Jimmy Haslam was really honest. Yeah, they do like Jim Schwartz and think he's done a good job. As they should.
I guess as they should is absolutely right about that. Mike McDaniel in town today, and we're going to talk to Scott Patrick about that at 11 o'clock. Daryl's in for Andy. I'm Jeff Phelps. We're here on The Fan.
Charlotte on Saturday. Wild Card Weekend wrapping up tonight. Steelers and Texans live here on 92.3 The Fan. Coverage starts tonight at 7:30. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Scott Petrak's going to join us at 11 o'clock. Chronicle Telegram covers the Browns for the CT, brownzone.com, where you can read all of his work. I'm Jeff Phelps. Gerald Ryder's in for Andy today. Behind the glass, Dan Mennigan, making sure everything runs properly.
So, Pro Football Talk just posted this.
Yeah.
Some college coaches are quietly looking for a path to the NFL. Mostly because I think college football has become a raging dumpster fire with NIL and the transfer portal and all those things. But they can't let it get out because then it really messes up their current program.
Sure.
Is there a college coach, Jeff, that you would like the Browns to pursue?
Pursue?
Yes.
This might not be overly popular. I think Ryan Day would be a very good NFL coach.
I think so, too.
I like his, he was a quarterback coach with the 49ers. He has some background. I like his offense. I like his approach. I think he'd be a good NFL head coach.
And I wouldn't, I wouldn't be crushed if he ever left Columbus.
No?
No.
Why? Because you like him, or you don't think he's a good college coach, or you're not an Ohio State fan?
Oh, I'm a diehard Ohio State fan.
Then why would you want a guy you think is a good coach to leave?
I'm massively disappointed in how things played out this year.
Okay, but you think he'd be a good NFL coach?
I think that
he seems to have more of an NFL vibe to him.
He has a very CEO style to him, which I think really, really works or would work in the NFL sphere. I think he's a good coach. And you look at the games that he's lost, like, they're not embarrassing losses by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, each of the last 2 years, he lost to, national championship contenders, right? The national title run was a thing of beauty.
I mean, they've lost 2 games this year, and those 2 teams are meeting for the national championship.
Correct. So, it's real hard to be
negative,
bitterly angry over that, right? But no, I think that I do agree with you. I think that Ryan Day's style and how he just how he operates, I think would fit really, really well in the NFL.
I would agree with that. Tony Dungy, the former coach of the Buccaneers and the Colts, was on a show recently, the Ryan Ripken show, and was asked about coaching searches and everything. And he made the comment, and he said, well, let me give you an example. He said, I get called all the time by teams wanting my input, and wondering what I think. And he said, I've asked the question to NFL owners, well, what do you want in a head coach? What do you want? And then he said the best example that he could give was Dan Rooney told him, well, we're here in Pittsburgh. We don't want to do a coach search every 5 or 6 years. We're in the AFC North, a pretty rugged division. We think defense is critical, our climate and everything else. He said, so we're kind of thinking defensive-minded head coach, and we don't want to do this every year, so we're looking for a younger guy. And so we'd like a defensive-minded younger coach with upside. And Tony said, that's perfect. Okay, from there we can try and find guys. And he said, and as a result of that philosophy in Pittsburgh, and Tony certainly wasn't involved in the first one, right. But they hired Chuck Noll, then they hire Bill Cowher,
yep,
and then they hire Mike Tomlin. And that's it since the 1960s.
Stability.
Right. Do you think the Browns know what they want? I mean, that's real specific. Steelers wanted defensive-minded, young coach we can build with because we don't want to do this all the time and we want stability.
Right.
And I look at the number of guys that the Browns are talking to, and they have some interesting candidates, but they're young coordinators. They're really young coordinators. There are two guys who are, one's in his 60s and has been around 18 years. He's a no-brainer to me. But it seems like there's so much, we're going to talk to our offensive coordinator, our defensive coordinator. Those might have been obligatory interviews, but they were obligatory. They were done nonetheless. And I just wonder, are they just throwing such a wide net, Daryl, that there's no real, this is what we think is going to work here?
Well, they don't have what I think the Ravens and the Steelers have, and that is an identifiable culture that they want to continue.
Yeah.
Right.
Which the Steelers had under Chuck Noll.
Right.
Follow him with Cowher, follow him with Tomlin.
I mean, they're going to...
it's the same thing.
Right. The Ravens have had, 3-4 coaches since moving to Baltimore?
Ted Marchibroda.
Brian Billick.
And John Harbaugh.
So this will be their fourth head coach.
Yeah.
Okay. 2 of the previous 3 won a Super Bowl.
That worked out. Okay. And Ted Marchibroda was a no-brainer for them because they were bringing the franchise back, and he was beloved in Baltimore.
Now, there are some Ravens fans and whatnot will say, well, Harbaugh cashed in on what Billick left behind. Okay. That happens all the time in sports.
That's what it's
a lot of times,
about.
That's why coaching changes have been made, right?
Tomlin did the same thing.
I don't think anyone said that about Ty Lue, that he capitalized on what David Blatt built.
No.
Right? No, I don't think. I think everyone's just like, thank God David Blatt's out of here, right? I don't think anyone said that J.B. Bickerstaff built upon the 3 months of
John
having
Beilein.
guys run around chairs. John Beilein built with the Cavs.
Stan Heath took Kent State to the Elite Eight with Gary Waters' team. That happens all the time in sports.
Right. So, I just, I think that's part of the issue for one of many issues that the Browns have is they don't have an identifiable culture. They never have.
Well, they've been looking for it for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, they've been searching for it. We thought that maybe they found a little bit of it under Kevin Stefanski, right? They have a defensive identity, but I think defensive identity is different from culture. So, you hear people talk about the Steelers all the time. They have a type. They have a type of linebacker they like to draft. They have a type of defensive end or defensive tackle or wide receiver. Or, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I don't know that the Browns have ever been afforded the luxury of having that. Because, especially on the offensive side, it's been just throw stuff against the wall and hope something sticks. Because, especially at the quarterback position, right? Yeah, you can have your, quote, prototypical quarterback. I want a guy who's 6'3", 6'4", 225 to 250 pounds with a rocket for an arm.
Good luck finding that guy great. At a certain time.
I wish you luck finding him. And also, too, does he have, between the years, what's required to do that job? Does he have the physical durability to do... they're just...
There's a lot of stuff.
You can have a type, too, and it's not going to work out for you.
Isn't that the truth? Ryan is in Las Vegas, where they're also looking for a coach. Hello, Rhino.
I am actually in southern Georgia. Tomorrow in Florida for 3 months. But
then why does it say Las Vegas on my screen, Rhino?
I can assure you, I told Menikin, southern Georgia, man. I'd like to be in Vegas. But
I figured you knew who it was if I put Ryan in Vegas. We're just cutting out the middleman.
Menikin, you're the man. Hey, Daryl and Jeff, I'm going to chime in on the Browns just as the world turns head coaching search. And again, me as an avid Browns fan, just everyone's on the table, man. And again, this is a ridiculous thing. In no way, shape, or form am I saying this is going to occur, but everybody with Cleveland ties, I'm analyzing, even seeing Bill Cowher on TV yesterday. I'm like, I wonder what not. But again, he's not there. There's guys like Nick Saban and Bill Belichick and just all these different guys out there. You alluded to, obviously, head coaches in college that just had enough with this transferring frenzy. Again, that's on the table. Ryan Day, I mean, this is fun at the same time.
But Rhino, does it concern you that all these guys are being thrown out there, and I just wonder if there's a clear vision as to what they're looking for?
Yeah, and again, I agree. Barry, obviously, and Haslam are the two individuals that you really should be monitoring the most. Who do they envy and like as, guys that they feel that should fit the system and what they want to do, which is winning, obviously, which is all of us Browns fans want as well. Same time, fitting the regime, if we get this guy, then, obviously we're going to get rid of our defensive coordinator. There's so many abundant questions. Again, I truly feel that Barry and Haslam are the two guys you guys should be really monitoring the most of what they feel is what they should be getting. And again, in yesteryears, we saw a coaching frenzy, hiring and firing for many years with Haslam and GMs as well. Again, I feel that, Stefanski should have stuck around. At the same time, guys, there are so many guys on the table. I think Harbaugh's number one for me, and there really is a lot of second fiddles. I just hope they get it done right. I, as a Browns fan, just like you guys are watching there with my popcorn, just hoping they get it done right and listen to you guys give us all the information. With that being said, guys, great show as always. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Rhino. In southern Georgia, apparently, not Las Vegas.
I didn't know that.
Or North Olmsted.
I did not know there were VIPs on Baskin and Phelps every day.
Rhino travels the country for work.
Supposed to know who they are, regardless of what's on the screen.
Calls us from all over the country.
Well, that's very nice of him. We appreciate
that very much. Yeah, we certainly do. There's so many guys that are being thrown out there.
There's only 12. 12 is not a lot.
What?
12's not a lot.
With a variety of backgrounds, which makes me think... Okay.
They're very open-minded.
All right, let's go with that. Frank's in Kent. Frank, welcome.
Hey, guys, how's it going there today?
Fine, Frank.
Now, the other guy just mentioned Nick Saban. Well, that's what I was going to mention. Look, Saban's the kind of guy who's going to come in here, much like Ryan Day, but I believe Saban's a better coach statistically. But Saban's not going to take any guff from Haslam, who's the big operator, Haslam should have done Barry a long time ago. Bring Nick Saban in and get the win.
All right, Frank. Remember, Nick Saban, part owner now of the Nashville Predators, owned by Bill Haslam, Jimmy's brother. So he just bought in.
Nick Saban's also enjoying his time on College Game Day.
And he does a great job in the Aflac commercials. It's a really nice blue blazer that he has.
At his age, would you really want this headache?
Nope, I wouldn't. Scott Petrak will have thoughts on all this. Covers the Browns for the Chronicle-Telegram. He's coming up next right here on Baskin and Phelps.
This is
Charlotte back on Saturday. Wildcard weekend wrapping up tonight. Steelers and Texans live here on 92.3 The Fan. Coverage begins at 7:30. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Mike McDaniel in town. Okay. There's a former head coach interviewing for the Browns gig. Who else? John Harbaugh? According to what we hear, yep, that might be the case. I'm Jeff Phelps, Daryl Ryder, in for Andy today. We go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, where we are joined by a man who was hoping he had seen the last of Daryl Ryder for a while. He's Mr. Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com, where you can read all of Scott's coverage of the Browns coaching search. Hello, Scott.
Hello, Jeffrey. And that is not true about Daryl. Hi, Daryl.
Hello, Scott. That's very kind of you to say, and very awkward of Jeff to put you on the spot like that. Now I immediately regret not putting out the promo I wanted to on social media.
Yeah.
So Jeff last week was taking a selfie of the sweatshirt he was wearing, so I took a picture of Jeff taking said selfie, and I was going to put that out as the promo, like, I'm in with this guy today, wish me luck. I didn't do that, because I like, respect, and admire Jeff, and then you do that to me to Scotty.
Well, I was wearing a Beaumont Golden Gators sweatshirt, and I was taking a picture to send to my buddy in Beaumont.
I know. I still have the photo on my phone.
Don't send that out. Scott, Mike McDaniel.
Mm-hmm.
First question, if I'm the Haslams. Mike, it's really good to see you. Why did you write the 32-point presentation as to why Kyle Shanahan should be let out of his gig?
Yeah, and I think he would say, well, Ray Farmer's not here anymore, so it's water under the bridge. I mean, that was, when I reflect back on that, I can't believe it's been 11 years since then. But, I think it was way more about Ray Farmer than it was the Haslams or the Browns organization. Kyle Shanahan, I believe, felt forced to play Johnny Manziel and burden with Johnny Manziel, and felt the Ray Farmer influence that was too much influence, right? The whole calling down to the sideline during games. So I think he just realized what was coming, and the organization's push to play Johnny, and wanted no piece of that. And Mike McDaniel was on board, and he's been buddies with Kyle forever, and followed him to Atlanta, and then followed him to San Francisco before he wound up in Miami. So, I don't think that that's something that keeps Mike from taking this job, because I really do think it was, if not all, mostly about Ray Farmer.
Are there 32 reasons why Mike McDaniel should actually want this job?
Well, 32 is a lot.
Well, there's a theme here, Scott.
Yeah. Does each million count is a reason? Because then you're probably up at 10 or 12, and that's a lot of reasons. They got a really good defense. I don't know how many jobs are going to get offered to Mike McDaniel. I know that he's doing the interview circuit, and if he doesn't get a head job, then plenty of teams would want him as a coordinator, because he's obviously a really smart offensive mind, and you see all the motions and the run game. He's had a ton of success in the run game, and a lot of the Kyle Shanahan ingredients that we've seen. But I think he gets looks across the league. It's tough for me when a guy gets fired. And we're seeing the same thing with Kevin Stefanski. Like, the Kevin Stefanski, Mike McDaniel resumes are not that different.
No.
Right? They're young guys, offensive minds, get jobs, have instant success. This success doesn't last. You're burdened with an injury-prone, highly paid quarterback, and then ownership goes, yeah, we can do better. So I think there's a bunch of reasons to be intrigued by McDaniel. I don't know if it's a slam dunk that he gets a head coaching job this season.
With that in mind, he's here, and according to Adam Schefter, John Harbaugh is considering the Browns. What do you think the likelihood is that Harbaugh ends up here? And again, I think the only thing that would bring him here is he's had a deep desire in his life to coach the Cleveland Browns based on family history.
Yeah.
I can't think of any other reason.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess if there was a revenge factor, you wanted to play the Ravens twice a year.
Maybe.
You felt, right, you wanted to be close to that and inside the division.
He doesn't strike me as that kind of a guy, that it would be overly motivated by that.
I agree. And, he spent 18 years in Baltimore, and I think they were mostly good years, right? So I wouldn't get that from him either. I don't think that the Browns would be at or near the top of his list. I think they're just more attractive openings in this league, and it starts at quarterback. And, there were reports over the weekend that, he was doing his scouting of Cam Ward and Jackson Dart. You could throw Shedeur Sanders in that mix with the Browns, but Sanders did not play as well as those other two guys.
No.
And he obviously wasn't nearly as high a draft pick as those other two guys. So it seems like a stretch to me. I don't know what the Browns' selling point would be, except, you had a great defense and, you got the 6th pick and the 24th pick, and we'll figure out a quarterback. I think it's just difficult from where the Browns are. And Andrew Berry, if you reread or re-listen to his press conference from a week ago, he talks about finding a coach that fits where the Browns are in this transition period. And I don't think that jives with where John Harbaugh is, right? John Harbaugh is 63. I'm sure he wants to win right now. Like, the Ravens were a Super Bowl favorite before the season. I don't know if he's interested in coming to a place where there's uncertainty at quarterback and you don't know exactly when that quote-unquote Super Bowl window opens. So I think it's a tougher sell for an established coach like that versus an unproven coordinator. And maybe the Browns change their timetable if they could get a guy like Harbaugh and they go all in on quarterback X, whatever that would be. And I'm fine with that. But where their thought process was a week ago, it just doesn't seem like that's a great fit for where Harbaugh is.
Scott, we're about up to 12 different names that have been tied to this job. Either the Browns have interviewed, are interested in interviewing, have scheduled interviews with. How many of them, though, do you think, because as you know, these things are also fact-finding missions as well as, coordinator interviews too. How many of these do you think are of the potential coordinator interview type disguised as head coach interviews?
Yeah, I think first of all, when you think about Andrew Berry, I do think he's a due diligence, cast a wide net. That's just how he thinks. And I think he's probably always thought like that, but it was reinforced or taught to him by Paul DePodesta. That's how he ran his searches. So I think they're just identifying as many capable candidates as possible. Now, do I think there's 3 or 4 of those guys that they would hope that, man, if we interview this guy, maybe he winds up a coordinator. If we don't love him as a head coach, we don't think he's ready to be the head coach right now. Yeah, I think there's, at least, I don't know, 3 or 4 of those guys that could move up into that spot for the Browns. But I think at the crux is Andrew Berry is trying to talk to as many mostly young, smart candidates across the league, and then they'll kind of figure out what role fits best. But I don't think they're ruling out anybody for the head coach. But yeah, could it be secondary with a guy like Nate Shalas, or however you pronounce his name? Sure.
With that in mind, that's the lead story on your website right now, brownzone.com. Browns interviewing or requesting an interview with the passing game coordinator, Nate Scheelhaas. Let's go with that for now, of the Rams. He's a really young dude. This leads me to think, do they have a Jim Schwartz dilemma here? If Jay Glazer's report is right, that the Browns are telling all candidates that we want to keep Jim Schwartz as the defensive coordinator, why don't you just hire Jim Schwartz then?
I do think they have a Schwartz dilemma. I don't think it's a good process to tell coaches that in the interviews. I guess it depends on how forcefully you say it. If it's, hey, if you're open to it, we love Jim Schwartz. We love where our defense is. We're not going to force you to do it, but, we think this guy is the right coordinator for this unit, and obviously they were really good this year. I don't think you can. I have a really hard time forcing that on a new coach. I just think it sets up poorly, because then there's a resentment as a coach. As soon as the defense struggles, as a coach, like, man, this wasn't my guy anyway. Is there conflict? You know, Jim Schwartz has a strong personality. Does he get along with everybody? You know, I just think it's a tough spot to put a coach in. I'm not saying it can't work. I don't think I would mandate it. And, you know, last week Andrew Berry said he wouldn't mandate it, but maybe privately he is. So I think it's a tough spot. And when it comes back to should Schwartz just be the head coach, I would still say that that's the most likely scenario, because we know the Browns don't want to lose him. And could you find an offensive coordinator, whether it's Tommy Rees or one of these other young guys that you're interviewing, to fit with Jim Schwartz? And it feels like, you know, you have some sense of stability and continuity by keeping Jim Schwartz. You keep the defensive staff. You keep the best part of your team. I'm not saying I love that strategy, because if you're going to make big changes after winning 8 games over 2 years, maybe you should make big changes. But I feel like this process is leaning in that direction for all the reasons you mentioned.
Is it a tough spot to put Jim Schwartz in?
Not if he gets the job, it's not. But if you ask Jim to stay as defense coordinator after interviewing him for the head job and giving it to somebody else, then yeah, I think that is a tough spot. And I don't know what the talks that Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam have had with Jim Schwartz behind the scenes. But I think it's difficult to ask Jim Schwartz to just stay regardless of who the next coach would be. And I could certainly see a scenario where Jim goes, well, I could go coach with Kevin Stefanski somewhere else. I could go coach with, whoever else, somewhere else, where, maybe he goes to New England and coaches under Mike Vrabel, right? They had some issues, some health issues with their defensive coordinator. Jim Schwartz would have opportunities to be a defensive coordinator somewhere else. And if he didn't like the way this whole head coach search played out, I think he could make it known and make it difficult that, hey, even if I'm under contract, I don't want to be here. And that creates just a bad situation inside the organization.
All right, since you gave us who you think your favorite is, I'll give you mine, Scott, and tell me what you think of this. I think they're going to hire Dan Pitcher, the Bengals OC. He doesn't call plays, but you keep Jim Schwartz, and then you hire Todd Monken to come back and be the offensive coordinator. I think that's just my theory, just looking at who they've talked to, how they've gone about this process, listening to what Andrew said. Do you think something like that, where they keep Jim, they hire an unproven offensive-minded head coach, and pair him with an experienced offensive coordinator, do you think that is a path that could lead to success for the Browns?
I think it could. I certainly think I think Pitcher's a legitimate candidate here. I could see pairing him with Jim Schwartz. I struggle a little bit, Daryl, with bringing in the veteran offensive coordinator then, because Pitcher obviously knows what he's looking for in an offense. I know he hasn't called plays and it's Zach Taylor's offense.
Right.
But, do his philosophies mesh with a Todd Monken or whoever else that guy would be?
Right.
Are they on the same page? Would he want a chance to call plays for the first time? He's like, hey, now I'm the head coach. I'm going to call the plays. I think that
worked
those
well
things
for
would
Kevin.
have to be worked through. Right? It did for a while.
For a while.
They went to the playoffs twice. People keep forgetting that.
Yeah.
So I just think that would be a dynamic that would have to, in a relationship that would have to be worked through. You interview Todd Monken for the head job, and they go, hey, no, now we're going to put you as the coordinator under a guy that's never been a head coach or never called plays before. I don't know how that dynamic works. I understand what you're saying, and I think that would be best for the organization is to find somebody like that. I'm not convinced that Todd Monken would be the right guy in that setup.
Scott, thank you, buddy. Good luck through the entire search, because I know you and Daryl and everybody else who covers the team for a living will be very busy.
Thanks, fellas.
Hang in. BrownZone.com, where you can read all of Scott's work. Does a great job for the Chronicle Telegram. And
what number is going to be higher, Jeff? Holes of golf he plays, or number of head coaches the Browns interview?
How many What's the time frame on the holes of golf?
Well, this is within the framework of the coaching search.
I hope there'll be more coaches. He joined us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Dan Mennigan. You all right? Oh, Dan's good. He was standing right in front of the microphone. I thought he had
I was
breaking
going to make a
news for
smart
us.
Alex Scott Petrak comment. I was going to say holes golfed in March. I think it's going to be higher than head coaches.
That very well might be the case, actually.
Scott'd be out there today, I think, if it was up to him.
If you're a head coach candidate here in Cleveland, do you want to be tied to Jim Schwartz? Let me say this as well. Do you want to be tied to the quarterbacks who are here? There's some stuff about the quarterbacks that are out that you might not like, Browns fans, especially if you're a fan of one of them more than the other. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
That
entertain the Utah Jazz. Cavs coming off that win against Minnesota Saturday. Meanwhile, Kevin Love and the Jazz coming to town following a 55-point loss at home to Charlotte. Wildcard weekend closes out tonight. Steelers and Texans live here on 92.3 The Fan. Coverage time starts at 7:30. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Our buddy Tyvis Powell from the Browns Radio Network is going to join us coming up at 11:40. And at 12:20, Dan producing on the fly. Love it. Hey, Mike McDaniel in town. Boom. Let's get somebody from Miami. Joe Shad, who covers the Dolphins for the Palm Beach Post, will be joining us. I'm Jeff Phelps. Daryl's in for Andy today. And we're going to hear from Jonathan Jones in a couple of seconds, who has some insight on some of the coaching searches going on. But, Daryl, there are some interesting things that I'm wondering about with the Browns coaching search. If, by chance, the Browns are kind of pushing Jim Schwartz on candidates, which I get it, but then just hire Jim Schwartz, are they pushing Shedeur Sanders or Dillon Gabriel on candidates?
I hope not.
Well, I hope not, too, but I'm wondering. What do you think?
Hard to tell, because I went back and listened to what Andrew Berry had to say about mostly Shedeur, because he wasn't asked about.
No, he wasn't.
Dillon.
He was not overly committal.
I was trying to, because I'm really good at translating I got really good at translating Kevin Stefanski, and I'm pretty good at translating Andrew Berry. And after listening to what he said about Shedeur, I struggled to figure out which way the wind was blowing on that one. I don't know that. I don't know that Shedeur did enough to where you do push him on anybody. Like, and listen, I've said I think he did enough to earn an opportunity in 2026 to compete for the job. I'm not saying hand it to the kid, but depending on what options are available to you this offseason, you might as well see if this kid can do it for 17 games. But if you're going to make him an end-all, be-all, similar to what we've been talking about with Jim Schwartz, right? Telling these coaches, hey, Jim Schwartz is going to be your defensive coordinator. I don't know that you can do that either, because I think you kneecap your coach. Well, I think you kneecap your coach there too.
I agree.
If you say, hey, we're really going to push Shedeur Sanders this year, because the coach might look, one of the questions in these interviews is going to be, what do you think of Shedeur Sanders? What do you think of Dillon Gabriel? Well, what do you see in their game? What's wrong with their game? What would you do to fix their game?
Would you be happy with them as your quarterback options?
What's their ceiling look like? How far can they take us with you as coach? Like, these are all questions that can be asked in just that one subject, Jeff. There's like 8 questions you could ask just off that one thing. So, I would say no. I don't think that you can go into these interviews and say, hey, Shedeur's our guy, make it work, because I think you then eliminate candidates, or candidates eliminate themselves, I should say. And you're not in a position where you want candidates eliminating themselves from the job. Right now, we're just praying that John Harbaugh is willing to include the Browns among his 2 to 4 coaching interviews he's going to do this week. We know Falcons and Giants. I'm going to say
supposedly
probably the Titans
too, yeah.
And then hopefully the Browns. That those will be the 4 teams that John's willing to talk to.
Interesting. Irie Harris of Cleveland.com put together something late last week, and it said how Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders compared their rookie numbers to 5 Pro Bowl quarterbacks by the numbers when they were rookies. And the summation, and he did a really good job. I'd suggest you go back and take a look at it. He said it was a close count between Gabriel and Sanders, but that Dillon Gabriel's rookie season displays slightly better production by each category. Mm-hmm. And he said, but Sanders outperformed him in multiple categories, such as deep pass completions, and completed more passes than more of those than Dillon did, and some other things. It's though I know you're not a Dillon fan, and if you watch the two of them, I think the eye test goes to Shedeur without question.
The statistical analytical test goes to Dillon Gabriel in a landslide.
Yeah. The eye test, I think, in a landslide,
the eye test,
goes to
100% is Shedeur, and that's why you just can't rely on the analytics to tell you who your quarterback is.
And isn't that odd? Because the whole thing with analytics is supposed to back up what your eyes are telling you. That's one of the odder things in football right now.
But this didn't. I don't think.
That it's far from each other.
Hey, analytics are telling these coaches not to kick these field goals in these playoff games, telling them to go for it on 4th down.
Well, it depends on if your kicker can make kicks.
And they lose by 4 or fewer points in all but one case.
326 million people on this earth. We can't find 32 who can kick a football through 2 poles.
I'm ready to start
going through Brandon McManus issues.
I'm ready to start chanting, take the points, take the points, take the points. Now,
unless they can't.
The analytical argument against that is there's no guarantee they're going to make the kick. Also, there's no guarantee you're picking up the 4th down and getting a first down. Just saying. Right, it is sport. This is the thing with analytics. There are no such thing as guarantees. It's sports. Anything can happen.
Better off borrowing Scott Petrick's 7-iron and hitting a football through those poles than those idiots kicking it.
Jonathan Jones works for CBS Sports. Dano, he's been busy this morning creating content that is interesting to Clevelanders.
Yes, it is. So, of course, on these shows, we're talking about all the different head coaching openings and the names that are associated with them, and one name getting all the headlines, of course, the man Daryl wants loud and clear, that certain John Harbaugh guy. Jonathan Jones had this to say when it came to the possible openings and where Harbaugh would be interested. Audio courtesy of CBSSports.com.
You have the New York Giants with the quarterback. You have the Atlanta Falcons in a very easy division. You have a number of offensive weapons there. It appears that they have a defensive coordinator that they will keep in place in Jeff Ulbrich. But those are just 2 options. I'm told from various sources that the Titans would be 3rd. The Cleveland Browns have a chance, an opportunity. I think that the teams at the top would probably really have to screw up their pitches to John Harbaugh.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Well, it's what he said. Adam Schefter reporting that there are 4 teams and the Browns are one of them.
Yes!
So apparently mom going to Shaw High was a real deal. Honestly,
you know what?
Daryl. This is nothing against our team.
Actually, it kind of is, though.
It's a difference. If you've worked for Steve Bisciotti for 18 years, and he's a real hands-off guy who, sits back. Well, the Haslams aren't hands-off owners, and there are a lot of different ways to do it. They're not. Would Harbaugh want to work in that situation? Does he have an incredible amount of respect for Andrew Berry after working with Ozzie Newsome,
right?
For a long time. And so I understand that. You understand that. Jones had one more thing to say, Dana?
Yeah, went on a little bit farther about the rumors on what Harbaugh has been demanding.
I know there have been reports out there that he's going to demand a $20 million salary or else he's not even going to come there. He's going to demand full control over the roster or else forget about it. I'm told that that's not true. Obviously, John Harbaugh, by virtue of 2 decades of coaching experience and winning a Super Bowl, is going to command upwards of $15 million in average annual salary as a head coach of an NFL franchise. And obviously, he's going to have some personnel power, but demands like that, I'm told that that's just not real.
Audio courtesy of CBSSports.com.
That makes sense.
Jimmy Haslam has a bottomless vault. I don't care how much of Jimmy Haslam's money I spend to get John Harbaugh here. I really don't. Pay it. Blank check. Here's a piece of paper, John. Go ahead and write in your salary. Go ahead and write in the terms and conditions of employment. Go ahead and write in who you want to fire. Go ahead and write in who you want to hire. It's all yours, dude, because what we've been doing for 13 years just doesn't work. It has not worked. I've gotten to that point, Jeff, with the Browns. They've tried every combination. They've tried hands-on. They've tried hands-off. They've tried GM with some control. They've tried GM with little control. They've tried young head coach. They've tried experienced head coach. They've done it all. So I normally am not the give him the power to run the organization. And I don't think John Harbaugh, to what Jonathan Jones just said there on CBS, I don't think that Jonathan Harbaugh is going to demand all of that. But I'm just saying I'm willing to do whatever it takes to bring this man here because I am convinced that he is going to turn this organization around and turn it into a perennial winner. And I said this with the morning show earlier today. Listen, if he turns the Cleveland Browns into a perennial playoff contender and they still don't win a Super Bowl, I can live with that.
Yeah, me too.
That is success for me, because I would rather be sitting here this morning debating what should or should not have been done on Wild Card Weekend to win a playoff game than be sitting here bemoaning the fact that the Browns won their final 2 games and could have had the number 1 pick in the draft, which, oh, by the way, they usually screw up anyway, okay,
so
outside of Myles Garrett. So, like, John would come in here. He wouldn't take any guff from anybody, and I think they need somebody like that.
Well, now, wait a minute. You might think they need somebody like that.
It's an informed opinion.
Does ownership want to deal with somebody like that?
Probably not.
Well, see, that's what I wonder here. And this, again, you own the team, and we're going to hear from Arthur Blank, who owns the Falcons, a little bit later on. He said some things I think were fascinating for an owner to say. And I agree with what he said, but there are different ways of doing this. If I go back to this, and early on in this thing, as soon as Kevin was let go, I brought this up about the Haslams. The last time they hired a head coach, wasn't in the NFL. They went for an experienced guy who had been out there forever and had won, Doc Rivers in Milwaukee. And
it's working tremendously for them.
I know it's not working real well right now, but that's who they hired. And I remember reading this where Jimmy said, I think it was Jimmy who said it, or Doc, it was one or the other. The point was, Jimmy and Doc talk every day. Do you think John Harbaugh wants to have to talk to the owner every day? I wonder if he talked to Bisciotti every day. And I just wonder if that structure of having the owner here dealing with the day-to-day operations of the team, I am
very realistic that John Harbaugh is not going to be the head coach of the Browns. However, I do want them in a room with him. I do want them to get a full debrief from him. Hey, here, like we were talking about. Okay, what would you do to solve our quarterback problem? What do you think of Shedeur? What do you think of Dillon? Can they be fixed? What would you do to fix them?
Should we have kept Tyler Huntley instead of getting him available for you?
What do you think of the operation here? How would you run it? Because here's the thing. I talked about this yesterday with Nick. Like, I would record the entire conversation, run it through AI, get the transcript, and then I would follow everything to a T. Because they need that. They need external eyeballs. John Harbaugh spent 18 years slapping you around the football field, okay? Yeah, there were occasionally you got a shot in here or there, but for the most part, John Harbaugh had your number, okay?
If you're Harbaugh, do you have to tell them everything, Daryl? If I'm Harbaugh, I'm not telling him everything.
No, but
I'll interview with you. Yeah, it's great. I'm going to go and look at Shaw High. So where my mom went to school.
But here's the thing, Jeff.
Buy me dinner.
If you're John Harbaugh and you're taking that interview,
you're serious. Call me back and I'll give you everything you want to know.
Then you are, because it's very clear John is just not going to take any interview in this cycle.
It is very clear.
So my point is,
he's not going on the Kevin tour,
right? So my point is, if he's not taking it, he's being very careful about what interviews he takes. He's not going to waste his time. Then yes, he's going to be honest in how he answers those questions because he's clearly interested in the job. That's why I think it's critical that they at least get the interview with him so they can get an honest external perspective from a former division rival who used to beat your backside every twice a year. And then you take what he says to heart if you're willing to look yourself in the mirror and have those difficult conversations about what's it going to take for us to win. And that's why I posted on X what I did about if the Haslam Sports Group is legitimately serious about winning, if Jimmy meant every word of what he said a week ago, then John Harbaugh should be their number one target to hire.
Tyvis Powell works on the Browns radio network. He's going to join us next. His thoughts on what's going on in Cleveland and his thoughts on what was a great wild card weekend. There were some games, man. Tyvis on those next.
Hey.
If you've missed a moment in the show, by golly, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner today, Daryl Ryder, in for Andy Baskin. We go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He joins us on the Browns Radio Network. I work with him on the post-game show. He knows his stuff. He's Mr. Tyvis Powell. Hello, Tyvis.
Gentlemen, how you doing? Wait a minute. Andy's on vacation?
No, he's just out today. But he sends his best.
Oh, he can keep his best. I'm with Daryl today. What's up, Daryl?
How you doing, Tyvis?
You know, living large, man. You know, yesterday was a weird thing for me because I'm so used to working that I felt when I didn't have anything to do, I felt like I was in the wrong because I felt like I should have been doing something.
You missed me, didn't you? You missed me.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Well, Tyvis, the benefit for you for working for the Browns is they usually have Wild Card Weekend off.
Oh, that was cold.
You know, only the past couple of years. You know, a couple of years ago we was right there. You know,
that was cold. So the Browns are looking for a head coach. They moved on from Kevin, who's getting a lot of interviews and a lot of interest. I saw something the other day. Giants fans, there was a poll. Now, this was before John Harbaugh was made available. It said like 59% of Giants fans wanted Kevin to be their head coach. Browns have moved on from him. Is there anybody that has been interviewed by the Browns, will be interviewed by the Browns, could be interviewed by the Browns, who makes you think, yep, there's your guy?
Well, you know, I'm biased because I got a couple of former coaches that might interview with the Browns. You know, Jeff Hafley and Robert Saleh. If those two were to interview, that's a slam dunk in my opinion. Obviously, I'm a little biased, but so what? I think those two guys are great coaches. They were the most genuine and most realist ones, players, coaches, but also can get the best out of their players. So if those two interview for the job, you know, I'm behind that 1,000%. Outside of that, it just depends on where you want to go. I don't know how. All right, so this is where I'm torn, Jeff. I'm torn in this situation because I'm trying to be realistic about this. Realistically, if this is my second opportunity to be a head coach, why would I choose Cleveland when people say that you only get 2 opportunities to be a head coach, and if you fail for both of them, then you might not get another one again? So do I want to risk doing that with Cleveland? Because I'll be the first to admit that Cleveland is not in the best space right now. I know that's a shocker, but you know, when you look at things, it's just not in the greatest space. So if I'm a second time about to be a head coach, do I want to risk that? Probably not, unless it's like my only option, right? Or then I'm thinking, well, do you want to run the risk with running a first-time head coach? And we just got out of that relationship. But it worked for 4 or 5 years. It was great. So you got that situation. I don't know, Jeff. I'm torn. I'm very torn in this situation.
Tyvis, they're talking to a lot of young guys. You know, Bengals offensive coordinator Dan Pritchard, they interviewed him last week. Aiden Dirty, the Seahawks defensive coordinator. They're interested in Jesse Minter from the Chargers. Their defensive coordinator, Joe Brady's name has popped up. The offensive coordinator of the Bills, Chris Shula. You mentioned Jeff Hafley. Do you think that's where this is headed, that we're going to get unproven coordinator dude, young head coach, first-time job, and then you just surround him with as many experienced and veteran coaches, coordinators that you can find?
I believe so, and the reason that I'm going to say that is because I feel like the Browns want to keep Jim Schwartz. And I feel like if you get a guy who's been a head coach, then he already got his defensive coordinator, so you might potentially lose Jim Schwartz. So if you're giving a guy a first-time job, I feel like he's more inclined to retain some of those coaches on that staff. So I feel like maybe, because they value Jim Schwartz, which you should. I mean, he's a great defensive mind. Obviously, what he's done with the defense has been remarkable. I think the best way to keep Jim Schwartz on the roster is either make him the head coach or hire a young guy that will that will keep him as a defensive coordinator. That's just my personal opinion. The one thing about Pritchard and Dirty is that those are two guys that don't necessarily call the plays. You know, like Dirty, I think Mike McDonald probably calls the defense in Seattle, and then obviously Zach Taylor calls the offense with Cincinnati. So I really don't want to go that route. I'd rather go to Chris Shula's and stuff like that. I'm totally fine with that if they want to go there, but I don't know if I would go with like Pritchard or Dirty.
Can you do that though? Like, can you tell a new head coach, whether he's experienced or not, to keep Jim Schwartz? Like, is that a smart thing to do? I've argued that you're basically kneecapping your coach before he comes in by dictating that to him.
Yeah,
but as someone who's been in those locker rooms, can you do that?
Who they should hire. I don't like that at all. Yeah, I'm not a fan of telling a coach who he needs to hire. You know, he has to retain this guy. Like, I don't like that. Like I said, if you feel like Jim Schwartz is that good, then you should just make him the head coach. That's my personal opinion. I think that if a new head coach comes in, he should have been able to, you know, connect with different coaches, and you got to let him run his style. I think if you bring in a new head coach and keep a guy like Jim Schwartz, I think the one thing players like is they like to have a common face in the building. And you can argue that Jim Schwartz has made the biggest impact on the Cleveland Browns coming in here. So players probably are going to listen more to the things he say, more so than the new guy, because this is the new guy. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like his voice is so strong that, like, you probably should just make him the head coach. That to me personally, because I don't know how well it'll work. I mean, it could work for sure. Don't get me wrong. But as a player, I know Jim Schwartz's message. He's been around. We've had some success. He's been successful with that defense. I'm more inclined to listen to what he's got to say. He might got a little more cachet than maybe even the new head coach.
Tyvis Powell joining us, Browns Radio Network. Tyvis, former NFL defensive back, Ohio State defensive back, Bedford Bearcat wide receiving stud. we had some real serious playoff football. Man, this was a great wild card weekend. I want to go through some of the games real quick. Rams had to come back to beat Carolina. I was a little surprised. Rams, I think, they're one of my favorites to get to the Super Bowl, but they put together a comeback and came back to beat the Panthers. What do you think of the Rams?
I was more impressed with Carolina. I mean, because, you know, Carolina obviously beat them during the regular season, and, you know, they started off and jumped on the Rams, and the Rams had to come back to even make that one a game. So when I saw this, I was like, man, Carolina's for real. Bryce Young has really elevated his game. And obviously, you know, you're Jimmy Horn Jr. low pass away from maybe converting the first down and maybe getting a field goal range. You know, I like what I've seen out of them. I don't know. The Rams have all the talent in the world to be successful, but for some odd reason, Carolina knew something about them. I'm not willing to say the Rams is just going to be the Super Bowl winners. I think that they're definitely contenders for sure with Matt Stafford, and they're impressive. But that Carolina, I don't know. Either I'm not respecting Carolina enough, or the Rams ain't who I think they are.
Jeff Hafley's defense blew an 18-point second-half lead in Chicago.
And gave up 25 fourth-quarter points.
Yeah, does that really torpedo his chance to be the next Browns head coach?
That's your guy.
Definitely. That's when you say that out loud, it's just not a great thing to say. For sure.
Yeah.
Sorry to put you on the spot there, Tyvis.
I definitely get inclined there, because when I seen it, I was like, "Come on, Hap, you must. This is the wrong time to be doing that." No, it wouldn't affect how I feel about Jeff Hafley as a head coach, though, for sure. Obviously, yeah, that's not great to say out loud, though.
I find it interesting that Ben Johnson has this just not hidden contentious feeling about LaFleur. It's like, wow, the handshake after the game, and they said there was a lot of stuff coming out of that building up in Green Bay and blah, 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 blah. Bears are the real deal, are they not?
Yeah, I tell you what, they look like it, don't they?
They do.
Look like now, Caleb Williams, it was a tale of two halves for Chicago, period. I mean, the first half, I don't know what was going on. He was missing throws. I mean, guys was open. He just kept overthrowing it. He made some bad. He looked how everybody talk about Shedeur. That's exactly how Caleb Williams was looking. He was throwing some head-scratching throws that got intercepted. So it's not just Shedeur. So it's other quarterbacks in the league that do it too. But the second half, man, he really locked in, man. Some of the throws he made, they're running to the left, cross-body to Rome Odunze on the sideline. Like, he really locked in for that second half, and you seen why he's such a special player. So they got to get more consistency out of him. Obviously, you don't want to have to try to make a heroic comeback in the fourth quarter every game, especially in the playoffs as things get a little tighter. But if he can play well for 4 quarters, man, I don't see why they couldn't, especially having the run game that they got with Swift and Monunga. If those guys can continue to be effective, yeah, they got everything they need to be successful.
Josh Allen disposed of Trevor Lawrence yesterday. Probably lost all those fingernails doing it. But has the path been cleared for him to get to the Super Bowl now?
He has probably the most pressure of anybody in the playoffs this year because of the fact that there's no Joe Burrow and there's no Patrick Mahomes. When he was down in that game, I was a little nervous for him. I really was, because the narrative would really change on him if he couldn't find a way to get it done. So I'm glad he did. I mean, listen, if you're the best quarterback you're arguably one of the best quarterbacks in the league, you should make it to the Super Bowl. I get it that you don't have a ton of weapons on offense and all of those things at wide receiver, but you've been making it work all year. And I know a quarterback that also didn't have a lot of great receivers in his time playing quarterback, and some people consider him the best. His name's Tom Brady. Yes, I know he had Julian Edelman. Yes, I know he had Randy Moss and Wes Welker, but it's a lot of teams that he had where you had some no-name guys that he made into some stars. And we're hoping that Josh Allen can get that same thing going this year.
The defending champs are out. Tyvis Powell joining us. Defending champs out. Eagles losing to the beat-up Niners at home. That one surprised me a little bit.
It didn't surprise me. Niner gang or no gang. Yes, I'm some bias there. Yeah.
What's one of the favorite teams you played for?
Oh, just happened to be San Francisco.
Hey, there you go.
It goes to show you how good of a coach, Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh is, dealing with all the injuries and somehow, some way, still finding ways to be effective and putting points up and getting stops on defense, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Man, Robert Saleh really got those guys playing really well. A bunch of backup guys, too. Finding a way to get these key stops now. A.J. Brown, I don't know what he got going on. That drop was crucial across the middle of the field with 2 minutes left. But, yeah, I'm glad that the Niners found a way to get it done. The George Kittle loss was big because he's one of the most consistent offensive weapons that you got. And now you're down to CMC and, like, Juwan Jennings.
Although he can throw it. Did a nice job. Last thing, got about 15 seconds. Patriots 16-3 over the Chargers. Held them to 3 points. Are the Patriots the real deal?
They are, and they played really well, and Drake May would even admit that he didn't play his best game. They're scary. They really are. And Mike Vrabel, to be able to go in there and turn the team around in one season like that, hopefully we can get that type of magic in Cleveland. That's what we're looking for right there. So I'm happy that Braves able to do it. I'm pretty sure that those guys will continue to have some success.
Tyvis, thanks, buddy. Appreciate your time.
Appreciate y'all. Go Browns, go Bucks, go Cavs, go Guards.
Bearcats?
And Bearcats.
There you go. Tyvis, thanks, buddy. Tyvis
See
Powell
you later. Right.
joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Been talking about this morning. Arthur Blank, who owns the Falcons, has done some things here in his coaching search and then made a comment the other day that I think should be textbook for all owners in any sport, regardless of how they approach things. We're going to play that for you. Coming up next on Baskin and Phelps. Daryl's in for Andy. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Here's your chance to be a winner. Win a 4-pack of tickets to the Fan Night at Cleveland State Basketball. It's on Thursday, January 15th, 7 o'clock at the Wolstein Center. It's hosted by Ken Carman and Anthony Lima. What a joyous occasion it will be for all. You can get tickets at csuvikings.com/tickets. csuvikings.com/tickets. Enter the word Horizon. 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 Do that by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com, and you can get registered to win. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Daryl Ryder. It'll be a joyous occasion.
Just read the copy, Jeff.
You get Carmen and Lima together.
Just read the copy.
I mean, they're a delight.
As written.
They're a delight. Delight, I say.
Will you be there?
No. I get enough of them every day. I mean, too much sunshine in my life would be just detrimental.
Skin burn.
That's rough. Get ready. Coming up at 12:20, Joe Shad's going to join us. He covers the Dolphins for the Palm Beach Post. With Mike McDaniel in town, we figured, hey, Joe, perfect, let's do it. So Joe's going to join us coming up at 12:20. I've been talking about this morning. Arthur Blank is the owner of the Atlanta Falcons. Arthur, a really rich dude. And he just changed general managers and head coaches. Raheem Morris out as head coach, Terry Fontenot out as his general manager. And he hired outside firms to do an analysis of his organization. And they came back, Daryl, with the thought that you need to hire one person who's kind of the guy, the point man. And your head coach needs to respond to that guy, and your GM needs to respond to that guy, a president of football operations. And all the rumbling sounds like it's going to be Matt Ryan, but who knows? But when Arthur Blank had his press conference...
No, they hired him yesterday. It's official? I mean, he said his goodbye on CBS.
Oh, I missed that.
And when they were talking about John Harbaugh on the pregame show, he excused himself from the conversation. The cameras followed him, and he was texting someone on his phone. And they're like, so who are you texting? He goes, no comment. It was actually some pretty funny television.
That's beautiful.
And so, yeah, yesterday was Matt Ryan tribute day on CBS. Yeah.
Well, he's the point man, apparently. So he's going to be the guy in charge. I don't mind that. Arthur Blank met with the media last week, explained what he's thinking there, and explained his role in this stuff, too, as the owner of an NFL franchise.
One of the reasons we felt it was necessary is that I'm not involved on a day-to-day basis in our football business, and shouldn't be. Because I have authority doesn't mean I have the knowledge. So we can never confuse the two. And if you get a leader who's in that position, they get confused, they can really make some bad decisions. So I've never been confused about that. So we wanted somebody else to have input and guidance and hold the accountability and work closely with the head coach and general manager to build their capacities, the coaching staff, and building a roster, making sure it's consistently held within the vision that we have for the team, how we want to play ball on the offensive side of the team, on the special team side, on the defensive side of the ball. So that's the biggest role that person will play. If we bring in the right person, it'll make a big difference. Obviously, you still got to hire the great head coach, the great general manager, and the president of football will not be doing their job for them at all, but will be holding them accountable and giving input, wisdom, and guidance where necessary.
I think it's really insightful by a guy who made a fortune doing other things. And again, what he said there that really stuck out to me, because I have authority does not mean I have knowledge. And if you look around pro sports, you know, if I owned a team, would I want input? You're darn right I would. I own the team. However, he said day-to-day operations is not what he does, and he wouldn't be confused about that, Daryl. And I think that's interesting. Now let's compare that to what's gone on here. You had Paul DePodesta, you have Andrew Berry, you had Kevin Stefanski. By all accounts, they weren't each other's bosses, and they all answered to ownership. One of many different setups you can have. You know, Jerry Jones owns the team. Jerry's the general manager in Dallas, and Jerry does everything. That's another approach you can have. But I liked what Arthur Blank said. Because I have authority does not mean I have knowledge. And he's smart enough to know that. I appreciate that.
Who does he think he is, Uncle Ben Parker? With great power comes great responsibility. Listen, he's not.
Isn't that an interesting comment, though? I mean, how many pro sports owners would actually say that?
Not many.
Yeah, I know.
Part of the problem in pro sports in general is the owners think that they do know everything. And usually the ones that do are the least successful. But they can't have an honest moment to look in the mirror and see that they're the problem with things never working out. When you now relating it specifically to the Browns setup, look, when the Haslams first bought the team, they took that approach. They hired Joe Banner to be the CEO, and that turned into a cluster mess. He hired Mike Lombardi to be the GM. You could not hire a worse human being to be a GM than Mike Lombardi, but he did it. And we all knew that was a catastrophe waiting to happen.
That didn't last long.
No, it didn't. And to the Haslams' credit, they wasted no time moving on. Then they have, on multiple occasions, done the report to us structure. They've done the chief strategy officer thing, but everybody still reports to us.
The three-headed management team that reports to the owner,
coach, GM, and business side.
Well, in the Browns case, coach, GM, and chief strategy officer seemed clunky to me from the start.
Well, I call it the circle of trust, right? You'd have the coach, you'd have the GM, you'd have the business guy, you'd have the marketing guy.
De Niro here?
The
circle of trust.
I know, but that's how I looked at their setup.
I wonder if now, by Andrew Berry apparently being the main guy here, if that cleans this up, Daryl.
Probably not.
You don't think it does?
No. I don't. And I don't. The problem is I don't know what the right setup is for the Browns. I just know that every setup that they have had has not worked. And that's got to be frustrating for them. They've spent ungodly sums of money to try and get it right. Just nothing has worked on a consistent basis for them. And if I'm the Haslams, I'm immensely frustrated by that. Are
you frustrated enough? And I understand why this might be really difficult for them. Are you frustrated enough where you just step away from the day-to-day operation? See, this has now become what they do. Arthur Blank is
it's a family business to them.
Well, it is. Arthur Blank started Home Depot. He's got bigger fish to fry than worrying about the Atlanta Falcons, though it's a huge concern for him. But he's going to hire a guy, and that guy is going to run football, and he's going to talk to Arthur Blank. Done. It's Matt Ryan talking to Arthur.
I think the most successful owners in pro sports are those that have built from the ground up, not those that inherited or picked up.
You mean built something else from the ground up?
Built from the ground up. Okay?
Like Arthur Blank at Home Depot.
Yeah. Mark Cuban. Like
Dan Gilbert.
Yeah, like where you built it from the ground up. And that's not a criticism of those that picked up the ball and carried it forward.
I'm all for inheriting big amounts of cash.
Well, so am I.
Just hasn't happened.
Exactly. I got to take my scratch-offs downstairs and cash them in to get more.
Congrats.
No, I didn't win enough. No, the problem is I didn't win enough. I only won like $5.
That's good.
And trust me, when I win the lottery, there will be signs. I won't tell you, but there will be signs.
Dano, play that shorter version of that Blank comment one more time. Take a listen again, folks.
Because I have authority doesn't mean I have the knowledge. So we can never confuse the two. And if you get a leader who's in that position, they get confused, they can really make some bad decisions.
That's really telling. And again, that's not about our owner. That's about all kinds of other owners around.
And when you
sports.
make emotional decisions, you make bad decisions.
Yeah.
So that's why, when we were talking earlier in the show, Jeff, about, I made the joke, there's 12 candidates right now. There's probably going to be more. It's going to turn into the quarterback jersey looking for the head coach. But like the reason why I defend this approach, and I understand you bring it up. Hey, it's looking like they don't know specifically what they're looking for. In their case, I kind of feel like that's okay, because what they have gone through, it hasn't produced the results to match their financial investment. Yeah. So I don't have a problem with them looking at as many guys as they have and potentially will look at. And I don't, I can make a case for going about 8 different directions with this coaching search as well.
Arthur Blank, Falcons, because I have authority does not mean I have knowledge. One of the great lines that I've heard in the last several decades. Joe Shad covers the Miami Dolphins for the Palm Beach Post. That means he has sat through a lot of Mike McDaniel football games, a lot of Mike McDaniel press conferences. Mike interviewing with the Browns today. Joe's joining us next. And coming up at 12:40, Mennigan just churning out guests as we go. Former Aurora Green man, Seahawks tight end, A.J. Barner, coming up in this hour right here on Baskin and Phelps. Daryl's in for Andy.
Poughkeepsie Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Today's candidate du jour, Mike McDaniel, former head coach of the Miami Dolphins, in town interviewing with our Cleveland Browns for their head coaching position. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner today, Daryl Ryder. We wanted insight into Mike McDaniel, more so than the guy who wrote the 32 reasons that Kyle Shanahan should be let out of his deal in Cleveland so he could leave as offensive coordinator.
Great moments in Browns history, by the way.
It was a biggie. So we thought, you know what? Joe Shad, top-notch journalist. He works for the Palm Beach Post. He covers the Miami Dolphins. He's worked with ESPN, the Orlando Sentinel, Newsday. You can follow him on Twitter, X, and Instagram at Shad Joe. It's SCHADJOE. And he joins us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Joe, thanks for your time today. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Were you surprised Mike McDaniel became available? Because the word in Miami was, okay, he's good, and now he's going to help in the GM search, and then all of a sudden he's out.
Even Ross, the owner, really liked Mike McDaniel, liked his offensive creativity, the fact that he connects with players. He's a sharp mind, wanted to make it work. But there are other people who were in his ear, including the consultant Troy Aikman, his son-in-law, who's a sports business person who's going to be involved in decisions moving forward. And so I think that, Mr. Ross decided that it would be a smart move to search for a new general manager and coach at the same time. Like many NFL teams for years, they've flip-flopped back and forth, new GM, new coach, new GM, new coach. And so now the GM that the Dolphins have hired will be involved in this coach search.
Was it that simple? I mean, what ultimately do you think led to his demise in Miami? As they say, if you're going to hire someone, you have to understand why they're actually available to you. So what was the end? Was it as simple as the results this past season not meeting the expectations?
Yeah, I mean, the Dolphins had a decrease in wins in each of the last two seasons. Now, in the previous season, Tua Tagovailoa had been significantly injured, and this season, Tyreek Hill had been significantly injured. But injuries cannot be an excuse that you lean on in the league. Everybody has injuries, as we know. Look at the 49ers. Look at what Kyle Shanahan, Mike's mentor, has been able to do despite significant salary cap constraints, despite significant injuries, despite the fact that the NFL keeps screwing them on scheduling. I mean, nothing stops this guy. So the thought is if you're smart enough, you'll find a way to overcome. McDaniel led the Dolphins to 2 playoff appearances, no playoff wins in 4 years. And they didn't beat good teams. They didn't win on the road. They didn't win in the cold. They had poor second-half adjustments. They had poor adjustments relative to smart defensive coordinators figuring out how to adjust to Mike's offensive scheme, which was very successful early in his tenure. And there were some questions about leadership and discipline. And so when those all kind of come into play, you can understand why the Dolphins made a change.
Some of the things you just described are some of the things that folks said here about Kevin Stefanski. Mm-hmm. If you're the Browns, would you be interviewing? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joe.
No, and Stefanski, as you know, will be a Dolphins candidate. So
yeah,
I think he's going to do a better job given a second chance. So
Stefanski or McDaniel or both?
Maybe both. Certainly McDaniel. I was on WFAN in New York after the Jets were interviewing Adam Gase, and I said that I could not endorse the idea of Adam Gase becoming a head coach so quickly once again, that it would be better for him to take a step back as an offensive coordinator, maybe learn some more things from the head coach, and then relaunch his career as a head coach again in the future. Certainly parallels can be drawn to McDaniel and Gase, although I think McDaniel is the better head coach, and I think he is better positioned due to several factors. Humility is one of them. Emotional intelligence is another one. I definitely think McDaniel will be a better head coach second time around.
I got to say, Joe, I'm a little nervous about Mike all of a sudden. You mentioned he struggles against really good teams, struggles against adjustments, doesn't like cold weather. Mm-hmm. The Browns, well, at least for now, play in cold weather until they build the dome. Yeah. And I realize you don't follow everything that happens up here in Cleveland, but like the Browns are not in the greatest shape. Offensively, they basically got to rebuild the entire side of that football this offseason. Where does Mike fit in as far as like the building processes? He's a great X's and O's guy, might be great with players and teaching and whatnot, but where does he fit on the building an offense and helping build and coach younger personnel to fit said offense? How do you think he fits in there?
Mike McDaniel doesn't have a history of scouting like former Dolphins coach Brian Flores, for example, once did, but he does have a noted track record of identifying the right skill players in free agency and the draft in previous stops, including Cleveland, as well as with the Dolphins, where, for example, he banged the table for Devon Achane, the third-round running back out of Texas A&M, who's become one of the most exciting, dynamic, explosive players in the NFL. He's a smart, creative mind. He can draw up the ball plays. One of the problems is that sometimes the defense was confused and the offense was a little confused too. Because maybe it was a little too much, a little too complex, a little too smart. So, Mike had spoken about how he and the defensive coordinator, Anthony Weaver, were kind of dialing things back, simplifying the formations and motions. Simplifying the messaging in team meetings. Mike is an outstanding communicator, but sometimes he can take a little longer in press conferences and team meetings than maybe is ideal, and so he's constantly evolving and trying to tighten up his message. And that was the case for discipline. He had several players that were late in 2024. He cleaned that up. Now, part of it is that they got rid of guys like Jalen Ramsey. So it's always kind of hard to know, right? Chicken, egg, horse. Is it the players who are, ruining the culture and making it toxic, or could a different coach have sort of changed the chemistry better? You know what I mean?
Sorry about that, Joe. Go ahead.
It's okay. Yeah. So, I do think that Mike will be better prepared the second time around. I also think that, it's like anything else. You want to be in the right fit, the right situation. And I can't say if Cleveland is. I don't know.
Joe Schad joining us. He covers the Miami Dolphins for the Palm Beach Post. You can follow him on X at Schad, SCHADJOE. Mike McDaniel interviewing with the Browns today. Mike, one of the most, I think, unique head coaches maybe in NFL history. I love listening to him. He's clearly a smart guy. He's clearly a different guy. And I think that's great. How do players feel about that? Any issues there?
No, McDaniel openly spoke about the need to hold players accountable for things like lateness in a firmer fashion. So that's an adjustment that he made that I think some players would have told you they felt were necessary, especially those grizzled veterans who had been around the league. McDaniel openly spoke about tightening up his messages, shortening meetings, shortening walkthroughs, shortening practices. I think there's a self-awareness there that some coaches don't have. Okay, I've met a lot of coaches in college and pro, head coaches and coordinators, disciplinarians, players, coaches, guys who talk about, toughness and discipline, and guys who try to out-scheme you. You can win in a lot of different ways in this league. And so I don't think the fact that McDaniel, people make fun of, like, the fact that he has, cropped pants and changes up his eyeglasses and wears fancy sneakers. Like, I don't think that in anyone's mind should exclude him from being a good football coach in the National Football League. So, no, I don't think McDaniel lost the locker room. No, I don't think players are celebrating his departure, which was the case when the last coach, Brian Flores, left.
Joe, when when you look at Mike from an input standpoint, right? There's been a lot of reporting that the Browns would like to keep Jim Schwartz as the defensive coordinator. Obviously, there are candidates out there. You're not going to tell them who their coordinators would be. How receptive to that do you think Mike would be, considering the success that the Browns have had on that side of the football the last 3 years with Schwartz in charge of that unit?
When the Dolphins hired Mike McDaniel, they asked him to retain defensive coordinator Boyer, and he did so, and it didn't work out, and so he fired him after a year. They brought in Fangio, who was a genius, but their personalities didn't mesh, so Fangio left. He brought in Anthony Weaver, who's had some measure of success. So to answer your question, I think he would definitely be open-minded to keeping on very well-respected assistants who are already in place.
Do you think Mike gets a job, whether it be Cleveland or anywhere else, or does he have to become an offensive coordinator?
Well, he's reportedly interviewing in 4 spots. And so, my gut feeling is that there's like a 1/3 chance he'll land a head coaching job, that it's more likely that he'll return as an offensive coordinator in the league before relaunching his career. But you never know. I mean, these owners, they make the final decision. And, Stephen Ross was really charmed by what McDaniel represented, the fact that no other teams were interviewing him at that point, thought he was unique. And McDaniel was a unique individual. Some owners will come away from their meeting with him saying, my God, there's no way I'd hire this guy. And some will be intrigued. It's sort of like those big tech companies out in like the San Francisco area, Sometimes you listen to the people they hire and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they hired him. But, you just never know. You never know. So I think McDaniel will do well in interviews, and I certainly think he has a chance to advance to the final stages of a few of these. But I personally don't think it would be terrible for him to, bridge his way back to a really good job through an offensive coordinator position.
Kevin Stefanski land in Miami?
I think he's certainly a candidate. Owner Stephen Ross has repeatedly hired coaches without head coaching experience. I think that Ross tends to go with young people. Not that Stefanski's old, and of course Harbaugh's in his 60s, so every situation is unique. But maybe he reverses course. Maybe after hiring 6 or 7 coaches with no head coaching experience, maybe he's come around to the idea. I mean, certainly he tried to hire Jim Harbaugh, tried to hire Sean Payton. John Harbaugh certainly fits more into that mold as proven championship winner. I think Stefanski, to me, is a smart guy who was certainly a hot candidate a few years ago, but hasn't certainly proven to be a championship caliber coach to this time.
Joe, thank you very much for joining us today. We appreciate it. You have a search going on down there that's keeping you busy. Same thing here. So we appreciate your perspective on Mike McDaniel. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Stay warm.
Joe Schad joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, throwing in a barb about our weather. Thank you, Joe. Yeah, we always appreciate that from the folks in Florida. The folks in Seattle don't get snow, but there's a guy in Seattle who knows all about it, and he's going to join us next. Former Aurora Green Man football player, former Michigan Wolverine, former Indiana Hoosier, now Seattle Seahawk, A.J. Barner. Coming up next right here on Baskin and Phelps.
higher bachelor's degree, BW's ABSN program focuses strongly on the clinical experience and takes just 15 months to complete. BW nursing graduates are in demand and find positions in all the major hospital systems in the region. Learn more at bw.edu/ABSN.
Welcome back to Basket of Phelps. Jeff Phelps here, Daryl Ryder in for Andy Baskin today. You know, here in Cleveland right now, we're not dealing with a playoff team. We're not happy about that. No, we're not. We're not. We're looking for a head coach. But there's a team way out in the Pacific Northwest that has a Cleveland kid playing on it. They have a head coach who's doing real well. So we thought, well, let's tie it in so that we have something to talk about today. And so here he is. And we're thrilled to have him with us. He's the former Aurora Green Man. He's A.J. Barner, tight end for the Seattle Seahawks. He joins us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. A.J., thanks for joining us.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me on here.
Congratulations. You guys were 14-3. You're in the playoffs. You're looking good. You're one of the teams to beat. How much fun has it been this year for you guys?
No doubt. It's been a lot of fun. It's been the goal really the whole time, though. You know, I feel like we've had a collective group effort that this is the mission, and here we are, you know, in the divisional round, ready to get going.
How tough was it to sit around and wait all weekend to find out who you get to play, and then you find out you have to play probably one of the more physical teams in the conference, and they won't die no matter how many players they lose. You get San Francisco now in the divisional round.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they're a real good team. We just faced them 2 weeks ago, but the week off was real nice for us, and it's nice knowing too that you're going to play at home. So obviously waiting around was a little bit different. Not sure who we were going to play, but being able to take a week off and get the body right, even though we were pretty much around the facility the whole week, has been nice, and we used it to our advantage. So I think we'll be ready to go regardless of who we're playing. But yeah, it'll be a great challenge with the Niners.
A.J. Barner joining us, tight end for the Seattle Seahawks. I was out in Seattle 2 months ago.
Yeah.
How do you deal with all those hills, man? That's ridiculous out there.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit different than Cleveland. I would say on surface level, when you're looking, like, just straight ahead, it's kind of similar to home, where I'm from in Cleveland, Ohio. But, like, when you look off in the distance and see the mountains and see the hills and the different elements that it provides, it's a little different, but it's great out here. I'm a really big fan of it, and the people are great, the city's great, the football team's awesome, so I'm really pleased with being out here in Seattle.
City was really laid back, but I must tell you, you're just driving around town, and then all of a sudden there's this hill, and you think, if it's wet, man, my tires aren't going to stick. I thought it was nasty.
No doubt, yeah. Fortunately, we don't get as much snow as we do in Cleveland, but, you know, definitely get some rain, but it's a great place to live.
How's you playing on the West Coast, 3-hour difference? How is it like with your family back here, being able to watch you? You flying them out every week? How does that work? It's a long flight.
Yeah, no doubt. My family gets up here when they can, honestly. They come to, a few home games out of the year. Sometimes it's easier for them to make it to the away games. And same with friends, too. Like, they're always tuned in back home. But quite honestly, I mean, I don't really have too many people out here. And for me as a young player in the league, like, honestly, that can be a bit of an advantage for myself just because, with the schedule that we have and, playing all these games, it might be on a Thursday night, you might play on a Monday and then play on a Sunday. Like, it can be nice to kind of just, like, be worried about myself and handling my business, and my family comes when they can, and I know they're watching at home when they're not here. So it's great to have them out here, but it's also nice to, be a little bit away from home and handle my business out here and know my people are watching back home.
A.J. Barner joining us, tight end for the Seattle Seahawks, Indiana Hoosier, Michigan Wolverine, which, by the way, I'm sure went over real well with the folks in Indiana when you went to Michigan. That had to be something fun to deal with, but you ended up with two great schools. And now you're sitting there in Seattle, and you came in, Mike McDonald came in the same year. Clearly, the Seahawks hired a really good young head coach. What is it about Coach McDonald that stands out to you, AJ, when it comes to the success you guys have had?
Just the culture that he's established. He lets his players do their thing, but, we have a standard that we play to. We have a discipline that we have around here. And, our team really enjoys being around each other, just like any really good team at any level, whether it's, Mighty Mites or high school or college. In the pros, you don't think that culture is as big of a deal just because everyone's grown men. But at the end of the day, our team loves being around each other, and we handle our business. And like I said, there's a standard that we hold ourselves to, and players, coaches, everyone involved falls under that umbrella.
Yeah, well, speaking of culture shift, I mean, the Indiana football program wasn't exactly a powerhouse until Curt Cignetti got there. I'm guessing you're rooting for the Hoosiers, but what's it like being in the NFL and looking back on your time at Indiana and seeing what Cignetti and the Hoosiers have been able to accomplish? Now they're going to play for a national championship against Miami.
Man, it's crazy. When I was at Indiana, it was a different coaching staff there, and before the NIL area, and quite honestly, the resources were nowhere near what they are now. And to be honest, that wouldn't have happened. But what they've done with the program, the belief that they've gotten there with Coach Cignetti, and what he's done, really just getting people to believe, getting people to buy in. And to be honest with you, like had you told me that this would happen, I would tell you no way, just because where they were at when I was there. But to see it happen and see where they're at today, it's truly unbelievable. And obviously, I'm pulling for them just because of my ties to Indiana for sure. And obviously, going to Michigan too. I root for Michigan, any day of the week as well. But at this point, I tell people I'm a Seahawk. I went to Indiana, I went to Michigan. But I feel like I'm at home out here in Seattle. But regardless, obviously rooting for the Hoosiers this weekend, I think, or whenever they play. But I think they got a good chance to handle business.
A.J. Barner joining us. He's a tight end for the Seattle Seahawks. He's from Aurora, and he's getting ready to play the San Francisco 49ers coming up in the playoffs next week. Dan, who you talked to right before we went on the air, Dan used to give me grief because I always liked Sam Darnold. And Dan always said, I need somebody in my life who loves me as much as you love Sam Darnold. Well, Sam comes in there this year and proves that what he did in Minnesota last year was not a fluke. What has he brought to the Seahawks? What's he brought to the Seahawk offense? You were the second leading receiver for the Seahawks this year. You obviously made a connection with him real fast, AJ.
Yeah. Man, I think just a professional quarterback and plays at a high level and mature, had his ups and downs throughout the league. But has really got it going over the past couple of years. And I think it's his attention to detail, the consistency that he brings to the table. And, I think the work that he puts in inside and outside the building, he's just confident in his abilities too. And, not afraid to make mistakes. And, when he does, it's let's play the next play. And I think that's what anyone can learn as a young player in the league is just, you're never going to play a perfect game. And, sometimes you got to move on, turn the page and play the next play. And I think Sam's done a great job doing that all year, and he's playing his best football right now. So he's going to continue to carry us to where we need to go.
By the way, I loved you under center this year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I get up under center. I actually played a little bit of quarterback back home at Aurora. So it's something I've done before.
We'll look forward against the 49ers. When you guys win the Super Bowl, you're coming back on with us. So I'm just telling you right now, okay?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
Thanks, AJ. We appreciate you being with us. Nothing but the best of luck, and we're really happy for your success with the Seahawks.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys.
AJ Barner, Seahawks tight end, Aurora Green Man, joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Good for him.
That's fantastic. Second leading receiver for the Seahawks, the number one seed in the NFC.
6 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Second leading touchdown scorer receiver-wise. And when he lines up under center, it's like for the tush-push type stuff. He looks like he knows what he's doing.
He's about to become our new Travis Kelce.
Absolutely he is.
I didn't want to put that. I thought about mentioning that.
I know.
I did not want to put that on him.
He's a big dude. He's 6'6".
Yeah, he is.
And he can move.
Really good player. He really is.
It's really interesting. If you were a quarterback around the NFL, what should you think if your team hires Kevin Stefanski? We got a Hall of Fame quarterback who's going to tell you what you should think. And Browns fans who didn't like Kevin, you're not going to like this at all. It's coming up next on Baskin and Phelps. Daryl's in for Andy.
Saturday. NFL Wildcard Weekend capping off tonight. Steelers and Texans. 92.3 The Fan will have the action. Coverage starts at 7:30. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Mike McDaniel in town interviewing with the Browns for their head coaching position today. One of a bunch of candidates the Browns have had in town, and more to come as they're looking for a replacement for Kevin Stefanski. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. Daryl Ryder's in for Andy today. I wonder, Daryl, this. Might Browns fans be having any kind of firing remorse over Kevin Stefanski? Again, 3 wins, 5 wins, we all get it. You know, you win 8 games in 2 years. That's never good.
I look forward to Kevin Stefanski taking the Atlanta Falcons to the playoffs.
I think he might end up in Atlanta. I think that's the spot, personally. And we just heard Cam say, reports out there that Harbaugh is going to pick one of 2 jobs right now. At least that's...
Can I solve that mystery for everybody?
He's going to the Giants.
Yeah, it's going to be the Giants.
Yeah, and then
we'll all feign our surprise like we did when Matt Ryan was named the president of whatever of the Atlanta Falcons too.
And so that means Kevin could end up working with Matt Ryan. We'll see how it all plays out.
I will say this: I think Kevin might enjoy the employment experience with the Atlanta Falcons a little more than he enjoyed the employment experience with the Cleveland Browns.
Well, based on what we said from Arthur Blank earlier, when Arthur said, because I have authority does not mean I have knowledge, which is why he stays out of it and lets his football people run it. I can understand that. I found this interesting, and it's since Kevin's been fired here, he has shot up the boards of everybody looking for a coach right now. And
everybody's interviewing him.
Everybody's interviewing
including the Baltimore Ravens.
Which is, can you even imagine? And anywho, there's that. Phil Simms, Hall of Fame quarterback, New York Giants, works for the New York Giants. He's like a consultant and helps them out and does some things with them. Mm-hmm. Was on the podcast Up and Adams with Kay Adams. And Kay asked him, okay, you have Jackson Dart there. You're looking, for a head coach. She said, would you want an older coach who had been there, done that? Would you want an up-and-coming coordinator? What kind of coach for your Jackson Dart is exactly what she said. And this is what Phil Simms had to say after he said, well, I work for the Giants, blah, 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 blah. And then he said, well, let me pick one guy. And he picked our guy.
Like Kevin Stefanski, why would you hire him? I don't like his offenses when I see him and how they run and what the plays are. I love it. I mean, I think it's unbelievable. He's the guy, if you're a quarterback and you got some talent, if you get Kevin Stefanski as your head coach or offensive coordinator, doesn't matter. You got a chance to be really good.
That's Phil Simms, former Giants quarterback on the Up and Adams podcast. We thank them for that sound.
He missed the last 2 years of Cleveland Browns football?
He did say, if you're a quarterback and you have some talent.
Oh! Did
you miss that?
Oh, no. I definitely didn't. So what he's trying to say is... Shedeur Sanders and Dillon Gabriel don't have
I don't think he was trying to say that. It might have just come out that way. But he doesn't like Kevin Stefanski's offense. He loves it.
I would have loved to see Kevin Stefanski's offense the last couple of years. Was it something I said, Jeff?
Should we be having some firing remorse here?
No.
We get it. 3 wins, 5 wins, coaches get fired. We all understand that.
But there's 2 different messages that came out about that. You had Jimmy Haslam say it was because 8 wins in 2 years, it's unacceptable. We're going to fix this. Fans are angry. We're angry. Yada, 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 right? Then Andrew Berry, a couple hours later, comes out and says, well, there just wasn't enough progress in certain areas independent of certain game outcomes. Those were his words. I'm paraphrasing his words, but that's what he said. Translation had nothing to do with them winning 5 games this year.
It's things that we saw other than wins and losses.
Right. So
maybe development of young quarterback?
Look, I have been accused of being a Stefanski shill, and I'll wear that. I don't care.
I have to.
I have tremendous respect for him. I like him as a person. He's a great guy.
And I don't think he did a great job the last 2 years.
The Kevin Stefanski that you saw in the press conferences is not the Kevin Stefanski that I know. It was intentional. It is intentional. He doesn't like making headlines with his quotes. I've tried to explain that to folks. And again, as I've said today, press conferences are not for your entertainment as fans, even though they have been turned into entertainment and engagement farming and all those type of things. With the format of them and how they're run across the country. But I think that there's something to be said for it. He did all he could here. He did good work here over 6 years. The last 2 years did not go well. The offense was unwatchable. The personnel he was given to work with, unwatchable. But, it is what it is. And I wish him well. I wish him all the success wherever he goes. I sincerely mean that. I'm not just saying that. If he ends up in Atlanta, hey, you know what? I hope he helps that organization, be successful and get to the playoffs and all those type of things. Same thing with the Giants, which, by the way, I think that's Harbaugh's job to lose, because I think that's what's going to happen.
He's going to get the first choice of jobs,
right? And once he gets hired, Kevin's going to get the second choice.
Yeah. Then once he gets hired, watch the pieces fall into place.
Right. But I do think Kevin's a good coach. I don't think he's a dummy, as some fans have called him, by any stretch of the imagination. You don't get to where he's at by that. I think you can do dumb things, but that doesn't make you a dummy. And look, Kevin did some dumb things, but guess what, Jeff? All head coaches do dumb things.
Yes, they do.
It's whether or not your players are good enough to overcome said dumb things. Because you're the play of your players, right, ends up being the reflection of the head coach. And I don't think anyone can argue that the offensive personnel that Kevin Stefanski was given the last 2 years
was up to snuff.
Put him in a position to be successful, to give the offense that apparently Phil Simms loves.
It's interesting because we just heard what Phil Simms had to say. I don't like the offense. I love it. We've had Mike Martz on the show many times over the last 5-6 years. And Mike, of course, the architect of the Rams offense, the greatest show on turf, and a really good offensive coach. Mike has praised Kevin's offense for years.
Here's the thing.
And I think those two things are interesting, and what you just said, I think, is on the money.
But do they love the whiteboard, or do they love what they see on film?
I think they like it. I think they like both. I know Mike did, but what you just said, though, Daryl, I think is right. The personnel Kevin was given to work with the last couple of years just didn't allow him to do what he wanted to do.
Right.
I also think it was probably a bad move for him either to bring in Ken Dorsey and not give him play calling immediately, and then to change midstream. And then Tommy
Which, by the way,
Rees,
I don't think wanted to bring in Ken Dorsey, but that's neither here nor there.
Probably not. And then changing midstream again. Giving up play calling 2 years in a row is not a good look.
And I've said this. It's the just throw your hands up and say, the heck with it.
Yeah.
That's how I felt about it. Ken Dorsey, because he didn't want Ken Dorsey, so fine. You brought this guy in. This isn't working. Fine. He can call the plays and deal with it. I'm washing my hands of it. This isn't what I signed up for. And then, they promote Tommy Rees, and
after trading away two veteran quarterbacks once the season was underway.
And you got to play Dylan Gabriel, who refuses to throw the football more than 5 yards down the field, and eventually Shedeur Sanders, who will throw it 30 yards down the field but risk it getting intercepted. And you're just like, what the heck? Again, all right, fine. You know what, Tommy? At some point, you're going to learn to call plays anyway. We ain't any good. We're throwing rookies out there. You have at it.
Let's go.
And look, I get it. I understand it. And honestly, I'm Team Kevin on that, because I'm not going to be a hypocrite. If I was in Kevin's position, that would have been my approach and attitude too. 100%. So I can't sit here and criticize Kevin for doing something that if I were in his shoes with the same scenario, I would have done the same thing.
starting to feel like he's going to end up. I've thought all along the best places for him would be if he gets the Giants job. That's a big job for him, and I think he would do well there. I think the New York media wouldn't love what he does from a press conference standpoint.
They would hate him.
Yeah,
because he's not worried about providing content.
Correct. I think Atlanta would be a really good fit for him, and I like their team enough that I think he could really work with it. And
I think he would kill it with Bijan Robinson.
Oh
my God.
Think about Nick Chubb here.
I know that's my point.
And then
Bijan Robinson is Nick Chubb on I was going to say on steroids, but that's the wrong phrase to use.
Bijan's even better than Nick. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, he's like the level, in your Madden, your level up.
Yeah.
Nick Chubb was great. Okay, he was. Bijan Robinson is
even better.
Is like even a next level.
Yeah.
Just because of what he does, like in the passing game too.
And interestingly enough, Kirk Cousins is still under contract there. The word is he's going to get cut and everything else.
You like that?
Oh well, yeah, you like that. But he reworked his deal. In case you missed it, Kevin took out an ad in the Plain Dealer and thanked the Browns fans. And it's in typical Kevin fashion. It's short and it's sweet. He said, "Letter to the Dog Pound. Thank you for your incredible support over the last 6 seasons. I had a front row seat to the unmatched passion of Browns fans. The roars and barks from the crowd will always stay with me. Please know that I will always be indebted to this city, this community, and you, the fans of the Cleveland Browns."
He's just such a and
he's a regular guy.
He's a regular guy. He's a good human being. He is infinitely smarter than I ever will be, and he doesn't present himself that way. He was always respectful, even when I asked dumb questions. He was never condescending.
Dumb questions?
I'm sure I had a few in there, but yeah, I just he's an easy person to root for. It stinks the Browns had to move on from him.
We understand the moving on.
Yeah, but it's part of the business.
Yep.
I mean, the moment you're hired, you've actually been hired to be fired. The only question is when.
How much money do you have guaranteed coming to you when you get canned?
There's that too. How good the severance package looks, right? But I mean, it's just the nature of the business. It is. He's going to go somewhere and he's going to be successful because he's a good person. He's a good football coach. I'm not going to miss his press conferences. I'm not going to lie, but I will miss him as a coach and a human being.
It seems as if NFL teams, and this isn't any different than usual, maybe just shuffling the deck chairs, as they say. If Mike McDaniel ends up here and Kevin ends up in Atlanta, and we'll see who lands where. And
I was kind of hoping Kevin would go to Baltimore, Harbaugh would come here.
Oh my God, I thought the same thing.
You know how much fun that would have been.
It could be ugly. Playoffs, NFL, among other things going on right now. NFL Rapid Fire coming up next. You're on Baskin and Phelps. Daryl's in for Andy. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Daryl Ryder's in for Andy today. I'm Jeff Phelps. Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Having some fun today. We've had stuff like crazy. Scott Petrak joined us. Tyvis Powell. We had Joe Shad from the Palm Beach Post talking about Mike McDaniel, who's in town. A.J. Barner from Aurora, tight end for the Seahawks, on the show. Mennigan's just, man, Dan.
He's cooking today.
How about that?
He's cooking.
Dan Mennigan, ladies and gentlemen.
Let him cook.
It happens every so often. Let's not get our hopes up.
Well, don't worry. We set the bar very low.
Okay, good. I'm proud of both of you equally.
Yeah. But we're going to ask you to do more right now.
Well, wouldn't be the first time.
We had playoff games like crazy. All but one of them 4 points or less for the differential. Dan Mennigan, NFL Rapid Fire.
All right, gentlemen, let us begin with playoff rapid fire with a little bit of a confessional from both of you. Did you guys sit down and watch every single game, or did you kind of prioritize?
I sat and watched every single game. Some folks were not happy that I did that, and I don't feel guilty.
Good man.
I caught
Good
this.
Man.
I don't know how you can sit there and watch all of this. So you happy?
That's perfect.
I didn't see every minute of every game, but I think I saw every minute of yesterday, and I saw most of Saturday's.
I saw the vast majority. I saw every minute of yesterday. Saturday, the early game, which is where we're going to start, is the stuff that I missed the most of.
Yeah.
So you guys may have to bring me up to speed a little bit on this one. Of this Rams Carolina Panthers game being a heck of a lot closer than a lot of people
wasn't
thought.
it, though?
34-31 the final score. Boy, the Rams got up big in the first half, and Carolina crawled themselves back. Is this just one of these incidents of playoff football, one standard game plan, everybody going all out? Or do you think that the Panthers may have found something in the Rams that other teams can exploit later on in the playoffs?
You can be sure that everybody will be watching what Carolina did, not just in the playoff game, but also when they played them in the regular season. Because the Panthers have figured something out. They put up 31 points against that really good defense. Can I say one thing about this game that annoys the you-know-what out of me? The Browns need wide receivers, right? Can't find wide receivers. Puka Nacua had 10 catches, 111 yards, and a touchdown, 5th-round pick. Jalen Coker, undrafted for Carolina, 9 catches, 134 yards, and a touchdown. It's not that tough.
Jeff?
There we go. Sorry, I'm done.
To quote Elsa from the great film or a piece of cinematography, Frozen, let it go. Let it go.
Listen, have you looked at the wide receiver rooms we've had to watch the last 2 to 3 years?
Every day, Daryl. Every day.
So,
twice on Sundays.
I'll let it go when we get our Puka.
Why do you think I no longer give Jeff any grief about asking me about when the Browns are going to find a wide receiver?
And I thank you for that, D. I've been doing it for years.
Because I have been suffering with a front row view in practice and games.
And I was right.
I figured you just quit. You're just like, you know what, the hell with it. He's not going to change.
I raised the white flag. I gave up.
Forget it.
Good idea.
I channeled the inner French in me.
See?
Wasn't very nice.
See?
What? Was it something I said?
French people aren't
Hinted at. Hinted at. All right, let's move along here with the Rams moving on to the next game. The Green Bay Packers, Chicago Bears. The Bears beat the Packers 31-27 after the Packers got a big in the first half.
21-3 halftime.
21-3 at the half. McManus misses the kick. And then the Bears were able to find their way back. It is now coming out that the Packers are speaking with Matt LaFleur right now about a contract extension. Mr. Ryder, do you think that is the right move for the Green Bay Packers to bring back Matt LaFleur?
Hey, listen, anytime you can lose to your arch rival in the wild card round and be 3-6 in your final 9 playoff games and give someone a contract extension with a raise, you just have to do it.
I would bring back Matt LaFleur, and if they fired him, I'd go pick him up at the airport and bring him here to be the head coach of the Browns.
Actually, I agree 100% with you. Because, well, you know what? Here's the thing, though. I do think John Harbaugh would add the Packers
to his list.
To his list, but you can't fire your guy thinking you're getting John Harbaugh. That's the problem. You only fire your guy
if you don't want him here.
Right. Like, you got to do what the Browns did. You don't fire Mike Prefer until you know Bubba Ventrone's coming.
Like, did Mike McDaniel get fired because Harbaugh was suddenly available?
Nothing on the.
That was pretty good. I like that.
I'm just over here making sure we're moving rapid fire. In fact, a little bit of news coming down when it comes to rapid fire. Veteran quarterback Bailey Zappi signing a futures deal with the Jets, Pair Source. So fare thee well.
Oh,
Bailey Zappi.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see you in week 18 next year, Bailey.
That dude lit it up in college. I'm just saying. That doesn't mean anything. What did he light it up in college? Bailey, we hardly knew you.
Yep. It was a lot of fun while you were here. We'll have a lot of long-lasting memories that I can't remember right now. But I'm sure Jeff will bring up at some point soon.
Hey, listen.
So that leaves Deshaun Watson, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders.
Well, that's like a normal team amount of quarterbacks.
There's a seat in that quarterback room. Let's fill it, baby.
Listen, he leaves Cleveland having completed 51.6% of his passes for 170 yards with a touchdown, 2 picks, and a 51.8 rating. If there wasn't a reason to mourn the loss of a Cleveland Browns quarterback going to greener pastures, pun intended, joining the Jets, it's the loss of Bailey Zappi.
There it is.
Moving on to Sunday's NFL games, the Buffalo Bills beat the Jacksonville Jaguars 27-24. Jacksonville had the ball at the end of this game. Trevor Lawrence dropped back and threw an absolutely horrendous pass that I still don't totally know what he was going for in that game. But Josh Allen went Superman in this one and dragged the Bills to a victory in here. What are you guys thinking after what you've seen to this point? Again, we got one more game tonight of Houston and Pittsburgh. Are the Buffalo Bills the best team in the AFC, or are you seeing another team at this point that you think is the favorite to make their way to the Super Bowl?
I'll still take the Buffalo Bills, even though their wide receiver group could use a boost. I could see them going out and signing 2 wide receivers, drafting another this coming season. Alec Pierce from the Colts, free agent. Keep that name in mind. I think he's going to make a lot of money this offseason. Josh Allen on the tush-push play when they were at the 10-yard line and he got inside the 1 because they couldn't bring him down and he just kept on his feet. I just kept thinking, this dude was the 3rd quarterback taken in that draft after we took Baker.
Well,
that one will forever haunt me. I feel bad about it.
Listen, no one knows regret more than Browns fan.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, let's be honest about it. All right. So I do think that the threat to the Buffalo Bills will not be the Denver Broncos.
You going to go Houston?
No. The threat to the Buffalo Bills, I believe, is going to be the New England Patriots.
Boy, did they look good. We're going to get to that one. They look real.
Heck, we brought it up. Let's just do it. Patriots 16, Chargers 3. I thought the Chargers defense did a heck of a job. If you were looking at Jesse Minter as possibly a Browns coach, that's a good showing for him.
You know what? I almost fell asleep 3 times during that game. Mostly because I got up at 5 a.m. But also, too, it was a very boring game from an offensive standpoint.
Yeah, you're coming off the rest of the week.
I know. It was
the
a
weekend
letdown.
was outstanding.
Boy, we think our offensive line here in Cleveland needs some help. I know the Chargers' offensive line is injured as well. Justin Herbert's way too valuable to have him get hit that much. They need some help there.
They need Rashawn Slater and they need Joe Alt to play. That kind of solves a good chunk of those problems.
Well, it would, but I just hate seeing.
Me too.
I hate seeing franchise big time quarterbacks just get the snot beat out of them. Justin Herbert was getting the snot beat out of him.
You buy the Pats? Because a part of me wonders in all of this, gentlemen, if the performance that their defense had against that Patriots offense, which has been explosive, and Drake May, who's one of 2 guys who could possibly get MVP votes, either him or Stafford.
In Stafford.
It seemed in that moment, gentlemen, that maybe the New England Patriot offense is not as explosive as we all thought.
I think a part of it, you got to give the Chargers defense a little credit there. Mm-hmm. The Patriots had no problem scoring points this year. Okay. Now I realize they didn't play a lot of winning teams.
Yeah.
All right. They did have the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man schedule this year. But
hey, he was intimidating.
You can the extra large one, yeah.
Yeah.
But I do think that, yes, they are for real. And they are, obviously you're getting tested in the playoffs. I think you got to give the Chargers defense some credit here. Jim Harbaugh and his staff. But, man, it's looking good for Josh Allen. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, if he can't do it this year,
he may
never. Like, this is lining up for him. And I'm not trying to diminish the difficulty of an NFL postseason because it's extremely difficult. But, man,
it's lining up. You're right.
It really is.
Brandon Cooks did
even
a nice
with them
job
as the 6th seed, Jeff.
It is lining up. You're right.
Even with them as the number 6 seed, they'll play top-seeded Denver in Denver next weekend.
And
that
to me, that's
tough. That's a great defense.
It is tough, but I wouldn't mind playing Denver.
The Patriots.
I'd rather play Denver than the Patriots in the next round.
The Patriots are going to slap around whoever wins between the Texans and Steelers tonight, which I think is going to be the Texans. That's not even in doubt to me. So I think the AFC Championship is going to be Patriots and Bills.
Ooh, I like that. We've got 2 more games we've got to get to here. One that is yet to be played and one that was played. So we'll start with the one we know the answer to. San Francisco 23, Philadelphia 19 in this one. The 49ers take care of the Eagles in a truly disappointing season for the Eagles, especially coming off of a year where they're defending their Super Bowl championship. Jeff, if you're an Eagles fan, how you feeling right now?
I'm a little disappointed. And I'm disappointed in aspects of the team. A.J. Brown and Nick Sirianni yelling at each other during the game, and then I think A.J. Brown's phenomenal. He's a great wide receiver. But dropping that pass that was right across the middle, he had to make that. Saquon got dinged up yesterday. It's just really tough to repeat in the NFL. It really is. And so it doesn't surprise me that they didn't win the Super Bowl. It does surprise me that a beat-up 49er team knocked them out.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't believe that San Francisco. I mean,
they lost George Kittle.
They lose George Kittle.
Ruptured his Achilles.
They've lost so many guys this year.
Bosa,
they're like cockroaches. They won't die.
Warner.
I mean, it's incredible.
They've lost key guys.
Right.
Kyle Shanahan they're just a wizard.
Man, it's really a shame he wanted out of Cleveland all those years ago as quickly as he did.
He'd have been our head coach, right?
All right, gentlemen. So, of course, tonight, Houston Texans, Pittsburgh Steelers. Listen to the Westwood One's coverage of that live on your home of Westwood One's coverage of the NFL playoffs. 92.3 The Fan. Kick 8:15 for that bad boy. Who we thinking tonight? Do we see a winner? Aaron Rodgers get the job done, or does C.J. Stroud and the Texans defense make their voice heard?
I have a hard time thinking that the Steelers are going to be able to put up a lot of points against Houston, and not necessarily because of Aaron Rodgers. Their wide receiving group this year has been DK Metcalf, and then keep your fingers crossed. Aaron's made that work. Their running game, nondescript but effective. I think Houston will be able to slow them down, and for that reason, I'll take the Texans tonight.
I can't bring myself to say anything nice about the Pittsburgh Steelers, other than their terrible towels make for excellent bathroom products. And so I will take the Texans big tonight.
All right, gents, that is rapid fire for you.
Well done, Dano. Mike McDaniel's in town, former Dolphins head coach. You guys want the fella who was fired by the Miami Dolphins? You want the coordinator du jour? We'll wrap up the show. Pick your guy. Daryl and I will do that. Coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you beat the books with Market on Sports. The Steelers host the Texans to finish off Wild Card Weekend, and I know what you're thinking. Tomlin's team's about to go one and done again, and we'll be having the same debate we've had for the last 5 years. Not so fast, my friend. The last 2 playoff matchups for Tomlin, Russell Wilson versus Lamar Jackson, and Mason Rudolph versus Josh Allen. This time, it's Aaron Rodgers versus C.J. Stroud. And Pittsburgh's won how many games in a row at home on Monday night? I'll take the points with the Steelers. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals.
And we'll have the action. Coverage starts at 7:30. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Daryl is in for Andy today. I'm Jeff Phelps. Dan Mennigan behind the glass, running things like absolute crazy. We've had a lot of things going on today. It's been a lot of fun. I have some great guests and some good conversation about everything that's cooking. So it's been a blast, and I've enjoyed it. You can listen to us anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find us all on YouTube. That includes Carmen and Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive, Wilson, Peterland, 2 to 7, each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand right now. Mike McDaniel in town today. It's been kind of the overriding topic of the day. Former head coach of the Dolphins, 4 years, had some success, went to the playoffs a couple of times, mastermind of the offense. We've heard that about a number of guys. Where things stand now, not going to hold you to it, Daryl. Dano, get ready. Where things stand now. Give me who do you really want and who do you think they get?
Well, there's only one guy that I want, and that's John Harbaugh.
Okay, we're in agreement.
My coaching search ended there.
We're in agreement.
But
if I got to move on from Harbaugh,
you know what?
We all agree, though, right?
Until he is named, allow me to dream.
Oh, I want Harbaugh too. Don't think for half a sec I don't.
So do I.
Now,
3 for 3.
But
then again, guys, why wouldn't you?
Right. Now, here's the guy who I think they're going to get. Hell, hold on to your chairs.
You're sticking to it, aren't you?
Dan Pitcher.
Okay.
Or I'm going to now throw in, only because he popped up, I know, on the morning show, I guess, Anthony mentioned this, I think on last Thursday at the end of their show. Nate Scheelhaase, the pass game specialist for the Los Angeles Rams. Now that he's been thrown in there, I'm going to say that the Browns are going to either hire Dan Pitcher or Nate Scheelhaase to be the next head coach, and I'm going to need a lot of liquor.
Wow. Scheelhaase's name came up out of nowhere. And bright young guy, highly thought of, working out there with McVay. But he's been in the NFL, is it 2 years?
Cup of coffee.
I think an offensive assistant and then pass game coordinator. And
I've got socks older than his NFL coaching experience.
I get the idea that because Dan and I are in agreement. You want to find your own Sean McVay or your own Mike Tomlin or your own John Harbaugh.
Andrew Berry told you last Monday, Jeff. Like he did. Like I hammered it on my show yesterday. Like I just kept playing the different clips. Like these two names fit. Like Andrew Berry told us what he was going to do. To your point, they're going to look to find their next Sean McVay. Yeah. They're going to look to outsmart everyone in the NFL.
Is there anything to this? Does Berry want to steer the hiring to a guy who he knows he won't lose positioning to?
Well,
in other words, if Harbaugh gets hired, who's the top dog in the organization?
Right. It's going to be Harbaugh, it should be.
It could even be Mike McDaniel if he were to get hired. But if it's a coordinator du jour, you can be sure Andrew Berry stays as the top dog.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that I will say this. Andrew Berry has never struck me as a person who's worried too much about self-preservation.
I agree.
I do want to make that very clear.
Yep, I agree with that.
He doesn't come off as someone who worries about those type of things.
And he comes off very genuine. Nature seems like a nice fella.
Human nature's human nature. But I will say this. When Dan Pitcher is fired, when Nate Scheelhaase is fired, Andrew Berry will also be fired.
Dano, if you don't get your guy, if you don't get your guy, what do you think they'll do? And Daryl just says Pitcher or Scheelhaase. House, whatever. We'll figure out exactly how to pronounce his name.
I think Jesse Minter's going to sit down in that room and wow them. Everybody you talk to involving Jesse Minter comes back impressed with him. And I wonder if that's what's going to happen, is that he's going to sit down and he's going to talk to Jimmy and he's going to talk to JW, he's going to talk to Andrew Berry and all of those guys, and they're going to walk out and go, damn, that guy's got something. And as much as we love Jim Schwartz, that guy's got something.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Well, we've got another 12 minutes.
Is this Paul DePodesta's short list?
He left it in the drawer.
Just never erased the whiteboard.
Hey, you laughed, Jeff.
I know.
I'm dead serious here for a moment. I know that's shocking, me being serious for a moment, but is this Paul DePodesta's short list? Like, look at some of the guys on the list, right? Again, Dan Pitcher, who isn't talked about on national radio shows, right? I mean,
right.
That screams DePodesta.
Aiden Dirty,
just like
Jesse Minter.
You know what they are? They're this round's Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
Well, Dirty makes a level of sense because
no, he doesn't.
Well, that defense in Seattle was humming. So
they're better than the Legion of Boom.
But
and those guys won a Super Bowl, Jeff.
Right. So there's a party that wants to talk to the dude with the defense who's humming.
But their head coach is the defensive coordinator.
I know.
Right.
So that makes me wonder. You know who I think they're going to end up with as head coach? Right now, don't hold me to it. Jim Schwartz. If they truly want to keep Jim around, and they truly think this team is not, if they think this, not that far away from competing, and they like the defense, why wouldn't you? Okay, bring in your young defensive coordinator to work under him. Bring in a young offensive coordinator to work under him, or keep Tommy Rees. Jim does it for 4 or 5 years. If it goes well, 3 years. And then you can promote from within again if you decide to do such a thing.
There's part of me that, as much as I like Jim Schwartz, that thinks if they do promote him,
wouldn't work.
It's for 1 or 2 years.
And that might be the case.
Because this team is nowhere near like the defense is ready.
Yeah, no.
But you have to completely. I mean, you're telling me that they're going to rebuild the entire offensive line, they're going to rebuild the wide receiver room, and find a quarterback all this offseason?
In one offseason.
No, this is a multi-offseason project. Mm-hmm. Okay?
Do you think they concentrate such efforts on...
and by the time they get the offense fixed, the defense will be broke, because those guys will be too old.
Mm-hmm. Could you rebuild the offensive line, the wide receivers, and the quarterback in one offseason?
Not likely.
Could you? Yeah.
Well, you can. They're going to, but is it? The question isn't can you? Is it going to be proficient enough to allow you to compete? And I think the answer to that is no.
See, neither one of the young quarterbacks here makes me think that they can compete with them next year and maybe get a playoff spot, turn it around like the Bears did.
I got a burger back with Nick Wilson going right now.
Does it involve Mac Jones?
It involves the Browns making the playoffs next season, and I said no way.
And Nick said yes.
He is.
He's thinking. He must be thinking Mac Jones or somebody.
He's feeling pretty good because he's got food on the line.
Ooh, must be.
And he has to openly admit that he was incorrect on something, which I love, Nick. But.
Let's wrap this thing up. Moment of the show. Cam, what do you have?
So he doesn't have it. I'll take care of it over
Dan
here.
Dan Mennigan, moment of the show.
On this end.
What do you have?
I give it to Arthur Blank in this audio that you heard and what he said, because, boy, it was really, really smart.
Because I have authority doesn't mean I have the knowledge. So we can never confuse the two. And if you get a leader who's in that position, they get confused, they can really make some bad decisions.
That's the owner of the Atlanta Falcons. And again, it's the best quote I've heard in years. Because I have authority does not mean I have knowledge. Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, as if that's not reason enough. Brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Smarter today, courtesy of Joe Schad. He was awesome with us, giving us his thoughts on Mike McDaniel and what fans could look to if they decide to go that direction. 92thefan.com. Of course, wherever you get your podcast. Also, social media mentions powered by Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Interviews also on YouTube. I'm smarter because Joe Schad told me every reason why I didn't want Mike McDaniel to get this job anyway. And he just reaffirmed it.
He did hammer him home, didn't he?
Yeah, don't beat good teams, don't win on the road, don't win in the cold. Second half adjustments aren't that great. Questions about leadership, discipline, accountability. Well, if that doesn't sound like a Cleveland Browns head coach, I don't know who does.
You're such a wiseacre. Can I spin that for you?
I speaketh the truth.
Can I spin
Jeffrey.
this for you? I'm smarter because Joe Schad telling us he's convinced that Mike McDaniel will be a better head coach the second time around.
Well, I don't know that he could be worse.
Well, you made the playoffs twice in 4 years.
So did Kevin Stefanski.
Exactly. And you thought Kevin was pretty good.
Till he didn't have any quarterbacks.
or healthy
linemen. Or receivers.
Or wide receivers. Jonathan Peterlin is smirking in the hallway. That means he's been well-fed and well-prepped. He's ready to roll. I'm guessing Nick's around somewhere. So get ready. Afternoon Drive up next. Daryl, thank you, bud. Appreciate it.
You betcha. Do it again soon.
Dano, thank you very much. Tons of great stuff in our show today. And again, if you missed it, go back and listen to it on the Odyssey app. I'm Jeff Phelps. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody.
prefer that he go to the Giants with Jackson Dart. Yeah, I just know he has a better chance of succeeding in Baltimore, and I don't need that.
Lamar obviously gives everyone a better chance than what Jackson Dart is. There's like a clear, obvious, like, hey, good for you, Stefanski. But you're living up in Harbaugh's shadow. That's really tough shoes to fill. But clearly, it's a much better job than the Giants are. So yeah, that's not great.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. What a weekend in the NFL. Mother of the Lord. That was some football, folks. That opened courtesy of Westwood One and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murren, man on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube stream, and of course producing for us as well. Like our videos, we like to be liked on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe as well. We've got, who the hell's doing 2020s?
Jake Volnick.
Jake Volnick, never doubted it for a minute. Our good buddy Jake Volnick on 2020s today. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
I'm kind of in the throes of the immediacy right after the throes of passion. I could use a cigarette right now.
Yeah.
I do have a coffee right here.
Good.
Because it was that good of a weekend of football.
It really was. It was just fun up until, last night's game wasn't the greatest, the Patriots game, but I'm just going to let that one live.
Yeah, I was totally fine with that one being a total stinker because the rest of the football was so good.
That's it. They gave us so much good football I didn't even care about last night. Is starting really all day Saturday and working our way through. And then we even had like a weird 1 o'clock Cavs tip off. So you just got to sit in front of your TV all day Saturday, all day Sunday, and it's been a delight.
There was a part of me, because I used to have this, and it was a pretty strong theory. It happened. If the first round of the playoffs stunk, you knew the divisional rounds was going to be it was just going to be all bangers. I'm so not used to the wild card round being so good.
Did we use up all of ours now?
No.
It's like that baseball thought process that's like, we scored 9 today, save some for tomorrow. It's all independent of each other. It's okay.
I actually think this is the year where I think we don't really have a complete team left in the playoffs. We've got really good teams, but if you watch the Rams this weekend, that's an incredibly talented team that can't get out of their own way.
Especially when they're playing the Panthers, apparently.
And then the Bears are the antithesis of that. They kind of just muddle around for a while, and then in the fourth quarter bring it all together. So you've got the team that can't keep a lead with a team that can't stop coming back from being down at the end of games.
Well, yeah, and our 1 seeds it's Denver, who's got a major flaw with the idea that Bo Nix is their quarterback, okay? He's fine.
Is this the year that you finally come around to him? Because we're going to have to.
Come around to him. I don't have to do anything.
If they win the Super Bowl, I think we have to.
It's a great defense. I just watched too much of Bo Nix in college to be like, I'm convinced he's the reason.
I'm still flabbergasted by the fact he's this good anyways,
number 1 offensive line in the sport. It's incredible what they've been able to do post Russell Wilson. But it's Denver and then it's Seattle. And Seattle's led by Sam Darnold, who, as we know, hasn't found an interception that he doesn't love. He just tosses them as if he's getting paid bonuses by the interception. So, yes, you're right. There's flaws everywhere, but it's made it a lot of fun.
I almost wonder, because, wild card weekend is usually there's the disparity between the second best team in any conference and the 7th best. We didn't really get any of that. The weak part of this was supposed to be the Panthers. And
that was the biggest spread on the Vegas board this weekend, about 10.5 points, and that game was thrilling.
And listen, we can say, well, the Rams failed to keep that lead, and that's fair. Bryce Young really played some great football this weekend. Like 2 guys who maybe changed my thinking on them a little bit this weekend were both in losses.
I became a cokehead this weekend, Nick.
What's that now?
I said I became a cokehead this weekend.
Michael Irvin in town?
Big Jalen Coker fans.
Absolutely.
The Cokeheads. Cokeheads unite.
Cokeheads unite.
I didn't realize if you were that part of
I thought
Sullivan.
we all became cokeheads this weekend.
Yeah.
I thought, is that not all right?
No. I was a little thrown off there.
Was I waiting since Saturday at about 6:30 to drop this at some point throughout the week?
Did you write cokehead on your script just to make sure?
My only notes I had for today's show is make sure we just tell Nick I became a cokehead this weekend.
It's radio. That's more of a 1980s thing for radio, but it could at any point it could make a comeback.
People dropping these secession gifts that just say we're all cokeheads now anytime Coker scored a touchdown. It was fantastic. He played a great game, 135 yards. It was incredible.
But the 2 guys who challenged my previous thinking on them the most this weekend
were both guys that lost, but Bryce Young, who I thought was other than the last 4 throws of the game,
the most important throws.
He made some big throws, and I got to be honest with you, Trevor Lawrence impressed the hell out of me. I still don't think that guy is ever going to be a top 5 quarterback.
Oh no, they had too much Trevor Lawrence was the problem there. They had the run game at their disposal. You're taking on the 31st run defense in the entire NFL in Buffalo. You're getting Travis Etienne looked like he was Jim Brown in his prime, and I don't blame Cohen because this is what you do in these spots. You're supposed to go to your quarterback that makes $55 million a year. Peppered in a little bit too much Trevor Lawrence there.
But he was really good.
He would have won the game if he had just stayed with the run game. It's all he had to do. He just had to stay with the run game and don't rely so much on Trevor Lawrence, and you walk away with an easy win. But he was too important to him to have Trevor win that game, and that's what cost him.
So, great weekend in football aside, a lot of stuff came out about the Browns head coaching search this weekend. Stuff we're going to get to, as you guys can imagine, all show long. But it is Mike McDaniel Day, as he is interviewing with the Cleveland Browns today. And it's been interesting to watch the incredible range of responses to this, from that guy to he's a knockoff Stefanski to, and we'll play it at some point today's show, that guy's too good for the Browns. Like the vast array of takes on Mike McDaniel and the Browns is wild.
Oh, by the way, another note I had from my notepad that I don't actually write notes in, but I think to myself, tell Nick about this. Did you see who was also wearing capris this weekend?
Was it Liam Cohen?
No.
He seems like a capri guy.
Little guy named Sean McVay. In that Rams-Panthers game we discussed. So I do want to know, to the morning show, because he wore capris, does that mean if Sean McVay became available, you just wouldn't want him on being the head coach of the Browns? Is that what that is?
And let's be clear, Matt LaFleur, if he didn't live in Green Bay, he'd be wearing capris too.
Oh, so is that part of it? Did LaFleur, once he got to Green Bay, did they take the capris out of his closet? We don't do that around these parts.
No, he doesn't want to get frostbite on his legs and have stumps down there.
Well, but you can.
You're not wearing capris.
There's more than one atmosphere that you're playing in.
It's Green Bay. Most of the time, you dress for winter, and then err on that side. You err for Arctic winter.
Okay. So McVay was wearing capris, which has been as many detracting comments about McDaniel as we can find. That seems to be the one that just comes back circled around for people. It's not anything about his win-loss percentage. It's not about him losing the locker room or anything else like that. It's like, oh, the man's a little goofy and wears capris. Okay, great.
So it's interesting because Kalshi has Mike McDaniel with the best chance right now to be the Browns' next head coach. 24%. Dan Pitcher in second place there at 17%.
Are those the ones that do odds on whether or not Jesus is coming back?
I don't know, but I do know that there's some issues there. They do?
Yeah, they do. They take
unlike
odds.
Any given day?
No, you can bet it's by the year. So you bet each year whether or not Jesus is coming back, and so it's like minus 10,000 odds or something like that. And then you can bet on any given year. They'll take your bet on whether or not the rapture's happening.
No, do you have to authenticate Jesus, or can it just be? Because I imagine
there's
a guy comes
be some
back,
sort of rules.
It's
right?
going to take a hot minute to figure out is this the real one, right? Because there have been so many people claiming to be that guy, is what I'm saying.
I know. Maybe you need like Pope Leo to be like, this is the guy.
Yeah. So will he come back? And
it's like you get grading cards authenticated by PSA.
Yeah.
I assume Pope Leo is like the PSA of the whole "is this Jesus or not" thing.
All right.
I feel like he's the big authenticator.
All right. Final task. Here's some water.
And Jesus is like, no, I've done this trick.
Come on, I got a new trick.
I worked for 2,000 years to create new stuff, and you want me to play the hits now?
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, I mean, you don't come back and all of a sudden it's like your new album. Come on now.
And then everyone's yelling like, no, we want water into wine.
Play water into wine. It's like his Freebird. All right.
And when I went on a spring break in Panama City when I was in college, we went to this place and this guy was playing music. And I just started screaming Freebird the way that everyone does, right?
Because you were a douche.
Yes, and I was drunk and I was 20 years old. And I'm like, Freebird, all this other nonsense. And the guy, he legitimately stopped his show at one point and was like, if you say Freebird one more time, I'm going to take this microphone, come down there and choke you. And I was like, okay, got it. Got the message.
This is the difference between you and me.
Got the message.
I'd make him come down there and choke me.
Me and my friends had a riot.
Yeah.
We were really enjoying ourselves.
I would make sure. I was like, don't you tease if you can't please.
Some people pay extra for that.
You're not going to out-freak this freak, okay?
A lot of people pay extra for that.
Now, this being said, it's another point to remind people this really wouldn't be that bad a hire, guys. Mike McDaniel's a really well thought of offensive mind. If you can keep Jim Schwartz, and I know we have the Albert Breer report piece, whatever we want to say, to get to, if you could keep Jim Schwartz and get Mike McDaniel, I'm sorry, that's about as good as it's going to get for you.
I think so too. I think the options that I've had and we've tried to present, I don't know why people are looking at McDaniel as if this is a bad thing. This is about if you're not landing Harbaugh, name me the better alternative.
Do you think that people would be more excited about this if Harbaugh just wasn't on the table?
For sure.
Has Harbaugh ruined every coaching search in America with his name?
So I say for sure, but maybe that was a little too premature with that because we talk about McDaniel though, and there's a lot of people that we go to the Capris, we go to the vaping on the sidelines, we go to all this other stuff. Hell, Daryl doesn't like him just because he watched Hard Knocks. Like, there's just enough people that have just built up this anti-McDaniel, and I never really understood what it's for. He got Tua to be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, lead the NFL in completion percentage, took him to multiple playoff appearances, which is not a thing that Tua is supposed to be able to do, and instead we look at it like he should have accomplished more.
Don't we know that, like, and I'm going to keep coming back to this, McDaniel is what Stefanski's supposed to be. Mm-hmm. Like, McDaniel's been saddled with Tua as his quarterback and never stopped evolving and creating in his offense. McDaniel is one of the most creative, or has one of the most creative run games in the NFL, and one that has worked no matter who the running back or running back by committee is. And he's pretty darn good evaluator and developer of offensive talent. The defense has been what the defense has been in Miami, but he never had the defense the Browns walk into. That's why, to me, it's so important to keep Jim Schwartz. Like, I can't definitively tell you, Mike McDaniel will be your Kyle Shanahan, your Sean McVay, your whatever. But when we're starting to look at, like, what you want in a bounce-back candidate, it is totally fair if he just doesn't check the almighty box, which is, I don't know if he's a leader of men. That's 100% fair. But I can tell you that the difference between him and Kevin Stefanski is in Miami, Mike's floor was 7-10. I was comfortable with Stefanski when that was his floor as opposed to a 3-win team or a 5-win team.
I just always believe in guys when that's their specialty and then you see it play out the way that it's supposed to. Like, if defense is your problem because you're an offensive-minded coach, and listen, it was his problem. Vic Fangio, looks night and day with Vic Fangio there as opposed to what he's doing right now with Philadelphia, for instance, right? Like, it's night and day, and Vic Fangio's been really good at a lot of other spots, wasn't good in Miami. But, like, I can find ways to fix that. That's what Jim Schwartz is for. We can find ways to do that. His side of the ball is what's best. There's been many years with Stefanski that we weren't able to say his side of the ball is the best part of this team.
So Mike McDaniel is the interview today. Obviously, the Browns had more interviews over the weekend. We've got different reports on Jim Schwartz's future, Tommy Rees's future, John Harbaugh, where he might land. But 216-474-0092 at Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Is Mike McDaniel a downgrade from Kevin Stefanski? We're going to get to that in about 5 minutes, but quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. As the show rolls on, Cleveland's own Nick Shook. He has been out on Shador, but he might have, I think he said, a peace offering for the Shadorians, the supporters, as it were, at 4:20 today. And we got Brian Batko of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette coming up at 3:40 today as well. We'll ask him about Mike Tomlin, the Steelers. They've got the Texans tonight. Is Mike Tomlin, is this his final game with the Pittsburgh Steelers one way or another? But is Mike McDaniel a downgrade from Stefanski? And the latest on John Harbaugh in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, and Afternoon Drive, all live each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You have the New York Giants with the quarterback. You have the Atlanta Falcons in a very easy division. You have a number of offensive weapons there. It appears that they have a defensive coordinator that they will keep in place in Jeff Ulbrich. But those are just two options. I'm told from various sources that the Titans would be third. The Cleveland Browns have a chance, an opportunity. I think that the teams at the top would probably really have to screw up their pitches to John Harbaugh.
That was Jonathan Jones of CBS Sports giving his update, one of many updates that we heard over the weekend on John Harbaugh. It seems like everyone thinks the Browns have at least a small chance or a significant chance to get John Harbaugh, but none of the major reporters can agree how much.
No, nobody can agree how much. It does feel like they're at least in the conversations, though, which is really all we should be asking for. Chip in a chair, right? Let's just have a conversation, and then from there, it's on Haslam. And really, I was thinking about this, like, should he kick Andrew Berry out of the room? I think there needs to be like a 5 or 10 minute deal where it's just Jimmy Haslam in the room with Harbaugh, where you can tell him, not only can I give you this amount of money, I can also get rid of Andrew if you need to as well.
Hey, Andrew, man, I'm feeling a little peckish. I could use some like peanut butter and chocolate. I'm feeling a little low blood sugary.
Yeah, could you just run out?
So the vending machine down the hall, that's not going to cut it.
And Andrew's like, we got people that can go do that.
No. You know which ones I like. They're on the bottom rung. They're down in the basement.
But Ashley's really good at this, though. She's really good at this.
Nah, she never picks the right ones. No offense, Ashley, but Andrew, let's get to this. And then Andrew's like, okay.
And the whole way, it's like it's the dead man walking scene in Green Mile. He's just walking like, oh no, I'm screwed. This is where he bus tosses me and I'm out of a job. But like, I almost wondered if he should like bake in like a 5-minute. I just want to do this with everyone. Like 5 minutes, me and the candidate all setting up for this Harbaugh appearance, where he can then tell him you get anything you want. Name your person, name your place, name your amount of money. Let's do this.
Some Jimmy and John time. Just
That's
us.
it.
Just two bros broing out.
And then he does it with everyone. Nate Shieldhouse, the whole gang. And then it just seems normal. Seems like
said
this
that
is
name very correctly.
I did say it very correctly. Unlike a lot of people today, and really a lot of people over the weekend as well. Oh boy! Pew 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 pew.
That's just dirty pool.
Boy.
That is just dirty pool on so many
he's
levels.
Mickey Mouse or something. It was really funny to me.
Be more like, oh boy.
That's
one of those.
What it was.
I just think it's interesting. So I do think the question is going to be: do the Giants or Falcons do they let John Harbaugh leave the room? Because if they do, that opens the window for Jimmy Haslam and the Browns. And I think like if the Browns call out to John Harbaugh, we want to interview you, come on in, and then he takes a job before he gets a chance to get to the Browns, I don't know I can really put that on the Browns.
Well,
right?
yeah. I mean, but
because like the whole point of the Jimmy magic in all of this is you get in a room with Jimmy Haslam and his pocketbook, and then that does the talking.
Right. That's
But if he never gets to there, I can't really blame the Browns for that.
I know. I also do feel like if this is where does Haslam have to have a conversation with the agent beforehand to be like, before you ever even get into the Giants room, before you ever even get into that spot, I want you to know what we're going to offer you. I want you to know what that expectation is. I can't afford to let that situation happen.
You can only loosen that bullet once. You can only get him with the shock and awe once.
I know, but it might be worth it.
Unless when he actually comes in, it's actually like $5 million more than you told the agent the first time.
You can only use that bullet once, but if you never get to use that bullet, that's even worse. That's the worst thing that happens.
Or the guy just didn't really want to come here. Like, I can live with that. I can live with John Harbaugh just never gives you a chance to do this, as opposed to you had a chance to it and you were like, well, I hope you like John Harbaugh. John, I hope you like Jim Schwartz, Tommy Rees, and Andrew Berry. Like, and by the way, the analytics are really still in charge. Like that to me would be the thing where it's like, okay, did you really want John Harbaugh, or did you just want John Harbaugh on your terms?
I did notice some of the reports talking about how John Harbaugh had to do all this research on all the quarterbacks, right? He had to dissect Jackson Dart, dissect Cam Ward. I was like, do you think he broke down a lot of Shedeur tape? What do you think he did there?
I think we already know, right? Didn't he already do some Shedeur work there?
That's what I'm saying. He's already done the work on Shedeur. Does he need any more of the 7 games? Is that what he needs?
Should we get his number and send him some stuff? Like, oh, John, hey, it's Nick and John from Cleveland.
We missed the mixtape opportunity.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Just a couple of friendly texts.
I have thought about. I just don't spend time editing things, but I've thought about just doing a splice of all of Shedeur's best throws and just putting them out there and just not saying anything with it. And just it's like a 3-minute montage of just the very, very best, greatest hits of Shedeur over the previous 7 games.
I will tell you, that is why the social media is the perfect place for the Shedeur conversation, because there are people putting out like one bad read from Shedeur.
Well, he gets all that.
And it's like
he gets all the negative throws in a montage.
The highlights are all over TikTok. TikTok is very pro Shedeur.
Where's my 3-minute montage of just the very best throws from those 7 games?
I think maybe you're seeking out the negative
pass to Isaiah Bond. All these times, he never gets the cut-ups that I want. It's always like here's 3 minutes of him playing not great football.
I swear, half of my TikTok, when I'm rolling through them, one, it's like, this is why Shedeur's not an NFL quarterback, this one individual play. And the next person is like, this is why Shedeur is an NFL quarterback.
Maybe my TikTok is too much of Drake May's wife making cookies.
I think you're telling on yourself with that one.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of Drake May's wife making different delicate goods.
For 1 second,
she calls it Bake Miss.
All right, I do know about this. I have heard about this, and I have seen this. I thought we were talking about Drake for a minute. I just stopped hearing
the rapper Drake.
Yeah, and I was like, I don't know. I'd be consuming a lot. I didn't even know he was married. Took me a minute. I was like, I didn't know you were that into wheelchair Jimmy's wife.
She's like Drake May's. They've been together since like 7th grade.
Yeah, that's wholesome.
A very adorable couple.
Yeah. By the way,
very adorable, and she makes cookies, and Patriots fans lose their mind.
We could all grow to be the quarterback of an NFL team if, starting in 7th grade, we had the amorous affection of women. Right? Seriously, that dude's holding hands in 7th grade. You know, by the time junior year comes around, other things are going down. Like,
that's the difference. She knew what she was hitched to.
You think she knew in 7th grade?
Yeah, I would think.
It was like the scouting combine?
I would think Drake May had already displayed a lot of athleticism by the time 7th grade had happened.
Those shoulders, he's going to be at least 6'4". Let's test out the arm.
He had to pass math class somehow.
Greg, throw me some Nutter Butters.
His dad was in the coaching world. Like, she had to assume he was going to land in some sort of nice spot. And so, like, there's a reason why.
Cynical for me.
There's a reason why, like, 7th, 8th graders, it never lasts, is because most of the time the girl then realizes, oh, there's someone better out. There's something better. It's there. It exists. Let me go do that. There was nothing better than Drake May at that point. It was never gonna materialize.
Who hurt you?
A lot of people. A lot of people along the way.
This sounds like 7th grade Johnny got done dirty here.
A lot of people along the way.
You're not Drake May's age, are you?
No. I'm not even close.
The other man.
I think Drake May's actually like Jake Volnick's age.
So what's funny about this is, while we wonder, okay, how much of a chance do you really have with John Harbaugh? The Giants fans have gone from he's going to Miami, this is a nightmare, to now swinging back to and it's all because of Ian O'Connor's tweet yesterday. As the Giants prepare to close on Harbaugh in the coming days, and then he posts a story that he wrote 10 years ago, which is wild, by the way. You get all the Giants fans incredibly hot and bothered by being like, so they're closing on John Harbaugh. By the way, here's the thing I wrote about him 10 years ago. That is wonderful use of social media. It's basically catfishing, because you're like, oh, there must be some hidden thing in this. No, it's just something Ian O'Connor wrote a decade ago for ESPN on John Harbaugh. But you gave them what they wanted, which was the Giants are preparing to close on John Harbaugh. Now because of that, all of our friends at WFAN. So he's coming here, and that's just how it's going to be. It's like,
are these the same people that a week ago you told me were locked in on Stefanski?
On Friday. Yes, same people. And on Friday, they were certain. It was like a funeral dirge. It was like, he's going to Miami. He's got the relationship with Stephen Ross. I've never seen it. This level of flip-flopping simply cannot happen in the world. It cannot. Not at Big Bad WFAN.
Fanta levels of flip-flop. Well, they got a new lineup over there.
It makes Fanta stand your ground guy. Like, that's like hold the line guy, John Fanta, compared to the flip-flopping back and forth from day to day.
Because last week you told me you wanted to do a burger bet on it. They said it was going to be wrapped up and done by Friday.
Yeah.
Here we are. Now it's Monday.
And then Harbaugh got fired.
Here we are.
And then Harbaugh has and hasn't been their coach. I'm inclined to believe, and I've never stopped believing, that the Giants would be his number one spot. I think the one thing about the Giants is it's kind of similar to the Green Bay job. I don't know they're giving you $20 million a year and all the power you want, because those are different franchises. Yeah. Whereas a lesser franchise, like in the eyes of football people, Atlanta, Cleveland, Tennessee, might just give you everything you want just to come in the door.
Seems like we'll give you anything you want. It seems like Arthur Blank will too. Arthur Blank really does, and he went a little cheaper with Raheem Morris this last go around. But it seems like at this spot, Arthur Blank is ready to just unload as far as the financials are concerned. I still think the Raiders after Friday night, though, you know, the amount of people that were like, "You can have this on your roster." Speaking of Mendoza, immediately ready to sign up after that game on Friday night. Like it was there's a lot that can still happen within this coaching search.
I want to get to the McDaniel Stefanski line there, but 216-474.
Also, where's McCarthy been hiding?
0092. Probably at a pizzeria.
It's not a bad guess.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he's more of like
I bet he's a wings guy.
Ooh, that's good. I was thinking steak and soft shell because he got the taste of fine life in Dallas, and now he's not going back. It's
disappointing when you have people like McCarthy that are a little bit bigger, and they eat just horrible food. Not like horrible bad for you, but I mean like horrible. Like he's like I don't know. Like he uses like 2,000 calories a day on Pringles or something insane. You know what I mean? Or something that like isn't the traditional.
So
like,
are there
I eat a lot of wings
in the fat community that I don't know about?
I just feel like if you're going to be a bigger guy, at least do it right. You know, like stuff your face with pizza, do wings, do basically all the really fatty foods that people on diets don't eat consistently. Like, do those a lot.
But do people on diets consistently eat Pringles?
I don't know. I couldn't come up with a better one on the top of my head there. But I was thinking of like if they eat like a lot of broccoli or something, or a lot of carrots or something.
I mean, I kind of think
something that like isn't necessarily just wings that we know are just going to be a million calories.
I kind of think the whole point of the fat game is there's just no ethics to it.
Is that it?
It's like the Wild Wild West.
Okay, I like that thinking.
You can just eat whatever you want, whenever you want, however you much. By the way, I very successfully withheld a 12-pack of Nutter Buddies for my kids for like 2 weeks. Just put it up where nobody would see it, and nobody found it.
The fat game's always confusing to me, but what I do appreciate about you is that you outwardly eat a lot of things in general.
Yeah.
And you don't hide it. I feel like I have some bigger friends that I just never see eat.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how'd you get to be big? I never see you eat.
It's Hacksaw. Hacksaw does the thing of like, oh, I just want one chicken finger, and it's like, come on, that's not a one chicken finger body. What are we doing here?
Yeah, like, what are you doing the show for?
Like, I'm going to take 12 home for my family.
What are you doing the show for? Just eat it. Eat it all. We don't care.
I think the Browns do have a chance with Harbaugh. I just don't know they're going to have a chance to get to Harbaugh. Does that make sense?
It does. And the fact that we're like 4th or 5th on just about everybody's list, not encouraging. But again, we were that way with Deshaun Watson too, and then they were able to get it done.
Now I'm going to land though in a best spot, which is Charles Robinson saying that this job has more potential than people realize, and I don't think that's because Charles thinks that. I think it's because Charles has heard from people around the NFL that this job has more potential than people realize.
I hope so. I hope that's the case. And we'll find out based off of who and what ends up here. If it's not Harbaugh, if it ends up being McDaniel, then I think he's dead on the money.
216-474-0092. Do the Browns have a chance with Harbaugh? We got quick hits coming up in 5 minutes, showcasing an incredible weekend of football in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volman.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Coming up at 4:20, Nick Shook, the Shookie Monster. Was my nickname for him. He's actually a very, very successful member of the media. NFL.com, the NFL Daily Podcast. We'll talk about Shedeur. He has a Shedeur perspective shift that has happened, and he wants to make amends with these supporters. We'll also get his take on how realistic of an option is John Harbaugh. But let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
Nick Sirianni and A.J. Brown had a massive sideline dust-up again during the Eagles' loss to the 49ers on Sunday. Brown declined to speak with the media after the game, so here is head coach Nick Sirianni commenting on the exchange.
I was trying to get him off the field, because we were about to punt, and that was really it. So I love AJ. I think he knows how I feel about him. I have a special relationship with him. We probably went through every emotion you can possibly have together. We've laughed together. We've cried together. We've yelled at each other. We're both emotional. I was trying to get him off the field, and that happens in this game. But I love him.
All right, between that exchange and the drops, was this the last time we'll see A.J. Brown play for the Eagles?
I'm not sure about that. The mistake Howie Roseman made is he didn't trade him at the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Should have traded him at the deadline, and I know the dead cap is insane. That's why it's even hard for an off-season conversation, is the dead cap's just a lot attached to A.J. Brown, but you got to find something different here. A.J. Brown was hugging teammates after the game in the locker room, he was crying as if he's gone. There needs to be some change after this Eagles season. That was the perfect Eagles game is what we saw in that game on Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be weird. I hope they don't think they can just fire Kevin Patullo, the offensive coordinator.
Well, they're definitely doing that. They're
definitely doing that, but there's a personality thing in there. Listen, AJ's still only 28 years old. I don't think he's worth a first rounder in a trade anymore. So trying to find the right mix of trade comp versus how you work the salaries, I would 100% be in on him if I were the Browns, by the way.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
If you're not having to give up a first and maybe a second round, if this is like a third and fifth kind of deal, I would do it no hesitation.
Definitely. He's so talented. It's a really crappy way. And by the way, your boy Jalen Hurts did not escape a lot of the problems that were attached to that game either.
No, he was, okay, the drops hurt him more than I thought he did, but it was not good all around.
Not a good game.
Saquon made some plays.
Yeah, he did. All right, Packers are now expected to try to work out a deal in the coming days to keep head coach Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. That game Saturday night. We say this with every Bears game, it feels like, but it's game of the season. We've said this 3 other times with the Bears game at some point throughout the year. They continue to just pull. They call them the Cardiac Bears, which I don't like. And I'm sure a lot of people here definitely don't like that they're being called the Cardiac Bears.
Mm-hmm.
But they're pulling out these wins. But Matt LaFleur and Ben Johnson after the game and the handshake heard around the world, there's some real tension here. They generally don't like each other.
But I think it's all created by Ben Johnson. I don't remember this being a thing prior to Ben Johnson's press conference where he's I look forward to beating Matt LaFleur twice a year. They don't come from the same tree, so maybe that's part of this. I think this is just an extension of the Lions-Packers beef that's happened.
It definitely is, yeah.
But, it's weird. At no point before Ben Johnson's introductory press conference a year ago have we gotten any word of beef between Johnson and LaFleur. And then Johnson, you know damn well, no matter whether they won or lost this weekend, that he was going to do that handshake the way it went.
For sure. He had it planned out ahead of time. He loves this stuff. And on top of it, he's talked about how people in the Browns front office or Bears front office and ownership are almost encouraging him to do these type of things. So is he playing it up for that? Before at some point, he's got to turn on and be what did I do to you, man? How did we get here?
Totally
what did I do to you?
You know what I think this is for?
I kind of love it, though.
I think it's a fake it till you make it.
That's fine.
I think he's trying to get rid of the same old Bears stuff.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a good vibe.
I saw my buddy Dan go into that game, and I was like, "How are we feeling about this game?" And he's like, the Bears just aren't going to be able to do this. And I was like, I can't tell whether this is your analysis or whether this is just a damaged Bears fan.
Probably damaged
who's
Bears
had
fan.
to deal with just years. It's like Browns fans of like, you don't believe until you get substantial and almost an overcorrection belief that you have to actually believe in your team.
And they played such a bad half. The amount of people on my timeline that I know from Chicago that were just talking about how bad this was, how awful it was, they're going to stop being Bears fans, all these other things, and then turn around and play the second half that they did. It was unreal.
Ben Johnson's trying too hard, but it's working because you can tell LaFleur's pissed. The Jaguars lost to the Bills on Sunday, and Jags head coach Liam Cohen received some soothing from an unlikely source, a Jacksonville media member.
I want to tell you, congratulations on your success, young man.
Thank
you. Hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent season.
Thank
you. And you did a great job out there today.
Appreciate
so you
it.
just hold your head up, okay?
Thank
and
you,
ladies
ma'am.
and gentlemen, Duval, you the one, all
Thank
right?
you, ma'am.
keep it going. We got another season, okay?
I appreciate
Take
it.
care and much continued success to you and the entire team.
Thank you, man.
I really like somebody like that in like my personal life to just come along on any given day.
Well, because you know, when a person like that says that, it's genuine and
Yes.
it's real, and there's no fakeness attached to that, and so there's something sweet about it.
Are
It's
you
endearing.
among the media masses infuriated at this exchange?
No, I'm not. It would be odd of me if I was the person being like, Shador can have someone interrupted for 20 seconds, but then I care about this. You know, like it's 20 seconds of their time. I get everyone's on deadlines. Great. You all write for digital companies at this point that all can have things updated on the fly. Like, I just don't think the 20 seconds really, I don't think it's worth the 20 seconds that this was disrupted for how many people are so enraged by it all. It's like, it just doesn't bother me.
I think
it's not something I would ever do, but it doesn't bother me.
I think you and I are actually in lockstep on this. I get really annoyed. There's a class of media member that thinks they get to define what media is. And again, it's radio people like to look down at podcasters, and reporters like to look down at this person. Radio people, and everybody kind of has an opinion of how this should be. People that do our job have an opinion on ESPN and First Take and all that, and reporters have it. And honestly, I get that traditionally this is not an exchange that we would have between reporter and or media member and the head coach right after a team member lost. We're not living in a common era. This the confines of sports media has been so is so elastic now that it affords people who are diehard reporters at newspapers to sit next to people who are podcasters, that sit next to people who are radio people, that sit next to TV people. And I think that's a positive, because I do think in the end you get a lot of different perspectives on sports. So I don't really give a rip. And if the worst thing somebody can say about this lady is she was super nice, okay. It's weird to me the amount of people in this business that can't just say, well, that's not for me. I mean, I wouldn't do it. It's not for me, but that's okay.
I didn't see a lot of people getting all up in arms when Shadell did it last 2 weeks ago to Stefanski. Mm-hmm. Didn't see people really care.
I saw a few tweets about it, and I heard a few other things about it, and my response is pretty much to those people what my response about this is.
Yeah, could it have been?
It's a nice sentiment.
Could it have been something that they did in passing? Okay, maybe, but maybe they didn't think they were going to be able to have that in passing moment, and so it's just not the end of the world. It's not worth getting upset about. It's not worth getting all up in arms about. And I think people have spent more time discussing it than any part of it actually lived in real time with.
I'm just so happy that it's been able to be dissected like it's that really is in the scheme of things in social media. A story that is like, this is interesting, turning into the biggest crap show ever with a bunch of really terrible takes. That's social media for you.
The problem I have with it is that sometimes the sports reporting world, and I get it, they all think that they're Woodward and Bernstein. I get it, but you're not. It's still sports. At the end of the day, it's sports. And you should take your job very seriously. One thing I think is always a problem is when you're in this world, the sports, the toy bin world, and people, they don't take it with serious nature. They don't take it with any sort of levity or anything like that. There's
right
parts. Here. No. You do, but you do. You care enough about it, and you take things enough in a serious way. That's when you become a big joke, is when you take none of that serious and none of that with any sort of serious nature. And so, with this stuff, there's times to be really serious about it. And there's other times where this really doesn't matter the way that you think it does. All right, former Nebraska quarterback Dylan Raiola has committed to Oregon. The Ducks still awaiting a decision on Dante Moore's return. If Moore does return, Raiola would back him up for a season and then take over as a starter in 2027. This has got to be a great come up for Mahomes Jr.
Yeah, no, this is exactly where we're going to go. You apprenticed for 2 years at Nebraska. Now, so again, you've got like the groundswell of I've played at a major college and I've got a lot of experience, and now you're going to a place that can make you a king.
Yeah, Oregon quarterbacks just don't suck with Dan Lanning.
Yeah.
You might suck at the next level, Dylan Gabriel, etc. Like you might have a hard go of it, but like in college, Oregon quarterbacks, they just don't suck.
And I think you're going to start to see, now listen, right now, the only thing that's driving these quarterback markets is money, but I think you are going to start to see in the portal era, Oregon's going to be one. Miami has a real chance to be this as well. A place where quarterbacks go because they know I can be somebody else over here, but if I finish my career at Miami, if that's my finishing school, I have a chance to be the number 1, 2, or 20 pick in the NFL draft.
You're talking about the Carson Beck glow up? Is that what's happening here?
I was thinking mostly about the Cam Ward glow up, but yeah, I think Carson Beck's back in the top 64 picture.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's weird how much winning just does for your draft stock when we really should be able to separate the traits that it takes in college to win at the next level, but it does matter. And Dan Lanning puts these guys in really winnable situations that he just wasn't in Nebraska.
Yeah.
It's a good thing for Dylan Raiola. I mean, I can't wait for Patrick Mahomes' Instagram to celebrate it. You think Mahomes likes him?
No.
You think Mahomes is bothered by him?
Actually, I don't know, because if I was Pat Mahomes, there's not a lot that would bug me.
I mean, he's just cosplaying as you.
That's fine.
He's stealing your bit, but it's kind of like it's all in an endearing way.
Yeah, as long as you know who you are, that's fine.
It's like a little brother thing.
Right? Like if him cosplaying as you caused some sort of identity crisis, that'd probably say more about you than it does Dylan Raiola, right?
Yeah, I would think so, yeah.
Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson entered the draft last week, but Alabama.com is reporting several schools are recruiting Simpson to enter the transfer portal with deals worth anywhere from $4 to $6.5 million should Simpson stick in college.
Yeah, he just came out. He just tried to do this too early. And like I am more close. I'm closer to what Ross had to say in this stuff when it comes to like Dante Moore. But with Ty Simpson, we don't even know with certainty you'd be a first-round pick. I know most people project him out to be somewhere between 10 to 25. Maybe it ends up getting there, but we don't know with certainty that he would be. And he looks like he can go back and use some growth.
I think the problem is where, like doing it now, it does feel like, I mean, Sam Leavitt just ended up in LSU. So many of these places have gotten their quarterbacks. I mean, Dylan Raiola had to go to Oregon to be either next year or 2 years from now you'll be the guy.
Well, and that's the nice thing, right? Is that you got next year. Then if that class is as packed as everybody says it's going to be, then you can skip next year too. You can wait until 2 more years down the road.
I just meant for Simpson, where do you go? I think Miami still is open post Carson Beck, but beyond Miami, where are the gigs? There's not a lot of jobs right now. We're more seeing guys with Raiola. There's a backup quarterback that's
Did LSU
visiting.
fill their job yet or no?
Sam Leavitt. Yeah,
that was today?
Yeah.
I saw the notification come with Sam Leavitt, and I was driving, and so I didn't get to see the conclusion.
In fairness, we've seen Sam Leavitt notifications happen 4 times, and this one is the most recent one.
That's where I got turned off. I was like, Sam Leavitt, you're just going to tease me again.
I mean,
and then I made a mental note to go back and check it, and I never checked it.
It was Kentucky. It was Texas Tech.
Knew it was going to happen to me.
It's been everywhere, but LSU, that's a good spot for him to land.
Oh, yeah, Sam Leavitt got paid.
Oh, by the way, I don't know why I pointed at you like we have to do that, because we're at the end of the segment there. 216-474-0092. How scared are you of Ty Simpson coming to Cleveland? I'm beyond scared. ESPN fixes the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey.
despite having talent that we all agreed was way, way higher than 5th round pick. But why was he considered developmental? Why were some teams, like he's not even on our draft board? Why did Kevin Stefanski had said that he needed a redshirt year?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. We do have Nick Shook coming up at 4 o'clock, 4:20. Talk about a great weekend in the NFL. The names to know today. It's Mike McDaniel Day. It is Nathan Scheelhaase is also going to be interviewed by the Cleveland Browns. That is a hot name. I will say we're to the predictable. It's not different than the WFAN thing, which is if you just ask anybody in Cleveland on any given day, who do you think it's going to be?
Yeah.
From any conversation I've had with the media, when I say the media, I'm talking about anybody I know within the Cleveland media, it sure seems like whatever name they've heard last.
Yeah, no, that's true. We do have a little bit of news from Tom Pelissero I think you might be interested in. The Ravens have requested an interview with Browns defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz for their head coaching job. So we kind of wondered, nobody is asking Schwartz for any sort of interviews, any sort of jobs, and now here he is, Baltimore.
All right, can I give you my read on that?
Yeah, I'd love it, yes.
I don't think he's going to be a serious candidate for head coach there. Sometimes teams bring guys in for interviews like Todd Monken. I don't think Todd Monken's a real candidate for the Browns head coach job.
They just want intel?
No, I think it's to be the OC. I think he could very, very likely be the next OC here. So I think the Ravens, reading off the Albert Breer report, which was earlier this weekend, that the Browns aren't going to force Schwartz or Reese on the new head coach. I could see the Ravens looking at what's happened to the defense over the last 3 years and go,
yeah,
we want some of that here, because what was one of the biggest knocks on whether it was or the defensive coordinator John Harbaugh, they hadn't really developed anybody on defense. I mean, was it Ross that talked to us about Owe, Odafe Owe, who then went out to San Diego went out to the Chargers and became basically an elite edge rusher, pass rusher, after having 0 sacks in Baltimore.
Well, look at all the guys in that D-line that they ended up, first off, they paid a lot of those guys too, and then it ended up just really not working out the way that they wanted it to. Last 2 years. But all right, so that's interesting. Schwartz getting some love, though, even if it's for some intel for defensive coordinator jobs, which also would, by the way, tell you that the league is starting to think, or at least come to the conclusion, that Jim Schwartz will not be a part of the Browns.
All right. Or at least knows that there's a chance. Because remember, Schwartz, this is important. Schwartz is under contract with the Browns.
Yeah, and they don't have to, by the way, they didn't have to approve any of this.
Yes. So,
and this is just a request from Baltimore. They have not approved it yet.
So these are all things to kind of pay attention to. Guys, don't sleep on the fact Stefanski's already interviewed there, and that this could be part of their pitch to Stefanski. Hey, Kevin, here's your defensive head coach.
We use diabolical a lot. That is diabolical thinking, though.
Well, I mean,
I do like it. It's a good thing. It's a smart thought. If I was Baltimore, I'd be going down that road.
Well, I mean, because I think if we just play this out and kind of they're like, look at what the Browns defense was with Stefanski before he got Jim Schwartz.
I would think it'd be Stefanski's number one choice in general anyway.
Yeah,
you
that
can
would make
just
a lot of sense.
Just about anybody, that's who we'd want.
But now let's be real here. You can't control whether Kevin Stefanski's going to the Ravens or not. You can damn sure control whether Jim Schwartz will.
Well, and so this is where
if you let this happen, this whole nice guy stuff, get it out of your lexicon if this is how you're thinking.
But if you let this happen, or excuse me, if you say, no, sorry, Jim, you can't go ahead and do this, and then you turn around and you hire a coach that wants nothing to do with Jim Schwartz as his defensive coordinator, and then Jim Schwartz is out looking for jobs, that's a tough look.
But
business is tough sometimes. They don't do this. They always tend to do, or at least they try to do the right thing. Maybe this is where they get a little tough with people.
I really struggle with the head coach that wouldn't want Jim Schwartz here.
Well, it's a defensive coach. If you go with a defensive-minded coach.
Even that.
I think it's going to be tough.
Your job is to not be the defensive coordinator here. Your job's to be the head coach.
I know, but like Jesse Minter, for instance, is going to have his whole defensive philosophies that he wants to implant and input. Brian Flores is completely different than what Jim Schwartz even runs to begin with anyway.
I would say to both those guys, don't you want to win?
Well, that's what I would think too, but...
if we remember when Mike Tomlin took over in Pittsburgh, this is a guy who had run the Tampa 2 his entire career. He had been that in Tampa, and obviously had started to try and run that in Minnesota. And the Steelers basically said to him, Dick LeBeau is your defensive coordinator, and Keith Butler is going to be your defensive coordinator after that. Mike Tomlin's been coaching in the 3-4 since then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's not to say that won't happen, by the way, because I think you're right on.
No, I don't know.
Those guys are going to want that, but this is where
usually it's how it works.
This is where an organization would go, hey, just so you know, that thing that's working really well, where we're seeing a lot of success, we're not going to change that just because you're the head coach.
But meanwhile, again, we got that report from Albert that basically is hinting at the idea that Jim Schwartz and Tommy Rees aren't going to be deal breakers in any of these decisions when it comes to what the head coach wants.
Doesn't it just kind of annoy you that those two names are getting the same billing?
It does a little bit, yes. Yes, it does.
Listen, I think Tommy is a really interesting coach, and I do think that time will be very kind to his NFL career. If he wants to be the head coach of USC in 3 years, I think he can be it. If he wants to be a head coach of an NFL team in 3 years, if he goes to the right teams, I think he's going to have a chance to do it. I do think he has all the right people in his corner, right? And he's got experience in all kind of situations, whether it's throwback football as a player, whether it's analytics, he's got a wealth of experience. To me, Jim Schwartz is like, I can't say that I would force him on a head coach. Cannot do that. But I'm just this side of forcing him on a head coach. He's as close to, I'm going to make you hire him as possible without actually being that.
That's why I just lean towards the idea that they're going to end up going with an offensive mind. If it's not McDaniel, I like the idea that Dan Pitcher just keeps getting more and more steam with each passing day. Not because it's something I can endorse. I don't know anything about him. None of us do. But the idea that it would fit something that they clearly want to go towards. You keep Schwartz intact, and then you get this guy that you think is the next McVay, and you slide him in.
My problem with Dan Pitcher is, if they hire Dan Pitcher the whole time, I'm going to say, so was Dan Pitcher the whole time. Because he and Andrew...
he was out of the gate?
Well, no, because
the Colts connection?
Well, yeah, the Colts connection. Andrew's known him for a decade. Andrew is clearly maybe on his last leg as an NFL GM in this iteration, and I'm going to go to the trust tree with a nest.
Dan Pitcher and those type of guys, you talk about boom or bust, that is a boom or bust selection. That is, if it works out, great. You want to be the guy that hires Sean McVay before he's Sean McVay. That's a massive, you get to keep your job for a very long time. And if it doesn't work out, well, then obviously you won't have a job, which you might not have anyway after a year.
So we never really got to this. We threw it out there, but we never answered it for ourselves.
Yeah.
Do you think, as this is Mike McDaniel Day, do you think Mike McDaniel is a downgrade from Kevin Stefanski?
No, I don't understand the people that think it is. I don't even understand the people. I think it's lateral. I think it's you're on the same plane. Let's put it that way. I think it is they're not the same person, but as far as qualifications are concerned, I think McDaniel's a better play caller than Stefanski is. I think McDaniel did more with a quarterback that people think is awful than Stefanski could ever dream of. And here I am talking into the idea that I think McDaniel's a better coach than Stefanski. But I think so much higher of McDaniel than most people, but I don't think most people think it is, but I definitely do.
Yeah, I think Chris Greer made a lot of roster choices. I don't think he was an idiot, but I think he made a lot of roster decisions that were just as...
I just wanted to be mean.
Just as baffling as what Andrew Berry's done, and yet Mike McDaniel's floor in Miami was 7 wins. I don't think Tua, the more he got injured, the more concussions he had, there were diminishing returns there, and I do think that was a compromised roster. So if I already think McDaniel is a better play caller and a better developer of offensive talent, in that he never allowed the pieces around him to stunt his growth as a play caller, well, I think that's pretty telling compared to Kevin. And I really do think the difference here is, I think the reason why people view Stefanski here and McDaniel here is because they're buying into the league-wide perception. I think the league-wide... Listen, I think the real difference between Stefanski and McDaniel is I think Kevin is really incredible at playing the media game. He understands how to cultivate a relationship with those people, and he puts a lot of time into it. Whereas, and I'm not talking about in Cleveland, I'm talking about on a national level, the people that help you get jobs are guys like Albert. They are guys like Charles Robinson. They are guys like Rappaport and Schefter, right?
Right.
I think Kevin knows how to play that game and wants to. I don't think Mike McDaniel has ever given a rip about playing that game.
Yeah, he beats to his own drum, and it shows.
And I think that's it. What we're really dealing with is a perceptional issue where I think the better football coach is Mike McDaniel.
Well, and there's a reason why a lot of people don't like him, and it's because of that. The idea that he's not very coach-like, for lack of a better term. Like he doesn't do things the way that most coaches do. He wears expensive watches. He has capris. He vapes. He does all these different type of things. And you think that's somebody that should be like a run game coordinator, not somebody that should be a head coach. And I think it turns a lot of football people off.
Also, a little bit here from Jordan Schultz. The Browns have requested to interview Jaguars OC Grant Udinski for their head coaching job. He's 30 years old today. He's worked with Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence this season and with Kevin O'Connell and Sam Darnold last year. This guy has very little experience as a coordinator, but he is one of the names that, again, the media masses is anointed as boy child of the future.
You're right, man. His name popped up so many times over the weekend. It felt like it just kept coming up over and over and over. 30 years old is insane to be a head coach.
Yeah.
I mean, and listen, this franchise, if anybody's going to give it a chance to a young guy, it is somebody like Andrew Berry. Andrew Berry, when he was named the GM, is the youngest GM in NFL history at 34 years old. Like, people that get jobs at a young age that they shouldn't have, or what doesn't typically get, are always the ones most likely to then give them out in other positions.
So can I just struggle with, and it's whether it's Dan Pitcher or Grant Udinski, like, I know, you look at Mike McDaniel, and there are warts there. Right, it wasn't perfect in Miami. Things did fall apart with Tua. They went from winning, being in the playoffs the first 2 years to being 8 wins 2 years ago, 7 wins this year. Understand all these things, and they're all fair. And he did so with Hill and Waddle and Achane and all this talent. Right, there are a lot of big names on the defense too. Even though the defense was mostly booty cheeks. But say what you want, you do know. Good from bad, what these guys have done. The way that these long form pieces that are written about, I read this long form piece about Grant Udinski, and it's like he's a communicator and he's this and he played with people's kids and he did this, and it's like none of this actually matters to whether I think he can be a good head coach or not, because these are not things like until you slide that ass 18 inches over the old Hugh Jacksonism, you don't know. And I just think there's an element of phoniness to why these guys get built up. And the same thing with Dan Pitcher. I have no doubt the guy is smart. I have no doubt the guy on some level knows football and knows people who know football, which is another big thing. I don't know if that necessarily makes him ready for this job.
Can you look up Grant Udinski? I'm very confused by him. He kind of has a Miles Teller type look to him, but then there's also other ones where it looks like he's got a very punchable face, and I don't know what to do with it.
Oh, yeah. I was kind of thinking the fifth generation of Kennedys.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, he looks like
RFK Jr.
Definite trust fund money. That's not even a question.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the hair gel tells that whole story.
See, it's interesting. He's kind of also got a little bit of Spencer German to him, which I like. Got a little bit of that Germinator to him.
Oh, very clean shaven.
Yeah, well, I was just talking about the hair, the coif. Spencer occasionally will coif his hair in such a way. It
looks nice when Spencer does it.
In the one picture,
I don't know about this guy.
It's kind of like a pompadour. It's almost got a pompadour kind of thing. And it's like, is this Elvis or is this guy going to be the head coach of the Browns?
Fits with the pompous attitude that he's giving off here.
Then another one, he kind of just looks like Brian Scalabrini's little brother.
I can't imagine 30 years old being a head coach. Maybe it's because I think about when I was at 30 years old, and I'd be like, no one would do that.
216-474.
That's a bad idea.
0092. Jim in Strongsville, welcome to the show.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Doing all right.
Hey,
what
Jim,
you got for us?
You're getting better on Photoshop.
I'm trying. I'm working hard.
I can tell that. I see that. I see that. You're getting better with each day.
Are you sure it's Photoshop or is it ChatGPT, Jim? Be honest.
It is not ChatGPT. It is a program. It is time consuming, but I've become pretty proficient at it.
Well, I'm proud of you on this front.
I can see the progress day by day. I see the progress.
Yeah. Anyways, guys, listen, I just want to say this. I like Jim Schwartz. I think he's done a good job with the defense. At the end of the day, though, if we love him so much and he's done such a great job, then hire him as your head coach. I'm not saddling any new head coach with Jim Schwartz. We haven't won anything since Schwartz has been here, so I get it, man. I think the defense was really good, but I also think that there's a lot of defenses that could be really good. We have a lot of talent on that side of the ball. He's done a good job with that talent, but I just am not buying into this. Look, I don't want to saddle the new coach with anything. I just don't feel like that's a good way to move forward. I get what you're saying about the Steelers, Nick, but let's face it, the Steelers had a lot more success than we've had when they hired Mike Tomlin. So I'm not necessarily going to say they ran that defense forever, had the steel curtain. They had one for the thumb, that stupid phrase. So I just can't look at that and say, well, we're the Browns, so, we've won, nothing. So, yeah, we want to keep Jim Schwartz because that's so ingrained in our culture here. It just doesn't make sense. That's all I had, boys. I'll send you some Photoshops later.
Buddy, appreciate you. A couple things here. Hasn't won anything. That's not on the defense. They've lost in spite of the defense. So I think it's a little unfair to say they haven't won anything. They also did go to the playoffs his first year. Saddle him. Did the Ravens saddle John Harbaugh with Rex Ryan the first couple of years that Rex was that John was a head coach in Baltimore? The two most successful teams in this division have done this to their last head coaches who have lasted 18 years or longer. The Ravens did it with Dick LeBeau. The Ravens did it with Rex Ryan and John Harbaugh, and then the Steelers did it with Dick LeBeau and then Keith Butler. So good organizations in your division have done this. And here's the other thing. The reason why Schwartz matters is you've got a lot of things that are scheme specific. On the defensive side of the ball, you've got a lot of guys who are specific to the wide nine scheme. Mm-hmm. And why that matters is last year they were a sub-elite defense. They lost it towards the end of the year at parts, but again, they had a lot of moments where they looked like one of the 5 best defenses in the NFL. The whole point of being able to succeed next year one in this new coach, is that you don't take a step back defensively, but you take a step forward offensively. If you've got wide nine scheme-specific guys here, and you switch to a 3-4 or a 3-3-5 like Flores, that defense is going to take a step back.
Which is why a lot of people have instantly removed Flores from their board on this. And that's why in this entire stretch, I'm very pro-offensive-minded coach, someone that's going to be smart enough to be like, oh yeah, Jim Schwartz, we need him here.
216-474-0092. So Grant Udinski, Jaguars offensive coordinator, going to be interviewed by the Browns, and the Browns have requested to interview him. The Ravens have also requested to interview Jim Schwartz for their head coaching job. Are you panicking about Jim Schwartz and Panic in Philly in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
BigLou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit BigLou.com.
Catch the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Shook coming up in 1 hour's time. We'll talk Grant Udinski. Talk Jim Schwartz going to Baltimore to interview for their head coach job. Many, many things here. And this would be the time in the coaching search. And I felt like we got there at points last week. But McDaniel comes up. Mary Kay tweeted out yesterday, Mike McDaniel will interview with the Browns tomorrow for their head coaching position. And chaos on social media ensued. The Udinski stuff or I almost said Greg Williams, the Jim Schwartz stuff. Listen, I think it's highly possible that Baltimore is looking at Jim Schwartz and saying, well, I want to get to know him so that if Kevin Stefanski's our guy, Jim Schwartz can come be our defensive coordinator. That is not something I really want to think about because, well, I don't really want to give the Ravens two of the best weapons that the Browns have had in the AFC North over the last 6 years. At the same point, it's still incredibly early. Harbaugh is the biggest pendulum that has to swing. I don't know that the Ravens right now are as good of a job as everybody says they are because I think that roster actually is in a bad spot. It's just you have Lamar. I really do think maybe the Raiders have a real chance because of Fernando Mendoza. There's a big-winded, big-picture way of saying, let's not panic about the Browns head coaching search. They're doing what I think they should do in this situation, which is run a pretty comprehensive search, and that's okay.
Well, yeah, and honestly, it just feels like everyone's just at a standstill until Harbaugh decides what he wants to do, and that's how this should go. If you are in the running and the Browns are in the running, you should just sit back and wait a little bit, see what happens with Harbaugh, and then go from there.
Well, and here's the other thing. Let's see what the Browns do. Let's not, the McDaniel thing. If you don't like the McDaniel thing, I'm not going to sell you on it. I think he's a better version of what Stefanski's supposed to be. I just think Stefanski's better at playing the media game than Mike is. But we'll see. I don't know where. I tend to think the best thing that could happen is Harbaugh goes to Atlanta because that means Stefanski would go to New York. But guys, Philadelphia could fire Nick Sirianni today. I still think, I know what the wording is. I still think there's a chance that Green Bay just doesn't want to pay Matt LaFleur what Matt LaFleur wants. And that leads to a trade of some level.
Oh, really? You think this is all just games?
Yeah, I think there's a huge difference between Matt LaFleur is going to stay in Green Bay. They will get a contract done, and, hey, they're going to work on this, and we'll see where it goes, which is essentially the vibe I've gotten about the Matt LaFleur stuff.
They put it as the Packers are now expected to try to work out a deal as if they were pretty sincere on that, but I guess anything could change. I would say on the Sirianni point, Sirianni shouldn't upset the coaching market if he does, in fact, appear.
He would instantly become the number one guy.
I really don't think he would.
Is it because he's dumb?
Yes, I think he's perceived.
But I don't think he's dumb.
I think he's perceived to be a dodo. I think there's a lot that comes with him, and I do think a lot of people believe the heavy lifting on this Eagles team is because of Howie Roseman won, and then the players. Not really anything that Sirianni has done.
I think that's wildly unfair. He's been more successful in this run than Doug Peterson was in a very similar situation. And the thing that Nick
I think
Sirianni
his win percentage is like fourth all time or something in NFL history. It's insane.
And here's the difference with Nick Sirianni. He is a red ass. He is people. I want a leader of men. Guys, Nick Sirianni screamed at A.J. Brown because he didn't get off the field fast enough yesterday.
I know, but it's now we got too many people at this point. It's Jalen Hurts that always is a certain way about him. It's A.J. Brown. It's all these Big Dom wearing headsets now on the sidelines. Don't know where that came from.
Think about it.
There's a lot that comes with Nick Sirianni.
Well, no, there's a lot that comes with the Eagles.
But I think his perception is not. If he would not instantly be at the top of the board.
Yeah, but I think that's wrong.
I'd be fascinated to find out where he fits.
Think about the stuff that he's overcome. The perception that Jalen Hurts isn't a top 5 quarterback, which might be fair. The A.J. Brown melodrama, the offensive melodrama. The offensive line this year was just Swiss cheese. Hassan Reddick. Think about all the personalities. Jalen Carter. Think about all the personalities that he's won in spite of, which is something Kevin was not able to do here. There were years where just the personalities toppled over.
You can have absolute chaos around him, and things can still exist in a winning way. I mean, that's one of the things about last year. When people they talk about culture within organizations and how important it is, I will always point to the 2025 Eagles. They won the Super Bowl, and they were dysfunctional as dysfunctional gets. I mean, they made, if you think your family's insane, they made anyone that they think their family's insane look like a bunch of toddlers out there. Like they were always arguing with each other, fighting in the media. They had that Jalen Hurts piece where he's like, after 4 years, we're just trying to figure out if we like each other. Like, there's always been dysfunction there, and they still end up winning.
And I think he's succeeded in spite of the dysfunction instead of causing the dysfunction. But we'll see. I will tell you, though, this young Philly fan, and this was captured on 6 ABC in Philadelphia. He has some changes he'd like to see coming to the Philadelphia Eagles.
This was a huge letdown. This was my Christmas present, and I got a loss.
Probably would rather had Cole, huh?
Yeah, probably. I'm feeling two of two things. A, I want A.J. Brown packing his bags, and I want him somewhere else that is not here. I love you, A.J., but, like, you can't make those drops in that game. And I also want Kevin Patullo flipping burgers at, like, the local McDonald's or something. I don't care.
Why do you say that?
Whenever he's an offensive coordinator, it's like he's flipping burgers. One side, he's cooking. One half, he's cooking. And the other half is completely raw.
All right. I want this little bastard on the show.
Get him on WIP. What are you talking about?
No. Bleep that station. They've got enough. I want him as our Philly correspondent.
On the afternoon show, like a legit slot. Get him.
No, I want him on our afternoon show.
You want him here?
We need some heat. Wow. Basket and Phelps, they skew a little older. Let's bring a 13-year-old to even it out.
Now we get the demographics on our side now.
Yeah.
13-year-olds. Here we go.
Well, Jeff and Andy, you have to tell them, guys, put down the food and do a segment. With this kid, you have to be like, put down the TikTok and do a segment.
Yeah. I love the idea of us like skirting labor rule laws and everything like that. Labor laws to bring a 13-year-old in.
Labor?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's like all of a sudden all of Hollywood comes over and they're like, so here's how you get around it.
Yeah.
We'll find way. We got Lindsay Lohan on like 12 different movies as a child. We can make this happen for you.
One day we'll get interns back. It's never going to happen.
No, it doesn't work anymore.
That's great. Those were the golden days. Are the Eagles broke?
I think so. They have to make a lot of changes. They definitely have to make a lot of changes. That game shouldn't have gone that way, Nick, in any sort of way. Nick Bosa's been out for like 3 months, and he's the third biggest sack leader on that team. They've been missing so many pieces. Kittle gets injured in the first quarter and goes out, and you think San Francisco is just going to lay down and die in this game. He's getting tequila served to him in the locker room as the game is moving on by ownership because he's that just banged up and trying to do anything he can. And they found a way to go ahead and the 49ers shouldn't have won that game.
I think
there's no other way to look at it. They shouldn't have won that game.
You're right. I think this is the cycle of the Eagles. And I don't think it's just the cycle under the Eagles under Sirianni. I think it's the cycle of the Eagles. After they go to a Super Bowl, they fall apart for a year. Now, in this case, your falling apart was topping out in the wild card round. I think the last time they quote unquote fell apart, I think they were in like the divisional round. But remember, they lost Shane Steichen and John Gannon to head coaching jobs. They come back the very next year. Neither of those, I think it was Sean Desai, and I can't remember who the offensive coordinator is. They failed. They were fired. I think Vic Fangio was running that defense by the playoffs after being fired in Miami. And now all of a sudden, all right, you're back. You win a Super Bowl. You lose your offensive coordinator to a head coaching role, and you hired the wrong guy. You hired a buddy of Nick Sirianni instead of hiring the best potential offensive coordinator out there after Kellen Moore goes to New Orleans. I think this is simple. You fire the OC and you probably get rid of at least one of A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley, and Devontae Smith, and then you just do what they do, which is reload. Like I don't want to guarantee. I don't think the Eagles are broke in the way of next year they won't be in the NFC title game again. I think it is. You got to break a couple legs. You got to get a couple bad fits out of there.
The offense just fell apart relative to what it had been in the past couple years.
Yeah, but I think that's fixable with the right. I think what we're learning is with Jalen Hurts,
they dropped from top 3, top 7 in the previous 3 years to 19th scoring offense this year.
I think with Jalen Hurts, you have to have the right OC. But don't forget that offensive line finally fell apart as well. Lane Johnson
and the
was
Johnson
hurt.
injury
Mailata
yesterday
was
before
hurt.
the game was
Landon
critical.
Dickerson's been hurt. on some level, this team is built in the trenches, and it took half the year for their defensive line to show up, and it took another half of the year to rid themselves of 40% of the starting offensive line.
Well, and Saquon looked a lot better yesterday than he had looked, but Saquon
got the boost back.
He just but for a large portion of the season, he didn't have any games over 70 yards rushing. Like his burst had been completely taken away from him.
Yeah,
that's like Micah Parsons on his a Twitch stream was bragging about keeping him under 75, and it was like he doesn't go over 75 against anybody.
216,
it's just a different Saquon this year.
216-474-0092. Are the Eagles broke? If you guys watched that game yesterday, I think it's yes. I think the answer for everybody is going to be yes, but it's how do you fix the Eagles? We of course are talking about Grant Udinski, another candidate for the Browns OC job, Mike McDaniel, and whether he's a downgrade from Kevin Stefanski. Let's go with Sean in Kent. Welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, guys.
Hello.
Yeah, I think it's baloney to think that Jim Schwartz would ever coach the Ravens or that they would ever want him to after Harbaugh. I just think that's them, the Ravens trying to, make the Browns think, oh, they better hire him because someone else is going to take him. I just don't think the Ravens want the Browns to hire Harbaugh.
So run that by me one more time, buddy.
You said you don't think the Ravens don't want to hire Harbaugh.
The Ravens really are serious about hiring Jim Schwartz as a head coach. I think they're just interviewing him to psych the Browns out to maybe make them think that they better hire Schwartz as their head coach so they don't hire Harbaugh. So the Browns don't hire Harbaugh.
Oh, that game's not
gamesmanship.
That game's not going to work ever, though. Like if you have ideas of Harbaugh, you're not going to let an interview with Jim Schwartz throw you off the scent.
Yeah, but why would the Ravens even interview Schwartz?
I think Nick had the right idea on this. I think it's about if they really love Stefanski, you bring Jim Schwartz in, you get the feel about whether or not Schwartz would be able to go ahead and go to Baltimore, and you could pair up Stefanski with Schwartz and basically do what we've been doing for years now.
He's under contract. They can't go lateral, can they?
So if they hired him as the defensive coordinator and assistant head coach, I believe you would be able to do that.
Right.
Because right now he's just the defensive coordinator.
Jump up. Okay, I see that. All right. Yeah, I don't buy it, but yeah, I see the point.
Sean, we appreciate you, buddy.
All right. Thanks, man.
That actually just the fact that I even said that out loud, because initially I was like, he's in a contract for 2026, you're in the catbird seat, and then I remember the assistant head coach thing, and now I'm sad. I would be, listen, if Kevin goes to Baltimore, there's no real skin off my back here. If Kevin goes to Baltimore with Jim Schwartz, am I going to have a feeling about Kevin? And it's, by the way, it's totally his prerogative. He's allowed to do this.
This is what Stefanski should be doing.
You fired him, but bleep him.
If I was Stefanski, I would almost make it like one of the conditions. I'd be like, whoever gets me, you have to do this for Jim Schwartz. This is what I want. He knows how. Life was on easy street with Stefanski with Jim Schwartz in many ways.
No, 100%.
He never had to worry about the defensive side of the ball at all. He could solely focus on the offense. I actually wonder what the hell he was even doing in the past 2 years because he wasn't really working on the offense.
The thing about how the Ravens could have screwed you over double here is by firing Harbaugh. Harbaugh becomes the Giants' top guy. Then so that takes Stefanski off the board in New York and then pushes him down to Baltimore with Jim Schwartz. All of a sudden, that is like, listen.
All right, the Harbaugh sweepstakes have started, by the way. The Falcons have just tweeted out that they finished their interview with John Harbaugh for their head coach opening. So the sweepstakes have started.
Couldn't seal the deal, huh, Matt Ryan?
Atlanta got their interview today. Still to be determined yet when he's going to interview for the Browns, if he interviews for the Browns.
If he leaves the building, don't you think we just lost John Harbaugh?
I mean, they put it in past tense. We have interviewed as if he's gone, as if Elvis has left the building, John Harbaugh's left the building.
When the Giants do
gone.
This, all right, if the Giants put out, we've interviewed John Harbaugh, and there's no and he's now our head coach, I'll start to really lean into, all right, Jimmy's going to at least get into a room with him and have a chance.
I mean, he put the Falcons as like a warm-up interview, right? You don't want to be the first one.
I mean, he hasn't interviewed in 18 years.
You don't want to, it's like a practice interview.
And Matt Ryan's not even new. Like, he's new to interviewing. Like, he's not going to be good at this.
It's like if you study for, the ACTs or whatever, you get, the practice ACTs. This is what this was.
Arthur Blank has liked Arthur Smith and Raheem Morris and just cried when he had to fire him. So you got a softie as an owner, too. Smart by Harbaugh. That's a good play. Get a rube out front and just get real good and sharp for the next one.
Someone you're not really serious about, but you just get the feel for it.
216-474-0092. Schwartz to Baltimore. You afraid? I don't love it. And the long, slow goodbye for LeBron continues in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, don't.
RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Catch the latest Browns news all off-season long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Shook coming up in 40 minutes here. It's been a very busy Monday here. Obviously, we've had the Grant Udinski report that he will be, the Browns have requested an interview with him a day after the Jags. When was the Jags-Bills game? Was that yesterday?
Yesterday, yeah.
Okay,
it feels like forever because we had so many important games.
I don't know which games were which day. I just know I watched all of them in a semi-clothed, mostly excitable state.
And we became cokeheads.
Hey, Jalen Coker.
Shout out you. Shout out cokeheads everywhere.
JP, cokehead, synonymous with each other. Everybody's been saying it for a while, since 2023 when Jalen Coker came into the NFL. But Jim Schwartz has reportedly been requested to interview for the Baltimore head coaching job. Well, now, Adam Schefter just tweeting this out. It involves the Browns. While the Falcons announced an official interview with former Ravens head coach John Harbaugh, he had already has been conducting preliminary and extensive phone calls with the Giants, Titans, Browns, Raiders, and Cardinals per sources. He's trying to determine who to meet with later this week and into next week before making a decision. He fully expects to be a head coach in 2026. So we got a preliminary call, baby.
And extensive phone calls. Okay, so preliminary and extensive.
What does extensive phone call mean to you?
Well, I thought preliminary could have been covered with an extensive, and vice versa, by the way. Extensive could have been covered in preliminary.
Oh, it's interesting. I think preliminary is like a good 10 minutes. All right, give me your elevator pitch. Extensive and preliminary do not match up to me.
Oh, I don't put a cap on preliminary, but maybe I should. But extensive phone calls can only mean one thing. All right, how long is an extensive phone call?
Well, because isn't that
by person? Like for me, 20 minutes is an extensive phone call.
5 minutes is an extensive phone call for me.
But that's also what I would think would be a preliminary phone call.
Yes, okay. Bang biscuit. We're in a complete agreement. For me, 5 minutes, that's preliminary and extensive.
I mean, the preliminary side of things should be like, hey, so all right, you got this sorted out with your person. Here's where you're going to stay. Here's where we're going to eat. Hey, we're really excited to have you come in. But they don't actually talk turkey. Extensive, we're talking a little turkey.
Yeah, I don't know.
Here's what I want out of this. Can you deliver that before I even get on the plane? Like not everything. You get to keep some things.
Well, you
not
everything. You got to keep some things behind the kimono for the big.
You get to
for the big knife
reveal. That's right. They always got to keep them guessing.
Yeah.
There are some things you get to withhold, but just like in those type of scenarios. You want some assurances somewhere.
So, what do you draw the line at extensive phone call versus the first interview if you're the Browns?
I hope it was extensive.
Is the first now again? Who does he talk with? Does he talk with Jimmy or does he talk to Andrew?
It's a good question.
Because if he's going with Jimmy, the first question is, I got to keep this Andrew
this
guy,
makes
right?
it sound like it's a team thing, and so it makes it sound like it's all the parties that be. It would be Haslam involved. It would be Andrew Berry involved.
Ken Kovash.
No, at this point, it's just a two-man booth.
Okay.
Yeah. We're rocking
What
two
about
people.
Glenn Cook, Kat Hickman? They don't deserve they're not on this call?
That's a lot of people for a call of a preliminary
Now you see
mindset.
how it gets extensive.
Yeah, well, Glenn Cook just hogs the time the entire time. It's just classic Glenn Cook.
Let that man cook.
He's constantly just like small chatter. Loves the small talk.
If I was Glenn Cook, I'd just be like, "Hey, let Glenn cook."
That's it.
I'd go third person and the cook euphemism.
His Christmas presents would just be shirts that say "Let Glenn cook" and it'd have a fire emoji or something. Very easy to take care of in
with
the
a
holidays.
Picture of Guy Fieri on there for reasons nobody really knows.
No, it doesn't matter. Glenn Cook likes.
Do you want Glenn to cook or do you want Guy to cook? I don't really know.
Actually, part of the extensive process was Glenn Cook hogging the time, and then Harbaugh having to insert his own. Let that man cook. As someone tried to interrupt it, that was part of what made it extensive.
Are we more encouraged by this, or are we less encouraged?
He's trying to determine who to meet with later this week and into next week before making a decision. So I think the other side of this is this is him getting the feel of whether or not it's worth his time to get on the plane, come to Berea, come to some of these other spots, or if this is just going to be unnecessary for him. And so there's clearly a list of check marks that you have to be able to have the green check mark for Harbaugh in order to come on the plane and be able to go through with at least preparing and then getting ready for the interview. It's Harbaugh interview interviewing you. You're not interviewing Harbaugh.
I just feel what's weird about that is, and by the way, this is a great power move for John Harbaugh.
For sure. He knows who holds the cards in this.
Think about this. If you guys are having internal conversations, you're like, what are we really willing to give Harbaugh? And you're in the middle of a conversation, then John Harbaugh calls you. That's a leader of men right there. That's just as a casual reminder here, Cleveland Browns, Tennessee Titans, Las Vegas Raiders, Arizona Cardinals, New York Giants, then another team I've already forgotten here, Atlanta Falcons, Miami Dolphins. You don't have the power. John has the power.
That's what this is.
This is some big coach energy if you're asking me.
Here's what I want to know. He gave you the preliminary and the extensive to begin with. If we don't end up getting an actual official interview in a day or two, how badly did they bungle this?
Oh, I don't think it's how badly they bungled it. I think
what could they not check off that John needed checked off is the better way to put that.
I mean, I think people are going to put it on the Andrew Berry thing. I know Harbaugh can get whoever he wants installed in most of these jobs. I don't think that's going to be the thing. I think it's going to come down to how quickly does Harbaugh think he can win. And listen, I think the Browns' job fares better than most people realize because the offensive line and the number one wide receiver is a lot easier to find every offseason. The question is, does he think he can win with any of your quarterbacks?
I know, but there's clearly a question that he has that he's making everyone go through this pre-interview process.
But I don't think it's the same thing for each team, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
Like half these teams, are you really going to pay me $20+ million a year? Because they got cheap-ass owners. I think it might be with Jimmy just, are you going to stay out of my way? Are you going to stay out of Andrew's way? That might be more.
Jimmy, you got to lie, buddy. You got to learn to lie.
Candidly, I've learned my lesson.
Candidly.
And, I only did that to those other coaches. It's like guys when they're honest with a woman that they've cheated on previous girls, but it was like, yeah, that was because of them. I would never cheat on you. And it's like, yeah, you sure about that? Because I think maybe you would. Sorry if any guys are listening with their wives right now and you're known cheaters. That's on me, dog.
Just lucky I didn't say what I was thinking about. Once a cheater, always a cheater. Like if you're sitting next to your guy and you cheated on in previous relationships, just wait.
We just broke up like 3 marriages.
It's going to happen. That's how that works. Sorry, people listening.
The light bulb just went off over.
There's somebody, unfortunately.
It could have been over his head. We could be setting free a couple guys right now.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, that's the you leave him how you found him mentality, right? Like if all of a sudden,
a different thing.
Well, no. Like if you have an assistant and you know what? Never mind. Let's not go down this road.
No, I'd like to know now. I think everybody's kind of peaked here. And how this ties back to Jimmy Haslam.
Well, all right. So if you're married and then you cheat on your wife with the assistant, then the assistant can't all of a sudden think, oh, we're going to have a great marriage. This is going to be awesome. They all think that's the plan, the end game. Like, oh no, but clearly his wife was the problem. He really loves me. No. He cheated on his wife with you, the assistant. The next assistant he get is the same thing going to happen. You have to be prepared for that. That's how life works.
That's why you got to get a fat guy as his assistant next because he's not going to bone that.
That's how that works.
Yeah.
Like you just have to be prepared. Oh. You can't be shocked if you're the assistant in that scenario that then when 15 years later he cheats on you with his new assistant, you can't be surprised.
It's hitting home for a lot of people.
They leave him how you found him.
A lot of people.
That's the life lesson for people out there.
Boy. 216-474-0092. The Browns, amongst several teams to have preliminary, extensive phone calls, not Zooms. There's just so many ways to do this.
You don't want to get dressed. You're dressed and
I bet you John Harbaugh has a hell of a landline. He's had the same number. He's had it ported in for like 20 years now since he was the DB coach at Cincinnati.
We don't want to make Glenn take off his Make Glenn Cook shirt to take off and then put a real shirt on.
Glenn, he can see you.
You're on Zoom.
Let Glenn Cook.
Everyone sees Guy Fieri. Take it off.
I turned the camera off.
Okay, Tubin. 216-474-0092. Are you more excited by this, or are you less excited? Are we more in on Harbaugh right now? Do you think preliminary extensive conversations are good for the Browns and John Harbaugh? One other way to look at the Harbaugh thing maybe isn't good for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
you're running out of football. But don't panic. This radio station will remain open and full of supplies to keep your pigskin pantry stocked.
It's that playoff atmosphere right here, boy.
Hear the games this weekend. And get the latest news all week.
It's playoff football. We'll take it one at a time from here. It's just football.
Rely on the home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I can't do math, but I know it feels longer than however long it's been. Nick Shook, NFL.com, the NFL Daily Podcast coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll talk with him about a locked and loaded wild card weekend in the NFL. A lot of great games. Not you, New England and LA, not you, but all the other ones were awesome. We'll also get into the Browns head coaching search. And so we had the Adam Schefter report, which is the Browns are one of the teams that have had a preliminary, extensive phone calls with John Harbaugh as he tries to decide which teams he's actually going to interview with. Ian O'Connor. And he was a guy that said this weekend that the Giants were preparing to close on John Harbaugh. Now, I think he's walked that back a little bit. I don't think he intended...
How do you walk it back?
Well, how he walked it back was basically saying they intend to try and make a decision on him, but not necessarily that it's like fait accompli.
Okay, so he spoke a little heavy-handed.
Yes,
maybe. Yeah.
But still click on his article. He has quote tweeted the Falcons who have said we have interviewed John Harbaugh for their head coaching job. We talked about that about 30 minutes ago, and he said, I've always viewed the Falcons as the biggest threat to the Giants. Matt Ryan was in charge, all-world player in Bijan Robinson, and the easiest road to a divisional title in the NFC South that was just won by an 8-9 team. I would not be surprised if after 18 years in the AFC North, John Harbaugh is like, I could go for an easier road.
Yeah, life on Easy Street.
But, the problem is, you got to really believe in Michael Penix Jr. Because they are moving on from Kirk Cousins. They just did the contract redesign. That's, by the way, if Mike McDaniel gets a job here, I think Kirk Cousins could be the quarterback, which none of us want to hear. But that's a real possibility. Same thing if Matt LaFleur were to shake loose at any point, him or Malik Willis. But you're going to have to believe in Michael Penix Jr., and the same problem that reportedly people think is in Cleveland, that Jim Schwartz is, the Browns would like him to stay as the DC. The Falcons have already decided that Jeff Albright is going to stay as the defensive coordinator in Atlanta.
They said today that it was going to be a strong recommendation. So I do feel like there's some flexibility attached to that. I feel like, if anything, it was almost...
So anybody but Harbaugh has to take him?
Kind of what I read with it. The same thing with the Browns, and now we think about that. Well, not even with the Browns, because with the Browns, I guess it's more open than not that Jim Schwartz isn't with the guy. Because I was trying to think about this earlier, right, as the Falcons report actually popped up on my phone. Like, how many of these teams are trying to force the defensive coordinator or the offensive coordinator on their potential new coaches? Mm-hmm. And it really hadn't been many. And then, like a gift from manna, it just popped up right there that it was like, oh, yeah, Atlanta says with Jeff Albright, it's like, yeah, you can basically we request that you have them, but it's not a certainty.
So I think I've stayed pretty consistent in that I need Jimmy to pursue John Harbaugh with a tenacity and with an intensity previously unknown to mankind.
Sure.
Like, I need him to bird dog him.
Yeah.
I also understand that there has to be interest in both parties. And Jimmy could throw out $30 million a year. It's not going to matter if John Harbaugh just looks at every other job and says, those are better jobs for what I want.
Well, that's where we got to figure out what he's motivated by.
Yeah. And I don't know at 63, given that he's been an NFL head coach for 18 years, so and comes from a football family, he's worked in football. I don't know that money's going to be the end-all, be-all, other than money as a sign of power. I do think power is going to matter, but it might be as simple as Andrew Berry can stay and pick the players as long as I have control of the 53-man roster.
Well, I would imagine some of the things that he wants is some of the things... I think about this with the Browns, with Haslam, and how many different people come from situations where they didn't even know that an owner could be problematic, etc. The thing about the Ravens ownership with Biscotti was that he was very, very involved while giving off the idea and the perception that he isn't.
Yeah.
So, like, most people think that he's not involved, but if you talk to people around the league, he was incredibly involved. And so the thing I think about with the Browns kind of losing in this regard is that I don't know that Harbaugh wants to go through with a very involved owner once again, because if you've been involved with that, and he clearly just The reason why he got fired is because he lost out that power battle where the owner wanted one thing, even when like Sashi Brown is trying to save him. I just don't know if you sign up that easily for that. But Arthur Blank is very involved too. He's a much better owner, but he's a very involved owner.
I don't know. Arthur is a better owner. I don't know. And maybe it's just by process of elimination. Arthur's made a lot of whoopsie daisies over the last 6 or 7 years that it's the same thing with Stephen Ross, where Stephen Ross kind of has this, he's a meddler, and he's fired a lot of coaches.
Well, Ross is 100% a meddler, and he's definitely a problem.
He's also 100.
You see the problem, he's 85, okay? He's 85.
It's older than Arthur Blank, who's a spry 83.
I was going to say, he's got to be close. He's got to be close.
I prefer my younger owner.
I looked up Stephen Ross the other day. That's how I know he's 85. I don't know how old. I always thought Arthur Blank.
83 on the dot. Look at my knowledge of old ass owners in the NFL.
He looks like death.
Well,
there's no other way around it.
When you meddle with coaches this much.
Stephen Ross has aged much better than Arthur Blank
has.
He
also lives in Miami.
Arthur Blank looks like he's been 95.
They've got all the good drugs in Miami.
For like 15 years.
Atlanta, that's a place.
It's been a really long time. He's looked really, really old.
Like you go to the middle of Florida, not good
Stephen
drugs.
Ross could get us some tables over there in Miami still and be like I don't know, almost formidable.
I'd rather not.
Wouldn't you think the Miami sun would really just wear on him?
Can I tell you? So I have said, pursue him with a tenacity. You got to go after him and get a bird dog him, right?
Yeah.
If he says no, he says no.
Yeah.
But you got to try. But if he says no, there is a part of me that I'm going to treat John Harbaugh to the Browns as the Browns are being used as leverage until John was named the Browns head coach, right? Meaning, like, maybe this is protecting myself, but do I think that the Browns are probably third or fourth on his list? Yeah, I think right now the Browns have to make up the difference that the other NFL franchises have on them, right? So I'm going to treat that the Browns, because of Jimmy Haslam's reputation as a guy with the Deshaun trade and going the extra mile and the personal touch and all this stuff, I'm going to treat this that way just because I think that's probably more fair to the Browns in this situation. Like the Giants fans, if they don't get John Harbaugh, they should talk about it like they fumbled the generational bag. Because that seems to be the job he's most interested in. The Falcons at this point, everyone's pointing to Miami so much that if they don't get him, they should be treated like you must have really screwed this up. If the Browns don't, to me, it's almost a no-lose situation for the Browns. Because if you don't get him, the response should be, it's probably longer odds than the other jobs anyways.
Yeah, no one's got the expectation. But then shouldn't he have started with the Browns? If he's going to use the Browns as leverage, wouldn't you have wanted their all-in, push the chips in the middle of the table, basically deal, and then you take that to other teams?
Oh, I don't think you need it yet. I think this is the, hey, just so you know, they're involved.
What team is he trying to do this for? I would think it'd be New York.
Yeah, I would too.
And so, like, if that whole goal, I guess as long as you're ahead of New York then, and then you present all this and everything that everyone can offer to the Giants and say, this is what I need, here you go.
I mean, listen, I think the Mara family is less likely to throw their GM over the side of the thing to make way for Harbaugh than the Browns are. I think the Mara family is a lot less likely to pay.
Which is wild because Joe Shane should have been fired after this year.
Well, but they are a chintzier franchise. I think it's more about this is going to sound like I'm taking a shot at the Haslams. They're very conscientious of how their word is portrayed when it comes to making a promise to somebody. That doesn't mean it's real. It doesn't mean they're better than, quote, the Haslams, but it's a perceptional thing that they take very seriously. I also think the Mara family and the Tisch family are chintzy. They don't spend a lot on coaches and GMs. They don't. They're not Mike Brown, but they're not Jimmy Haslam, who was unafraid at one point to pay 3 different head coaches at one time. So I think that's another thing, that if you want $20 million a year and you're John Harbaugh, you're going to have to pry loose with another team. I don't know Arthur Blank does it in the same way that Jimmy Haslam does it, just because of Jimmy's wild card reputation.
Part of what I've wondered within why the Belichick thing fell through with Arthur and the whole thing with the Falcons was whether or not Belichick was asking for too much money. Like, because you didn't have to pay Raheem Morris nearly as much as you had to pay Belichick. It's part of the thing we talk about with the Raiders. Raiders are paying so many coaches right now so much money, but Al Davis and the Davis family really doesn't have a lot of liquid to themselves. They don't. They're a really poor NFL franchise, all things considered. They're not going to be able to spend $30 million in order to go ahead and try to get that done. $30 million a year.
I also think it's interesting. You mentioned the thing about Arthur Blank, and again, he is thought to be a very nice man and a very considerate man, and somebody that treats people very well.
He gets treated like a Disney grandpa.
He does, and I think there's a reason. Again, another guy that I think is really good with the media in a really cool way. That being said, this is a guy who, when his organization was still in the path for the playoffs, still had a chance to make a run for the division, started undermining his current GM and head coach, who, as he was undermining them, went out and basically made a late push for the division. I know they ended up coming up short, and that
they won the Final Four.
The best they could do was kind of play spoiler.
Final Four games,
They ended up 8-9.
Yeah.
Like, this is a guy who, like, in October, decided Matt Ryan was going to be his football of operations, even though they went through a totally legit search just now. So, like, I would imagine that's a huge thing that Arthur Blank has to answer to. I don't see why Matt Ryan is all of a sudden a guy that John Harbaugh can go, this is why I want to go there.
Do you also think it was funny how the CBS desk did like this whole farewell thing for Matt Ryan?
Yeah, he was on that for 2 years, and he was unforgettable.
He was not good at it. It was only 2 years, and they acted like it was like Jim Nantz stepping away for the final time.
Yeah, it was really weird.
What was that?
And by the way, is Tom Brady the only guy that gets to circumvent every rule when it comes to broadcasters and owners in football? Because I should see no reason why Mr. Football Ops, Matt Ryan, who basically has the same role that Tom Brady does, just without, minority ownership, why he couldn't stay on his crappy job.
It's way less involved than what Brady's is. Because Brady meets with the teams and actually discusses things that are on the inside. Matt Ryan was just showing up on Sundays and talking.
So it's a train wreck.
It's a train wreck.
Atlanta is a bit of a train wreck.
Yeah, but they have good pieces, though. You have Bijan, you have Drake London. Like, you have some good pieces.
But you have pieces. Myles Garrett is a real piece.
I'm not saying the Browns don't. I think the Browns are in play here.
But I think that's what's funny to me is
I don't see Harbaugh with Atlanta just because it just seems like a weird fit to me. I never thought Harbaugh to Atlanta.
I don't love the logic of, Harbaugh wants to compete.
Right, do you think Harbaugh's going to go that division because he wants life on easy street? Like, that doesn't add up to me either.
Also, he's 63. He wants to win a championship. So I don't know. It's just weird to me.
It's a weird fit.
However, that I think is the thing that the Browns aren't getting enough credit for. And again, I'm not talking about just about Harbaugh. I'm talking about in general. Guys have got a lot of great pieces on defense. And even if we go to the younger crowd, Carson Schlesinger, Mason Graham, Tyson Campbell's interesting because you just traded for him, and we'll see how how much that factors in. But you have 4 or 5 cornerstones of the defensive side of the ball, and I'm going to say that that other coaches pay attention to Fannin and Quinshawn as I'm pretty sure they're going to look at those guys as building blocks too. So it's weird to me that like Bijan's an incredible player.
Bijan's great.
All-world player. Who would you rather have on your team for the next 3 years? Myles Garrett or Bijan Robinson? I'm going to guess people are still going to say Myles Garrett.
Well, yeah, I mean, Myles is the best defensive player on planet Earth.
Well, but I think for some reason, the Browns aren't getting credit for Myles Garrett in the way that...
I think it's just because the offensive side of the ball looks like it's got a much cleaner chance of survival than... And really, this is an offensive league. That's really what that is.
No, fair, but guys...
But you don't know what Penix is going to be, and that would scare me.
If I'm picking a team based off their best player... Or who I think could be their best player, well, I can coach Jackson Dart or I can coach Myles Garrett. Guy who might be the next Tua when it comes to concussions, or maybe the greatest edge rusher of this generation. I really don't know.
No one's... Very few teams involved in this.
The 15th best quarterback in the NFL.
Very few teams involved in this are going to be able to stack up with if we're just doing your top players and that's it. Because ours is Myles Garrett.
So it's not...
But you have to add more than that.
No, totally fair. I think it's more that for some reason the Browns are looked at as an absolute abyss. This isn't the Browns anymore. This is whoever this head coach is, isn't stepping into the same job.
Every team has guys too, right? Like if you talk about the Giants, we can go through Malik Neighbors and then Scadaboo and then Abdul Carter and Thibodeau and all those guys. Raiders, we can bring up Max Crosby. Then we can bring all sorts of different guys.
But I think
best tight end in the game and Brock Bowers.
But I don't think the Browns are getting their credit for that.
Okay,
so I'm hearing about Malik Neighbors and Jackson Dart in New York.
So when we say Browns, you should be saying Myles Garrett and then And then
Carson Schlesinger,
I would say Denzel Ward.
Harold Fannin Jr.
Like I would go Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward. That's how I would start that convo. But then I think a lot of people, I think everyone just skews so much of the or the offensive side of the ball that we get lost in that a little bit.
Harold Fannin Jr., baby. BG's finest.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but Brock Bowers and Harold Fannin Jr. aren't in the same class right now.
Okay, we can step outside now if you want to.
I hate to break it to you.
I hate to break you.
Hey, the rest of the NFL is just slow on this. They're just slow on this. They're taking some time to get up on that. But Brock Bowers right now, different class.
Is John Harbaugh using the Browns as leverage? Nick Shook, Cleveland's own NFL.com, will tell us his thoughts on that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Bruce and Dean Wade headlining the injuries. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows, including The Ken Carman Show with Andrew Lima, Baskin and Phelps, and Afternoon Drive, all live each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
Want to talk Browns while you're at work? Baskin and Phelps, weekdays starting at 10 on 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got the lead coming up in about 40 minutes. It has been a locked and loaded day. I feel like every time we come back, I try and reset everything that's happened. It is Mike McDaniel Day. The Browns have announced they've completed an interview with him, the former Dolphins head coach. Another name to watch out, very trendy name today that people still end up butchering, is Nathan Scheelhaus, formerly Illinois quarterback, if you guys remember back in the early 2010s. He's pretty good at football. Came up through the Iowa State tree, so I think we know one show on this station would like him quite a bit, and has been out with the Rams the last couple years. And then we have gotten the John Harbaugh Schefter report that the Browns are one of, I believe, 7 teams that have had extensive preliminary phone calls with John Harbaugh as he tries to decide who, pray tell, will he actually meet with and decide from which teams he would like to actually be considered as the head coach. To talk all of these many things, we head out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, NFL.com, Cleveland's own. Is a good guy right here. Nick Shook, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? Happy last day of an amazing wild card weekend. I don't know. It's no holiday. It's playoff time, baby.
I don't know, dude. That whole weekend felt like that was so awesome. Is that because really the only letdown was just the quality of the Patriots-Chargers game? Was that as good of a wild card round as you can remember?
Yes, and unfortunately it happens a couple years after they swiped the super tag from Super Wild Card Weekend, because it's a fine Super Wild Card Weekend.
What do you think the difference is between Super Wild Card Weekend and, regular old Wild Card Weekend?
Branding and realizing that it's a mouthful just because you expanded the playoffs by a couple of teams. You add super to it now. We're all adjusted. It's just back to wild card.
And what about Mega Wild Card Weekend?
Mega Super.
Let's take it to 18 teams. Let's put more than half the league in. Then it can be Mega Super Fun Wild Card Weekend.
Browns would have a chance to make it then. All right, let's go back to this part here. I have surmised, this is how I'm going to treat it until something changes, that John Harbaugh is using the Browns amongst other teams as maybe leverage in his quest to get the job he wants. Do you agree with that mentality?
Yeah, I think that the entire Harbaugh experience is going to be nothing more than a bidding war, and that he'll have his, pick of the litter, depending on, you got to have a little bit of agreement between, ownership, franchise leadership. There's, it's been floated that he wants his own GM, which I think a coach of his stature, that makes complete sense. But yeah, I think what you're going to get is a lot of reports, maybe some conflicting, that are floated out there, that he's interested in this team, and then this team's interested in him, and this team wants to make a huge offer to him, and that sort of thing. And it's all in the name of one effort, which is to drive up the price for the coach. And ultimately, I hate to say it, but just looking at different team situations, I don't think the Browns would be in the top 3 on his priority list, but I could be wrong.
All right, so if not McCarthy, how does this shake out for the Browns? Is it McDaniel, or is it one of these young guys like Grant Udinski or Dan Pitcher?
Yeah, so I thought Zach Jackson put out something that was really interesting about Dan Pitcher's association with the Browns, those who are in charge with the Browns, and the history, the connection between them, because a lot of the times that these coaches are hired, it's a big league, but it's a small world, as you guys know, and it really comes down to who do you know, who have you worked with in the past, who do you align with. So I think a guy like Pitcher could be a legitimate candidate. I know that wouldn't get Browns fans excited, because I know Browns fans are hoping for some crazy combination of Robert Saleh as the head coach and Mike McDaniel as his OC, and you just bring over the Shanahan tree minus Shanahan. But don't be surprised if it ends up being a name that is not as attractive in the headline. It's tough to judge for the Browns as opposed to some other teams, because what do they lack that other teams have? And I know this will spark a whole other conversation with you guys, which I'm happy to get into. But the Titans have Cam Ward. The Giants have Jackson Dart. 2 quarterbacks that each franchise believes can be their franchise quarterback. The Browns have Shedeur Sanders. We know the whole discourse on there. It is not as rock solid as those other situations are perceived to be. And there's also these potential, pieces that could still move. What with the Packers, losing to the Bears in the fashion that they did in Matt LaFleur, but, that involvement, you could continue to go down the list even with the lack of, Greg Roman potentially being out as an offensive coordinator. Do the Eagles, do they move on from Nick Sirianni and Kevin Patullo? Is it a staff change situation again like it was a couple of years ago, or are bigger changes coming? There's still pieces that could move, that could change the landscape of this and make it into one of the spicier coaching carousels that we've seen in a while. So I think all options are on the table, but for the Browns situation, what you have is a very good defense coordinated by a defensive coordinator who should probably also get looks as a head coach. He's only been a head coach once, and if we're talking other retreads, why not include Jim Schwartz in the mix? But you have an offense that needs a lot of work. You have an existing general manager that the Browns have already backed. And unless they pull a Liam Cohen power move and get the GM kicked out of there for him to go take the job, it makes it a little less, I don't know if it's attractive is the word, as much as possible for every candidate to be potentially on board, because they do have to mesh with the existing GM. So there's a few hurdles that the Browns are going to have to clear that maybe some other teams don't have. But and I think that ends up leaving a lot of our options open, including some lesser known names.
It is Mike McDaniel Day today for the Browns. They've actually put out that they've conducted an interview with Mike McDaniel. Would Mike McDaniel be a downgrade from Kevin Stefanski?
It's interesting. I think offensive creativity-wise, no. Browns fans might like to see what he could do with this offense, but it's hard to compare between his time in Miami and potential time with the Browns, because who the Dolphins had, as weapons. Now, they never had a great offensive line. They had an okay offensive line. They had two at quarterback, but they had legitimate weapons outside. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, you got Devon Achane, and they were able to do some really fun, creative things, especially when they were at the peak of their powers. And as any Browns fan will happily admit, the Browns lack those weapons. Not at running back necessarily, but they definitely lack it at receiver. So it might take on a bit of a different appearance if he were to be the head coach. And there's also, you kind of look at the way that the Dolphins, his tenure, it eventually ended. It's almost, I don't know if it's because of his personality or what, but there wasn't necessarily the strongest sense of leadership being exuded there. Now, I think the rift with Tua had a lot to do with that. Tua just calling out teammates for not showing up to players-only meetings, being very candid with reporters, seemed to demonstrate a lack of, maybe control on the part of the head coach. So it would be different from the Kevin Stefanski, Andrew Berry robotic era, where they just give you the most PR coached responses publicly. They never really, give you too much insight into what's really going on, and they keep everything close to the vest. But I don't think on the field it would be a downgrade. I think it would be comparable. It would look different. It would open the avenues to different styles of offense than what the Browns have run. And then it just comes down to fit. But I don't think in total it's a downgrade. It might just look like it.
Are the Browns going to lose Jim Schwartz?
That all depends on who they hire as head coach, right? I think that there's a good chance that they are willing to sacrifice him in order to get the head coach that they want. So if I had to lean one direction or the other, I would say yes, because it's really hard to convince a new head coach to come in and say, oh, but by the way, you have to keep this defensive coordinator. If they're willing to do that, that's one thing. But if they come in and they're told they have to keep that guy, I think that's going to eliminate some candidates. And if that eliminates the Browns, most desired candidates, then yeah, I think that he would end up being sacrificed in order to hire the right guy. It's just it's another hurdle that you're creating to hire the guy that you necessarily want to hire, that you could eliminate if you said, all right, we're willing to part with him if you want to come in as a new coach and get your own staff in. Because again, like I said, the NFL, big world, but it's all about who you know. It's all about who you trust, who you've coached with before. And oftentimes when coaches come in, they want to fill their own staff out.
Yeah, the problem is I'm not getting rid of Jim Schwartz for Dan freaking Pitcher. Right.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But what do you value more? Like, are you trying to create some happy partnership where I value my defensive coordinator so much that he's not good enough to be my head coach, but he's good enough to still be my defensive coordinator with a head coach that a lot of people maybe have never heard of or maybe aren't excited to bring in just because he's an offensive mind. Like, you're trying to create this happy little perfect marriage, and I don't know if that necessarily exists. It's just not as simple as that. So if it comes down to that, where you're like, I need to have Jim Schwartz on my staff no matter what, then he's going to end up being your head coach.
Yeah, Nick, I know it seems really hard to answer this question, so if you just want to be like, I don't have a great answer for this, I'll completely understand. But when it comes to this offseason, we don't even have our head coach yet. We don't know who the quarterback is going to be. But how aggressive do you feel like Andrew Berry is going to have to be in order to get these things at least turned around in a 3, 4, 5 win advantage from last year this offseason?
I mean, that's a fantastic question. We have to start with the finances, right? I mean, let's look at the Browns going into 2026. As it stands right now, according to Over the Cap, they are $15 million in the red. Now, that's not a big total. There's been off seasons in which the Saints were $80 million in the red, and they extended some guys, restructured. I think only 2 of the 10 guys that I thought they were going to move on from that year ended up leaving. 1 retired, 1 got traded somewhere else. They kept the key guys on their team. But the problem with the Browns is they have a lot of non-active cap charges against them. We have, according to this site, that Dalvin Tomlinson, $12.1 million. Juan Thornhill, $5.6 million. And the numbers continue because if you look at the cap going into 2026, you got guys who are on void years with massive cap numbers. You got Wyatt Teller, $10.3 million. Joel Bitonio, $23.5 million, which he may retire. We'll find out with that. David Njoku, $24.3 million. These are their cap numbers going into next year to not even be on the team because of the way Barry has been aggressive to try to keep this team competitive and stay in the winning window that really hasn't existed with them. Nobody has loved tacking on void years in the NFL more than Andrew Barry. And that all goes back to the Watson deal. They restructure Watson annually by adding on void years to create immediate cap space to be able to add players of quality. And they can do that again. It's just that eventually the mountain starts to pile up and you have to kind of take a reset year or two. They don't have the time. They don't have the leash to do that. So I would expect that he approaches it in a similar fashion. It's just that the margin, you're working with less and less every year, and it's going to be very challenging. And you also have to try to figure out how to convince guys to come play for a team that has a very good defense. May not have its defensive coordinator. We'll find out with who they hire. And also has an offense that was one of the lowest ceiling operations in the NFL last year. So there's a lot of work left to be done. And I caution Browns fans to stop or at least avoid creating some sort of free agent wish list this year because they're just not operating with the same amount of financial power, at least as it stands right now, as some other teams are.
All right, Nick, you texted me late last week that you have a final conclusion on Shedeur's rookie season, which may or may not include a compromise for entering 2026.
You ready for it?
I don't know because
I definitely
there's as much of a chance you're going to annoy me as you are going to make me go like, hey, I think we can work with this.
It would be a real turn if Nick was like, I'm going to come on and say something nice and then didn't.
I'm not a heel. Come on now. Okay, so I will say this first. I think you guys are among the more optimistic and positive-leaning pairs in Cleveland media when it comes to Shedeur. And I give you credit for that because it's hard to stay optimistic in Cleveland when it comes to the Browns. So good for you on that. After reviewing everything and watching every snap of every play, or every play of every game this season, I've come to accept that the most realistic outcome for his career, and this is going to upset a lot of people, is a plus version of Jacoby Brissett. That is what I could absolutely see happening in his career. Okay. That means that you are a reliable quarterback who is going to pilot an offense consistently. Let's look at Arizona. They went to Jacoby because they couldn't trust Kyler Murray to actually convert third downs, and their offense got better with him this year. Now, granted, they lost most of those games that he played, but that was a sign of respect and appreciation for Jacoby. Shedeur could be that, but better, plus version of that. That means that you're getting a chance to compete for 1 or 2 starting jobs in the NFL, and at minimum, you have a guaranteed long-term career as a valued backup that a lot of teams are always going to be interested in from one offseason to the next. Now, that is my realistic outcome. Could it be better? Yes. If the situation around him gets better, yes. But I think that we should all kind of understand that he has earned the right to compete for the starting job in 2026. He got incrementally better from week to week. He became more valuable as a scrambler. He'd still put some awful sacks because he hangs onto the ball too long, which is very typical of rookie quarterbacks. His offensive line wasn't great, but it also wasn't quite as bad as folks might want to point out in defense of him. He did disappear for significant stretches and didn't help them in key spots, but he finished strong, and he ultimately proved that he deserves more time with his team and the opportunity to compete for a starting job. A lot of that will have to do with the coach that they hire and what they want to do with the position. I expect them to bring in a veteran competitor. That would just be the prudent decision on their part, but he wasn't terrible. He wasn't great. And you can carve out a long career by being a Jacoby Brissett, who people in Cleveland really loved that 1 year, and other teams continue to love to employ and turn to in times of need.
Well, I guess I was wrong. I guess you really can't tell us you're going to say something nice. And
yeah, when you see the video on this, he did roll his eyes.
And roll that. I mean, that was not the compliment you think it is. That's like somebody coming up and be like, hey, you're not as ugly as I thought you are. What? Well-intentioned.
That's the guaranteed outcome. I said he could be better than that. That's just where I see.
It's well-intentioned thought by you, but it was not very nice. The end of it is not very nice.
I'm sorry. We can't all be as aspirational, you know?
That's all right.
I will say, I think you did give us the compromise, which is he will battle for the starting job this year, which I think makes a lot of sense. I can at least go there. I've said I think the better version of him is some cross between Geno Smith and Kirk Cousins. JP?
That's not very far off. That's the higher end of the ceiling that I see as well.
And I said Trevor Lawrence.
Not that far. He's not going to be that guy. But I could totally see a Geno type of
right
turn.
Situation, right spot. You get some good skill position players around him. Good coach. You know what I'm talking about. It's amazing though. I mean, he had nothing, absolutely nothing, Nick, to work with.
I mean, I've seen worse.
You've seen worse?
Geno went through it. Yes, what Geno went through in Vegas this year was markedly worse than what the Browns had. Absolutely.
Really? I mean, we had the worst graded offensive line. There's not a receiving core that is worse. They at least had Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers alone tilted in the Raider scale.
Brock Bowers was injured early in the season, and by the time he came back, it was the middle to the latter portion of the season, and he wasn't able to carry them from there.
Ashton Genty and Brock Bowers is better than Quinshawn and then Harold Fannin and whatever else.
How dare you?
Not when you're playing behind the worst offensive line in the NFL. And I know the grades skew toward the Browns, but I'm telling you right now, having watched all these games for both teams, nobody had a worse offensive line in the NFL than the Raiders this season.
We got a Shedeur off right now.
We
guys.
got a PFF off too. He's like, I'll tell you what the PFF grades say. Okay,
well,
all right.
I have full respect for PFF. I appreciate those folks very much. But like I said, I've watched every play of every game in the NFL this year.
Oh yeah, I watched Cam Robinson and KT Levinston. Okay.
Hey, I'm not a fan of that.
You can't tell me the Raiders. You can't tell me the Raiders have a lot worse than KT Levinston and Cam Robinson on a consistent basis.
Oh, you need to go look at Forsyth and Glaze.
Luke Whippler, Cam Robinson, KT Levinston, and Tevin Jenkins were all on the same offensive line together at the same time. You can't tell me the Raiders were worse.
I promise you they were. I say that as confidently as possible.
This is like Roman Greco wrestling back in the gladiator days, except both guys end up mildly excited.
You see what happened though. Geno wasn't able to do anything though. But I think this is a good case study for you, Nick, though, because Geno wasn't able.
We're both
Nick Shook.
Okay.
Because sorry about that.
But you were looking at me.
I was because Geno at one point has been good in the NFL. We've seen him be good. He was good in Seattle. He lit it up in Seattle, and then you move him to the Raiders and we argued who's got the worst offensive line. Let's just agree, trash was trash. And then Geno looked awful this year. He was unplayable this year, and that kind of speaks to the idea that Shedeur didn't have much of a chance. If Geno has looked good in his NFL career, good enough to get $100 million salaries, all of a sudden looks like trash. Can't imagine what a rookie in 7 games would look like. Oh, wait, I can. Yeah. It was Shedeur this last year.
That's fair, but I don't think that Geno was necessarily unplayable. I think he was a victim of the circumstances. And I'm not
that's what I'm saying about Shedeur.
Sanders. But what I'm saying is that Geno still threw for 3,000 yards, and there were games in which he'd randomly throw for 300 yards and try to keep them competitive. But he would.
And Shedeur had a game where he threw for 364 yards and randomly kept the Browns competitive. What do you do? It's the same thing.
It's similar, but I'm telling you right now, the argument with Geno is that there's nothing he could have done. And
that's
you know
the
what?
argument for Shedeur right here too.
Let's think about strengths and weaknesses, though. Geno is a guy who, with time, will try to fit passes into small windows, usually does it on time, makes proper reads, gets the ball out on time. He tried that this year with this team, rarely had time to throw, ended up throwing a career-high 17 interceptions, still threw 19 touchdowns, got banged up throughout the year. Just on the eye test alone, Geno and Shedeur, not the same, but I actually kind of like the comparison overall. And it's fair to say, okay, Shedeur wasn't put in the best situation, and he was a rookie who came in behind a bad offensive line. But ultimately, between the two, I don't think they're as comparable as you might think.
All right. You're a very reasonable human, I'll give you that.
All right. I tell you guys to hug it out, but you might end up sword fighting. Nick, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Nick. That was very reasonable by you.
Yep, as always. Love you guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, buddy. Nick Shook there, NFL.com, on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Spicy.
Not spicy.
Oh,
very reasonable.
We had a nerd off, and I love it.
Very reasonable.
I was proud of both my boys there. You guys, that was some high-level jousting.
It's fun to joust with him.
Ooh.
Although, I just keep thinking, I'm going to the bathroom with Nick. Yeah, we're going to do a sword fight here? No, I'm going to the bathroom, Nick. That's all I can think about.
But just think about crossing streams.
I was like,
we'll react to Nick. That was other. He was talking about me, Nick, not Nick Shook.
No,
there
not
was
Nick Shook.
Yeah,
No.
No sword fighting there, except on air. We'll react to what these the esteemed gentlemen from Cleveland and the NFL Network had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
John Harbaugh has started.
You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Every playoff game, from the wild cards right up to Super Bowl Sunday, the home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
That all depends on who they hire as head coach, right? I think that there's a good chance that they are willing to sacrifice him in order to get the head coach that they want. So if I had to lean one direction or the other, I would say yes. Because it's really hard to convince a new head coach to come in and say, oh, but by the way, you have to keep this defensive coordinator. If they're willing to do that, that's one thing. But if they come in and they're told they have to keep that guy, I think that's going to eliminate some candidates. And if that eliminates the Browns' most desired candidate, then yeah, I think that he would end up being sacrificed in order to hire the right guy. It's just it's another hurdle that you're creating to hire the guy that you necessarily want to hire, that you could eliminate if you said, all right, we're willing to part with him if you want to come in as a new coach and get your own staff in. Because again, like I said, the NFL, big world, but it's all about who you know. It's all about who you trust, who you've coached with before. And oftentimes when coaches come in, they want to fill their own staff out.
I feel like if it was almost any other franchise in the NFL, or at least one of the more successful ones, this wouldn't even be a thought with Jim Schwartz. It would just be no, he's your defensive coordinator. Do you want this job or not? Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, it's the odd part about it is you typically don't see number 2, number 3 overall ranked defenses, and then they need a new head coach.
Yeah,
like that's what makes it so unique and so different. Like even I'm just trying to think of past examples in my head of times this has popped up, but you don't have dominant defenses and these bad of teams. You have to have an historically bad offense in order to get fired when you have that good of a defense. And the Browns had it.
Like I feel I'm pretty realistic on Schwartz. Like I do want to leave some of this up to him because if he's upset with things, I can understand the business of this, right? I don't want him to go to Baltimore and become the defensive coordinator there for obvious reasons with Kevin Stefanski. That feels a little unoriginal and unauthentic by Baltimore. But like to some degree, I'm willing to work with Jim Schwartz here. But if Dan freaking Pitcher goes, hey, my deal breaker is Schwartz, you got Al Golden is your defensive coordinator. What in the blue hell are you talking about?
I just don't know why. And listen, Nick Shook is right about the idea that a lot of these guys come in and they want their own people, and they've been dreaming about this forever, so they're going to get their own guys. I just don't know if you're Dan Pitcher why you'd have any argument with Jim Schwartz.
And the same thing with Mike McDaniel. Like, part of what sunk Mike McDaniel in Miami was they had some bad defenses there. They had a lot of names. Guys like Bradley Chubb, Emmanuel Ogba was there for a hot minute. They've had plenty of names, but they didn't have a lot of production. Well, you've got it. Like, if I'm Mike McDaniel, wait, you mean all I have to do is walk into this thing and call plays on offense and run the offense, and I get a guy that can hold down the defense? I think like Jim Schwartz.
Well, that's the dream. I mean, that's what Stefanski had. That was the dream.
I would just look at Jim Schwartz as like the ultimate best friend to have as a head coach because he just takes care of a side of the ball. Like, and again, like, listen, if it comes down to you get John Harbaugh or you don't for Jim Schwartz, I'll probably have to side on the side of the head coach, right? Like, I'll have to side with John Harbaugh, but I will be a little disgruntled with it. Anybody else? Hey, you can. Hey, who's your OC? Who's your O-line coach? You choose those things. But like whether it's McDaniel or Dan Pitcher or Grant Yadinsky or honestly, even Brian Flores, like with love and respect, Brian, I'm not hiring you to coordinate a defense. I'm hiring you to win games. So we're going to keep Jim Schwartz in there. We're going to keep the wide nine defense in there, and then you figure everything else out.
I just, if it's not broke, don't fix. Don't mess with it. I feel like it's the type of thing that just makes so much sense to us. But when you get in these spots, they dream their whole lives for this, and so they want some more power. They want more control, and some people are stubborn about it. But if it was me, I'd be like, just give me the defensive coordinator. That's awesome.
Wait. So you're telling me the defense was like top 10 last year, and that Myles Garrett, the guy who's like the face of the defense, is incredibly happy with that defensive coordinator? Well, I think I'm going to need a whole new defense. Can we run the 1-5?
Well, so this is why I thought guys like Dan Pitcher would be in play. Is because guys like Dan Pitcher don't get to come with any high expectations about who their defensive coordinator is. Like if you're Grant Yadinsky at 30 years old, you take whatever they give you.
Now you're already out on Yadinsky because of his face.
No, we're not up. Very punchable face. Also trust fund face. It was very confusing to me what type of face he offered up. Okay. but I've been reading a lot about him now.
Yeah.
Okay, I've been reading a little bit more about him, and I'm starting to become a little infatuated with him.
But here's the problem.
I'm starting to become a little. Now, there's one thing I don't believe, and I never believe this when I hear it. There's Kevin O'Connell claims that he's got a photographic memory. I never believe that when people say it. I think I just.
Do they need to prove it like McVay?
I want him to prove it. McVay did it in a ridiculous way. But yeah, I tend to think most people that think they have a photographic memory are lying about it, and they don't actually have a photographic memory. If Grant Udinski actually does have one, well, color me impressed. Yeah, that's a parlor trick I want to sign up for. But I like his introductory.
Does that make you a great head coach?
His introductory press
conference. He can remember every loss in great detail.
But his introductory press conference, I need somebody to ask him about a very, very random play from like 7 years ago or something and see where his recall is.
Should Jim Schwartz be a deal breaker for the Browns and their next head coach? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
and it seems pretty clear that that's going to happen, then you're not going to interview him. I'm sure they called. I'm sure they're one of the teams that called. But I don't know if they will actually go through with an interview. And right now, I do not know if he's on the list.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back with you. Brian Batko of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette coming up in just about 40 minutes there.
Yeah, but first, win a 4-pack of tickets to the Fan Night at Cleveland State Basketball on Thursday, January 15th at 7 o'clock at the Wolstein Center, hosted by Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima. Get tickets at csuvikings.com/tickets. Enter the word Vikings, VIKINGS. By the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
The video of Nick Shook and JP's Shadust Up is finally up on 92.3 The Fan's social media handle there, so go ahead and check that out. I can't tell you how much I really enjoy when two people who I like to hear talk sports, and I can just sit back and enjoy. I don't know if I don't think I mugged enough for the camera because I was really enjoying it.
It seemed like you made a lot of faces, but I'm not entirely sure.
They were all good faces. They were all happy faces.
You were just really enjoying it.
I really was.
Sometimes it's nice to just have the popcorn in hand, sit back, relax, and enjoy the cruise.
But no, because I really like Nick Shook and think the world of him. I really like you and think the world of you. And I like the fact that you are both incredibly opinionated. It was just kind of nice to be a bystander while also getting paid to do so.
Well, there we go. Sometimes I just felt bad because I kept saying Nick, and you were like, "What Nick are you referring to here?" But it would ruin my flow if I'm like, Nick Shook said this.
It's like any time somebody uses the word "out" in a sentence around Mongo, he's like, "You going?" And I'm like, I said we're gonna get takeout, buddy. I didn't say we're gonna take you out. Same thing. I'm like Mongo in this, but with my name.
Well, you are the dominant Nick around these parts.
Many
so you
people
get first, first calling. It's like when Padone started hosting here. I had to change it up. No, it's not Nick. It's Padone.
That's not exactly how I went at the beginning. I had to fight for my spot here.
I had to be. I was like Nick, and you're like, I don't know about that one, friend. And I'm like, you're right. When you're right, you're right.
Believe he's just Padone here. Okay, or other Nick.
I actually call him Nick Shalassi.
Dirty work.
That's what I call it.
According to Adam Schefter, the Browns were one of 5 teams that John Harbaugh has had a preliminary and extensive phone call with. Nick Shook of NFL.com, and we just talked about. He joined us last hour and talked about the Harbaugh sweepstakes.
The entire Harbaugh experience is going to be nothing more than a bidding war, and that he'll have his, pick of the litter. Depending on, you got to have a little bit of agreement between ownership, franchise leadership. There's, it's been floated that he wants his own GM, which I think a coach of his stature, that makes complete sense. But yeah, I think what you're going to get is a lot of reports, maybe some conflicting, that are floated out there that he's interested in this team, and then this team's interested in him, and this team wants to make a huge offer to him, and that sort of thing. And it's all in the name of one effort, which is to drive up the price for the coach. And ultimately, I hate to say it, but just looking at different team situations, I don't think the Browns would be in the top 3 on his priority list, but I could be wrong.
Well, we're going to find out a lot in the next 24, 48 hours on Harbaugh and where exactly he goes. Did you find the Albert Breer tweet a little confusing as well?
Yes.
He says some clarity with the John Harbaugh situation, and he mentions the teams and everything with the preliminary calls, and says he hasn't met with any team in person yet. And this is after the Falcons already tweeted out they've done the interview with John Harbaugh, and so now it's like,
did the Falcons fail the first test to be cool?
Like, was that what I'm thinking? Was that the preliminary call, and then like the social media team jumped the gun and thought that was the real call?
I think
did Matt Ryan not know how this goes? He's like, oh yeah, we just did the interview, and they're like, no, that's the preliminary.
I think your read on this is right, but I don't think it's just the social media team. I think the social media team in this case has to have their information from somewhere. So somebody built this up in the Falcons organization, and then you saw the Falcons. I think teams are very, very selective about how this stuff gets out, and for a good reason, because if you get people thinking you're going to get one coach and you don't get that coach, it really goes poorly for you when you try and unveil your actual hire. I would be really surprised if this was just somebody in the social media team getting ahead of themselves. This feels like the Falcons maybe got ahead of themselves.
It feels like the Falcons thought they had an interview.
Sure feels
Sounds
that
like this
way.
was one of the extensive phone calls. Maybe it went an hour, maybe 2 hours, whatever it was. And they think they interviewed John Harbaugh. Meanwhile, Harbaugh was like, "Oh no, that was the preliminary interview."
Yeah. That was just where I told you how this was all going to go.
That was the appetizers. We haven't got to the main course yet.
Although, it's funny. Like we played the Jonathan Jones clip where Jonathan
Falcons
was
are like, "We served you filet. What else do you want?"
I mean, Jonathan Jones basically said, like, "Hey, somebody might have to screw up this for other teams to get a chance." This could be the Falcons screwing it up by saying this was something that John Harbaugh didn't want it to be.
I just like that their fastball was a preliminary interview.
I was actually thinking, like...
Okay. And that means they left, by the way, thinking that Harbaugh obviously didn't agree to it.
Yeah.
Because clearly he was set on, like, okay, maybe they'll have a chance at another one. So they didn't line up a second interview.
Got to get that. You got to secure that second date at the end of the first date. Everybody knows that.
Obviously. Like, it's you're not dealing right if you don't
Mac,
have that lined
we're
up.
talking to your generation.
The sexless generation? Yeah. The one that just doesn't care about sex for some reason?
Yeah. Could not be me.
We've seen the studies.
Yeah.
They're not great for your generation.
Listen, the analytics for your generation.
You guys just don't care, right? It's so weird to me.
You're basically killing
spending
humanity.
more time on the Excel spreadsheet than we are on the actual deed.
I think it's that. It's Fortnite. It's a lot of Harry Potter stuff. I don't know what the hell you guys do.
Don't drink alcohol and you don't have sex. I don't know where we went wrong in this country.
Yeah. Didn't we show you? Didn't our generation show you how to live?
How did we fail you guys in such a way?
Was it that we were so good at all of those things that you just knew you couldn't live up to the hype? Is that what it was?
I don't think that's what it was. Browns interviewed Mike McDaniel today for their head coach opening. Scott Petrak of the Chronicle Telegram
that's exactly what that was.
On with Baskin and Phelps today. Talked about the similarities between McDaniel and Kevin Stefanski.
I don't know how many jobs are going to get offered to Mike McDaniel. I know that he's doing the interview circuit, and if he doesn't get a head job, then plenty of teams would want him as a coordinator because he's obviously a really smart offensive mind, and you see all the motions and, a lot of the Kyle Shanahan ingredients that we've seen. But, I think he gets looks across the league. It's tough for me when a guy gets fired. And we're seeing the same thing with Kevin Stefanski. Like the Kevin Stefanski, Mike McDaniel resumes are not that different, right? They're young guys, offensive minds, get jobs, have instant success. This success doesn't last. You're burdened with an injury-prone, highly paid quarterback, and then the ownership goes, yeah, we can do better. So I think there's a bunch of reasons to be intrigued by McDaniel. I don't know if it's a slam dunk that he gets a head coaching job this season.
So it's interesting to see the wide gamut of possibilities and takes on Mike McDaniel from I don't know that he gets a head coaching opportunity this offseason to I think he would be the best head coaching candidate here, right, to I think he's better than the Browns coaching job, which we've heard like the Detroit OC job's a better job than the Browns head coaching job. That it is just it's interesting. Like I don't think there's any candidate that is being talked about in the way that Mike McDaniel is, just in terms of the absolute possibilities in the way that people view him. I don't listen. I think Scott's making a good comparison between McDaniel and Stefanski. I think McDaniel is what we hoped Kevin would be.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that if they came out tomorrow and said McDaniel's the head coach, I'd be thrilled. I'd be like, all right, good, let's go. Now, it doesn't mean that they're going to be successful. There's still a lot of things that have to happen, and it didn't work out in Miami at the end of the day, but I think you got to be happy with this. And it's interesting how many fans just feel like they want to vomit anytime they hear Mike McDaniel's name.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, if tomorrow, they said, Dan Pitcher's the head coach, I would say, oh, so it was always going to be Dan Pitcher. And that piss me off a little bit. I don't think you're in a position where you can just rig this job for your friends. And that is something I'm going to have to overcome with this process for Andrew Berry specifically, right? If it was Adden Dirty, I'd be like, well, you didn't need to do this today. I don't think anyone else is going to hire him as a head coach. If it was McDaniel, I'd be like, oh, so you were trying to get ahead of the other teams with their OC searches, and this is maybe you would have preferred to have him wait a year and quote unquote learn from his experience. Okay, now he's got experience. You kind of know who he is, and you know what you need to avoid, right?
Did you see the parody song that was made over the weekend about Aiden Dirty?
Was it our guy Logan Bruce?
No, it was somebody else. But they made it off of they used our voice in it in the beginning. Nice. And then they had it off
Trying
of
to catch me Adden Dirty.
It was very well done.
Wid didn't y'all tag me?
I
would have loved to see
tag you. I didn't. You didn't comment or anything. I was very surprised.
Wait, when did this happen?
It was like Saturday, maybe.
Did Saturday night?
I don't remember.
Because I don't remember Saturday night.
Oh, yeah. Saturday night got away from you?
Yeah.
I think it was during the day.
By the way, when I said that, Mac's eyes went down. See the intimidation of this generation. Of
you might have been on your
a man of such virility and, I'll say, ability to drink. I think they're intimidated.
You might have been on your Mexican date at the time. I'm not sure. I think it was like Saturday during the day. Now I got to go back and find it. I got to play it for you. I think you're going to like it.
I'd been at a bulk store there. Sam's Club. I don't know why I didn't just say Sam's Club there.
Okay.
It's my turn. The Browns requested to interview Jags OC Grant Udinski, who Jonathan Peterlin says has a punchable face.
Also added, though, may or may not have photographic memory. And that is intriguing to me, because I think everyone lies about having photographic memory.
Deal breaker, prove it to me.
People that do, well, I think people have memory, and they confuse that for having photographic memory, and then it becomes like this thing of lore.
I show everybody by having no memory. Here's Trevor Lawrence and his high praise for his offensive coordinator.
I've never really met anyone like him. The way he approaches just the preparation process, the attention to detail, just the game planning in general, the things that he thinks about, the conversations that we have throughout the whole week. It's a very, very detailed process, and it seems like there's no stones that are left unturned in his approach with us in the QB room, and obviously Spence as well as a QB coach. We're all kind of doing it together, and the rest of the guys in there. So his just, knowledge of the system and understanding the run game, the pass game, and clearly communicating it to me so I could learn it quickly, when we're installing the system. But then now from a game plan, there's so many specific things that you're looking for when you're planning against the defense. And he's helped me a lot, see things quicker, pick up on different tendencies a defense might have. And, he's been awesome for me.
J.J. McCarthy says he should be on a Dos Equis commercial. He's the most interesting man in the world.
That's J.J. McCarthy. He's the least interesting man.
I took a lot of what J.J. had to say, and I left it at the front door, because a lot of this article was about how great J.J. McCarthy thinks that he is. But the Vikings fans really did like him. Yeah. And, there's something to the idea, the guys behind the guys, so to speak. And then even in Jacksonville, Liam Cohen's getting all the credit and success, but Jacksonville fans are over the moon with Grant Udinski. So, he's getting a lot of credit in a lot of places. And it's interesting at 30 years old how much credit he's getting and how valued he seems to be in the spots that he goes.
So he has the right people impressed. Obviously, Kevin O'Connell thought he was a huge part of the experience in Minnesota. He gets a lot of credit for the revival of Sam Darnold. Liam Cohen is a very well-respected coach, even though he's only been a head coach for 1 year. I think Josh McCown might end up being your offensive coordinator, which we like. Guys, I don't think you should sleep on Grant Udinski. Honestly, when it comes down to it, Dan Pitcher, I understand why there's a relationship there. Grant Udinski, to me, has coached on 3 separate coaching staffs in the NFL.
He's done way more with less.
And that's he's part of the team that rejuvenated Sam Darnold. He's part of the team that rejuvenated Trevor Lawrence. I'll take the guy that did more with less as opposed to the guy who did less with more. And when I say did less, meaning he didn't call plays, he didn't draft Joe Burrow. Mm-hmm. He was part of his development on some level, but I think Grant Udinski might actually have more of a foot in the door here if we could talk about what we wanted to as a head coach.
He's exactly what Andrew Berry would like to target. A highly intellectual that is very young, but also feels like he might even be... He's so young at 30 that he might even be just a little bit ahead of the curve. It's not a question of if he's going to be a head coach. It's when he's going to be a head coach. And so maybe Andrew Berry is just first to market on it and giving him the actual opportunity.
Do we call him Coach U? Coach Grant?
Coach U.
G-U? Oh, G-Unit, come on now.
He doesn't even know G-Unit. He's so young.
I bet you he's looked back. He's perused.
You think so?
Probably not.
No, probably not.
No.
Yeah, G-Unit gets lost. For the younger generation.
That was the lead, the latest in the Browns coaching search, and a different way people might be looking at the Browns coaching search, and more from you guys in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan.
923 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, and Afternoon Drive, all live each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Missed a moment in the show? Use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
I think he's going to be a head coach. I think the Cleveland Browns are going to hire him. I really do. I think Mike McDaniel is going to be the head coach of the Browns. It seems like something they would do.
Yeah, and who's their quarterback going to be?
I don't know.
Why would I know it's one of 32 and you want these jobs and they pay a lot of money.
Exactly.
But you got to be realistic. I mean, especially if you're a head coach who had a modicum of success with an offense down in Miami.
You might not get another shot.
That is Boomer and Gio of WFAN this morning. I happened to click in because on the Odyssey app that we just talked about, it said Gio thinks Mike McDaniel is going to be the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns. Mm-hmm. I didn't realize we were going to get a full-blown stray or two there.
That's fine. I'll take that, considering I clicked in on Palazzolo and Sam Monson's like, hey, who are the Browns going to hire as a coach? And it just turned into them doing 10 minutes arguing about Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
So at least Gio got to an answer. I feel like a lot of the places I tune into when they're talking about the Browns coaching stuff, it just turns into let's yell about Deshaun.
Now, in fairness, I believe Gio has gotten 3 different versions of an answer on who's going to be the head coach. It was Kevin Stefanski. Then it was going to be John Harbaugh. No, now John's going to Miami, so it's going to be Kevin Stefanski. Now they're back. I guess it would technically be 4.
For the Giants job, you mean?
Yeah. No. Wait, what?
Huh?
What'd I say? You corrected me on what did I say instead of Giants job?
You just didn't say anything. You just said Gio just kept talking about it, and then you just
he's
talking.
Bouncing back and forth between the different jobs for the Giants job.
For the
correct.
Giants job, yeah.
Yes.
We were talking Browns job, and then yes, you switched up on us there for a second.
You're all welcome. However, so I guess seems like something they would do. I don't care for that, Gio. You're not wrong, but I don't care for that.
Wait, why is that a bad thing? If it seems like what they will do is hire one of the best head coaches on the market.
Also,
that should be a good thing. It's like we should reward the Browns. If you land Mike McDaniel, this shouldn't be looked at as same old Browns. This should be looked at as good job.
Yeah. Also, guys, at what point do you get credit for the whole Kevin Stefanski thing? It has been 7 years since Freddie Kitchens. It has been 8 years since Hugh Jackson into Greg Williams, then a year later into Freddie Kitchens.
Especially for people like Gio that are trying to get him to the Giants. You can't tell us that you want our used goods and then tell us that we've been basically a dumpster fire throughout that entire process.
Also, while the Giants have had more head coaches than the Browns, I believe 3 to be exact, since Kevin Stefanski got hired here.
I didn't like referring to Stefanski as used goods, but it's how it came off.
It's fair. I think it's fair at this point. And then the last one is who's going to be the quarterback. Guys, I think we view the quarterback, and listen, it is fair to say if you like Cam Ward better than whatever you think the Browns' options are going to be, it would make sense you'd choose the Titans over the Browns. If you like Jackson Dart over the potential of anything. Guys, there's also going to be coaches that don't like Jackson Dart or Cam Ward.
Right, and this gives you a clean slate in a way, and so it might not work in 2026, but you can set yourself up for 2027. I just don't think coaches look at this type of stuff as if they're scared about the quarterback and really the lack of a quarterback for right now. I just don't think they look at it that way. And Sean Payton is Exhibit A with the Broncos. Mm-hmm. He looked at the dead cap with Russell Wilson. He looked at everything that was accompanying that and said, okay, it'll take me 1 year to turn it all over. Then we'll be able to draft somebody like Bo Nix, and I'll be able to teach him what I need to teach him, and we're off and running.
And none of this means that changes the fact that at least 3 of the jobs out there have a quarterback, right? Or have a path to a quarterback. The Raiders with Fernando Mendoza, the Titans with Cam Ward, and obviously the Giants in Jackson Dart. But we're turning each one of these quarterbacks into something they're not. None of these are proven. So, and for instance, with Stefanski, I think Stefanski looks at either the Raiders job and the Giants job and goes, I liked both of those quarterbacks. They fit what I want to do. That's a bonus. there probably are going to be head coaches out there that go, well, I don't like either one of those quarterbacks. It's just weird how one-sided this has been. And listen, I can't paint you a pretty picture on Deshaun, Shador, Dylan Gabriel, and Dor D for the Browns coaching job, or for the head coach, and for the quarterback spot. I just think it's interesting, again, so that is one take. Gio and Boomer running down the Browns head coaching job and the idea of hiring Mike McDaniel. And then you have Charles Robinson, who called the Browns head coaching job, I'll read it verbatim, one filled with more potential than people realize. I think a lot of people are trying to cast this job in a specific light, and I think if John Harbaugh is at least willing to talk to you, it means he doesn't view it in the same disastrous light than other people do.
Well, so all right. So part of me with Charles Robinson is that he's always been connected to somebody in the Browns front office, and so this is
it Glenn Cook? Does he let Glenn Cook?
I don't know. I don't know who Charles Robinson. I don't know who his person is. But if that happened to be somebody that maybe he gifted a T-shirt to at maybe Christmas time, wouldn't surprise me.
Does Glenn Cook have ugly Christmas sweaters saying "Let Glenn Cook"?
I hope so. I hope he plays into the name of the highest order.
So I can't tell you what my ugly Christmas sweater said, but it was a Cat Williams skit off a bad movie that nobody watched, but it's a viral video.
Did it show up in the mail on time? You talked about it when you were getting ready to order it for a while.
It did, but my sister bringing her geriatric boyfriend over for Christmas.
He's in a wheelchair.
I got none of the. So I had to lift him up in his wheelchair.
Nick's 40. It's not like his sister's really old.
My sister's going to be 42 in May. So because she did this, my shocking Christmas sweater got
Wait, you
no
have to say
reaction.
how old he is now because people think I'm just laughing at people in wheelchairs. I'm not laughing at people in wheelchairs. There's a lot of younger people that have
guys.
There we go.
He's 70.
It's not like he was fighting in the war and then ended up
it should be noted.
Maybe the Vietnam War.
It should be noted.
Maybe World War II.
That's older than our biological father would be if he were alive. That's older than our dad Jim, who was our dad, if he were alive. That's older than my mom. That's older than the guy my mom is talking to now.
I love that.
And because of that, no one reacted to my Christmas sweater. Very upset by
I like that he threw off. You wanted this big Christmas sweater, hey, guys, laugh at my sweater.
My grandma is an avowed Catholic.
Everyone just focused on the guy that was 30 years older than your sister.
I mean, I've definitely gotten to the point where Mama just laughs off my ridiculousness, so we like that. I wanted to see that laugh. Instead, she barricaded the door and wouldn't let him to be rolled all the way in until there's a pretty intense 5-minute Hungarian argument between my sister and my Nagmama.
And then she popped some of those gin-soaked raisins.
Yeah.
Raisins, Not the Josh Rosens.
It's a pretty good day for Josh, all things considered. Yeah, see, it goes both ways. My sister's into 70-year-olds,
into Josh Rosens.
And my 93-year-old grandmother's into 30-year-old Josh Rosen.
But gin-soaked Josh Rosen.
Yeah.
Yes, that's part of the deal.
He's got a hot tub of
the
gin.
Deal. Yeah.
The best part is, I think we've ripped the Band-Aid off on this. I think Easter's not. I don't think Easter can come soon enough because I really need to see what's the sequel. Because I think he's going to be able to walk by then because he just needs some physical therapy. He just has a back injury.
That's good.
So
that's good to hear.
I want to see. Does she think it's a different guy? Like my sister's just bringing home different 70-year-old guys?
Maybe she likes it less. Maybe she always had a Lieutenant Dan fetish.
Oh, you know what the best part is? I did forget this. And now we're just going to air all the laundry. So a couple days later, they come over, my sister and her geriatric friend, boyfriend. I want to put the respect on it. And my nieces, and we wheel him again into the house. And he sits on the top perch on Mongo's rug, and Mongo was pissed. Mongo's like, that is my
Dogs
place.
Know these things,
He also was very anti-wheelchair, and I was like, buddy, I think that's problematic.
One thing I love about dogs, they just sense. They sense who's a good person, who's a bad person. I don't even know that this guy's a bad person.
Feels like you're shading the audience belief of the. He seemed very nice, but one, I heard them kiss about 4 times.
Well, I don't know why that's an response, but it's
And mind you, they've been together about 6 weeks or so.
Okay, they're in the love phase.
Yeah, we're in the love phase, and there was a lot of "you're my forever," and I was like, I believe it for him. I believe he might be being realistic about this because he's 70. His forever and her forever. Those
might be 25 more years. Might be.
If the comedy gods could only be that kind to me. But the funniest thing is, and so my mom got everybody gifts, and including him.
That's nice of her.
And my mom gave him $50. And I think it was tongue in cheek. but he said, "Thanks, Mom."
That's a funny joke.
And I almost
that's a funny joke.
I almost put him into that wheelchair forever.
That's
it was
funny,
the only time. But again, I don't know.
In different situations, you would have loved that joke and you would have laughed at this whole entire situation.
Yes, we're not there with the laughing yet. We're at the accepting part. We accept.
He goes, "Thanks, Mom." That's great.
but when he said it, my initial reaction was, we can make that back injury permanent. We could really do some damage
awareness here that he understands that what's happening is very Bill Belichick, and it probably shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, but at least Bill Belichick was a millionaire.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it probably shouldn't be happening.
But you know what? My sister's marrying for love. Or sorry, that's not. No. We're not there yet. Okay?
It's been 6 weeks.
I'm waiting for the next one, man.
So you're telling me this guy...
She's been divorced about 3 months.
He's not loaded, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted a Bill Belichick situation.
I just would like, my mom keeps, talking to people she's actually interested in as human beings. My sister does this. At some point, if somebody could just marry for love and make my life easier, it'd be great.
You marry for money is what you mean.
Did I say that?
You said marry for love.
Freudian slip. Stop doing that.
You see, you just can't help it.
Yeah. But maybe marry somebody your own age. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. Of all the people you could marry, it's not even the best start. Guys,
it's snorted there.
Here's the thing. It's not even the best part.
That's how you know he believes it.
But I can't tell the best part of this whole thing on air. I can. No.
Well, we went this far. You might as well.
You know what? Screw it.
Yeah,
it's going to get back anyways.
You went this far.
It's my ex-brother-in-law's uncle. I'm just going to let that one linger. If you guys want to know.
That's why I made the broad assumption might not be the world's greatest guy. That was just a broad assumption.
My brother-in-law, Jeremy, I love that guy. That's my dude.
All right, good.
And his uncle's there too.
I want to know what he thinks.
Which one?
The brother-in-law. Ex-brother-in-law.
I'm going to say he wasn't happy. I haven't talked to him, but I'm going to say he wasn't thrilled with the news.
That's the family party I want to be at.
Yeah.
That's the one I want to see.
In fairness, it's
like a real life Maury.
Yeah.
It's real life Jerry Springer is what it is.
It really is.
It's way more Springer than it is Maury.
But you know what the funny thing about all of this is?
Sometimes get salacious when he didn't have a DNA test, but it was never like Jerry.
But here's the thing. It's different when it's your real life. Like when it's when it's Jerry, you're like, I'm so removed from this. I have no emotional,
sure, it makes us feel better almost watching that stuff. It's like I watched that Caleb Hammer, the guy that just rips people about their financial advice on TikTok. Makes you feel a little better in the moment.
In fairness, the comedy of it all has been very good for me too. I laughed a lot. Not at my sister. I just mean like watching my grandmother get that upset was pretty funny. Watching my family try and act like they were supportive of it when they were secretly judging was very funny to me.
I'm shocked you didn't love the thanks mom joke.
I think it was just too
That's
early.
a really funny joke.
2 weeks from now,
it's
a
really
funny.
Like at the heart of it is a
but
really funny.
I met you 3 days ago.
Like on like that's quick out of him. You know what I mean? Like that's great.
I still don't know it meant as a joke though. I think I'm giving him a lot of credit.
Oh, you think like he's like, hey, mom?
I think he didn't know what. I think he didn't know what to call her. Yeah.
Do you think he forgot her name? Like, what do you mean?
Maybe.
Some people aren't great with names. It's only been 6 weeks.
Just a 70-year-old guy calling my 65-year-old mother mom. There was something in there that was like, this is not great. 216-474-0092.
No, he was being a jerk, and that makes it funny.
Hey, I didn't editorialize any of this, so there's no way this can boomerang back on me and land like a call from my sister at any point. Brian Batko, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, going to walk us through Steelers, Texans. Is this Mike Tomlin's potential final game in Cleveland? And it's in Pittsburgh. I'm still dealing with the 70-year-old thing, guys. Give me a damn break. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Tip-off is set for 7. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
Keep us locked in all day, every day for the latest on the Browns' search for a new head coach. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. Time out! Time out! 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Back to sports. I was really proud we didn't get at least one guy that was like talk sports in the middle of all that Jerry Springer drama.
Yeah.
Although Brian was like, this is this comedic gold. I would like a little bit of credit that I have sat on that story about the familial happenings. I've sat on that for 17 days, and I took 17 days of not talking. Now, did it come up on air? Okay, that's on me. Is my sister going to be a little mad about how it was presented? Also, probably on me. But my rebuttal will be, I didn't say this the day after we came back from Christmas break, and I feel like that's a real win.
Well, there you go. I like that for you.
Now, the playoffs continue tonight. Wild card weekend continues on. Steelers, Texans in a game. Could it be Mike Tomlin's final game as Steelers head coach? To talk about this and so much more, we head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Brian Batko of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette joining us now. Brian, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
We're doing okay. We're in the middle of a head coaching search, so that's always fun.
Yeah.
Do you even remember the last one? Because it's been like 20 years for you guys.
No, I think I was in like 9th grade biology, probably, when they hired Mike Tomlin last time around. So, yeah, it's been a minute.
Do you think this is his last go-round? Do you buy into the speculation that whether you win tonight, lose tonight, whether you win this game and then lose in the next round, that inevitably this will be the last time you guys see Tomlin on the sidelines?
No. I think that was slightly more likely had they lost last week to Baltimore, and the negativity that would have come along with that would have been pretty deafening. But he was on the Rich Eisen show this week and got asked something similar point blank, and he said he's been institutionalized. So that is quite the quote from a guy when it comes to weighing the option of continuing to be a head coach for year number 20 or going somewhere else.
Yeah, it's interesting because now it kind of feels like it's his choice, and it has been the entire time. But a few weeks back, when Steelers fans are chanting "Fire Tomlin" and booing during the Renegade song, all these different type of things, there's a real possibility it felt like everyone had turned on him. What is that at right now? Did a lot of the fans come crawling back, and what does it look like?
I think some did. I don't know if I would say a lot, but always to me, guys, the dynamic here was there's a pretty sizable gap between fan opinion of Mike Tomlin and front office opinion of Mike Tomlin. I think it was basically always going to be his choice, what he would want to do, and I don't think ownership would ever fire him outright like we just saw with Baltimore and John Harbaugh. I think, if anything, there could be tough conversations had of, hey, is this really still working? Is it time for both of us to get a change of scenery? Why don't you just kind of resign here? Like that to me is basically the worst case scenario that was ever on the table for Tomlin. And I think, rightly or wrongly, winning that game last week against their biggest rival probably tamped down a lot of that. But fan sentiment, I think there's a lot that are still ready for a change here.
So when it comes to this game tonight against the Texans, I know the Steelers have a lot of love, right? Sorry, a lot of love. What I mean is they won their division, so it's not like they're the Panthers at 8-9 here. But yet there's a lot of favoritism nationally for the Texans to win this game. So from the Steelers fan perspective, Steeler media perspective, the big knock has been Tomlin hasn't won a playoff game in X amount of years. So how much would this one playoff win buy Tomlin in terms of patience and how people view him in Pittsburgh?
A lot, I think. And this would be 9 years if they don't get it done tonight. That's a really long time. I came into this season thinking, all right, if they win a playoff game with this Aaron Rodgers experiment, I will consider it a successful year. And I won't backtrack on that. I still believe that. If they don't, I won't really give them extra credit for salvaging the Browns debacle by beating the Ravens. last week. To me, it would still be a sign of a team stuck in neutral and not really climbing the ladder in the AFC, just basically staying stagnant where they've been since 2017, essentially. So, I think it's almost an all or nothing proposition tonight in that. And, you say they're not the Panthers. They kind of are of the AFC. They snuck in at 10-7, and, there's the Texans are the odds makers favorites for this one. So I don't think it's quite as bleak of an outlook as going down to Baltimore this time last year or going to Buffalo 2 years ago when they got run out on a rail. But I'm still not real optimistic about this Jekyll and Hyde team.
How much of this game dictates whether or not this is the last game that Aaron Rodgers ever plays?
Oh, that's a great question, and I can't begin to get into the psyche of Rodgers. I mean, I'll frame it this way. Coming into the year, after listening to some of his Pat McAfee stuff and, reading between the lines, I thought there was almost no chance that he would come back for another season. But now, after the way he's played at times and just from being around him in the locker room, interviews, seeing him interact with teammates during games, away from the game, I think there's a real chance that he's going to want to play again next year, maybe even surprising himself in the mindset that he took into 2025 after just a moribund Jets tenure. So whether that would be here or somewhere else, I don't know. I think he's famously complicated and open to different avenues, but I would put it this way. I'm a lot more believing that could happen than I was going into week one.
Do Steelers fans want Aaron Rodgers back next year?
I think that's another one that's probably baked into how tonight goes, right? If he gets sacked 8 times and he's looking feeble out there and can't move and just gets destroyed by this Texans defense, people are fickle. But you ask me right now at, 5:50 before anything kicks off, yeah, I think by and large people have liked what they've seen from Rodgers and probably feel like it's the best quarterback play they've gotten since pre-elbow injury Roethlisberger. So, yeah, I think the fans are pretty into the Rodgers effect with the Steelers.
How did the Steelers win tonight? Because this Texans defense is so good. I don't know how Pittsburgh scores points.
I think dinking and dunking isn't really going to work, but at the same time, you want to get rid of it quick against Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson coming off the edge. So that makes for a tough recipe, into which I would say I think you're going to need some downfield playmaking by DK Metcalf. I think you're going to need Aaron to drop some dimes, vintage Rodgers, to kind of stress the outside of that defense. And yet their corners are really good too. So I just think you're going to have to try to throw it up there at times and hope your guy's better than their guy. If it doesn't go your way, live with it. But I think if you get too scared, too conservative, kind of like we saw in Cleveland, there's going to be a lot of 3-and-outs, punts, and not really moving the ball.
Which job would you rather see go up in flames? The Browns head coaching job or the Ravens head coaching job?
Well, I guess the Ravens falling off would be better for the Steelers in the long term because they've been ahead of them as a franchise, in my opinion, even though it's kind of like the bizarro Browns-Steelers matchup where the Steelers are far ahead in the grand scheme of things, but the individual matchups are always back and forth. And yet the Steelers own the Ravens head-to-head, weirdly enough, in this division. So from the Steelers' perspective, I would certainly say the Ravens, but I don't think that's going to happen because I think that's probably the best open job on the market.
All right, so do you think Stefanski ends up with the Ravens?
It wouldn't shock me. I don't think that would be my bet, but I think he's a really good coach. I think the Browns may have botched that one, but I don't even know that the Ravens should have gotten rid of John Harbaugh either. I'm kind of a stability guy. Maybe it's, I'm institutionalized, like Mike Tomlin is covering the Steelers.
All right, who do you think wins tonight?
I've got Houston. I think they're legit. I don't think they've won 9 in a row on smoke and mirrors or by beating up on solely bad teams. They won in Kansas City when it was really frigid out in early December, I believe. So I don't know that the weather for a dome team is going to be that much of a factor. I'll believe it when I see it for this Steelers franchise to win a playoff game again. Give me the Texans 20, Steelers 17.
That's right on the line there. I think Houston's a three-point favorite.
That's
All right.
Yeah, I was waiting for it to move one way or another for the hook, 3.5 or 2.5. We've kind of stuck at 3.
Also, by the way, 37 points. The over-under's at 38.5. Are you Vegas? Are you holding out on us there, Brian?
I trust Vegas. I think there's a reason why the casinos are huge there and the hotels are very large. So I tend to go with Vegas. But hey, this would be anti-Steelers because during this playoff win streak, they've either given up a ton of points or they've gotten blown out. So me even predicting it to be close is perhaps going against recent history.
I just always think it's very telling when the people that cover the team don't have their team winning in the postseason, like in any game, but in particular in the first round. I just think that's always a very telling sign. We've known you long enough to know that you shoot it however you see it. You're not a homer in any sort of way, but like I think it kind of speaks to me how you viewed the Steelers, fair or unfair, throughout the majority of the season.
Well, I think I've been picking a lot of their games wrong lately. Here's actually a fun fact. I looked it up. I did like my game-by-game preseason predictions, in early September. If I would have just stuck with every one of those, September Brian Batko, I would have gone 13-4. But picking week to week, stuff like, they certainly won't lose to the Browns. They're not going to beat the Ravens again. I think I went 9-8 in the season. So take my pick with a grain of salt.
It's just been weird. It's been a weird year, and there's weird things with the Steelers always too. Like even like Mike Tomlin being 23-0 on Monday Night Football games. Like there's weird parts of the Steelers that just kind of exists.
For sure, and the Texans have never won a road playoff game, so there's like a lot of Murphy's Law type of historical streaks on the line here. But yeah, you're right. I shoot them straight. So whether you think that's me being anti-Steelers or whatever, I guess I would just say I don't usually tell Mike Tomlin to keep his head up after a tough loss. So
this could be the one. This could be the one. We could really take this one hard.
Maybe tonight I should do it, and I should get with the trend.
I would say go farther. Give him a hug. See how they go. Just approach him with your arms open and puppy dog eyes. He'll wilt.
I hear he loves that.
He's all bark and no bite.
I hear he loves that.
And then tell him he should take the USC job.
Coach, I don't have a question. Can I just approach the podium for an embrace?
Follow up to that Jacksonville reporter from yesterday, and if he loses, try to tell him what a good job and a good season he's had and to keep his head up. He's going to love that.
Yes,
he's going to love that. Yeah.
All right, Brian, be good, buddy. Appreciate you.
Brian.
You too. See you guys.
Brian Batko of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Did you imagine someone doing that to Tomlin? What happened with that Jacksonville lady?
I think you just went a little dust in there.
What do you mean?
That's exactly what Brian led with. He made it. That's where this all kind of went from.
What do you mean? I mean, we were on the same page. How many minutes ago did he make that reference?
That's when I then said you should approach him with a hug. He had just made that reference, and then I was trying to help him build a bit.
No, but the lady in Jacksonville didn't hug him. Are you trying to bus toss me with a Dustin reference there? I heard everything you said. She didn't hug him.
Yeah, no. Brian said the thing about
Listen, I might be guilty of just repeating what Brian had said, but there was no lack of paying attention there.
Okay, I believe you.
All right, fine, whatever.
It's just like what Dustin would do when he didn't pay attention and get mad when I pointed it out.
I mean, I was looking right at you the whole time,
but you weren't looking at Brian.
I was listening.
Should we get back to my 70-year-old future brother-in-law?
I thought we were riffing here. I thought it was like, oh yeah, let's all laughing about that, how that wouldn't go.
I think Brian took it a little weird too. That's why the end of that
I also kind of felt bad because he works at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette and like he's probably losing his job in like 4 months. So like in the back of my brain, I'm like, should I say goforsteelers.com? Like this is how you get that job?
Maybe you could have done the Jacksonville reporter thing to him.
I wish you'd do the Jacksonville reporter thing to me right now. You know what? It looks like I could use a big hug.
You know what?
At the current moment.
JP, I got to say, you took an L at the end of this segment. But you are a young man of courage, vitality, and talent, and I believe in you.
That's all I needed.
Yeah, and we finished number one at the end of last year.
Now you pulled a Dustin. That's what I needed. That's what I needed.
But you also pulled a Dustin. Is Mike Tomlin's job? I reacted like he threw.
I'm getting pretty good at throwing those.
He just threw his papers at me, and I reacted like he threw a couch at me.
I know. For some reason, you think papers are like this big, mighty thing. Oh, no, is a paper cut going to get you?
YouTube cooked me. I'm seriously, you guys need to see that.
Someone needs a freeze frame.
I acted like such a... You know exactly what I acted like. It starts with B and ends with...
Now you
get it. It's Mike Tomlin. his job on the line. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. There was a seismic shift in the NFC North on Saturday as once again QB Caleb Williams and the Bears came from behind and scored 25 points in the fourth quarter to eliminate the Packers. But this time it felt like more than just a playoff win, with the Bears quarterback announcing, "We're here and I'm going to be here for a while." I'm Adam Abdallah.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot.
Bailey and former Cav George Niang, but big man Yusuf Nurkic will be available after nursing a turf toe injury. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Go over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. In case we missed it, about 40. I've been told that the tea that was shared on air at 5:30 about the familial situation that I've been dealing with now for a couple of months involving my sister and her 70-year-old lover.
Yeah, when your sister's 42.
And my sister's 42.
Proper context. I don't want people thinking you have like a 70-year-old sister.
I don't even think that's... My mom's 65, and my biological father would be 68 this year. That'd be wild. That would be some real West Virginia stuff. I've been told it's the best tea people have heard. Jared, who's listening with his fiancée, our friend Allie says, big fan of the show, appreciate you, says it's the best tea that they've heard in a hot minute. So we might have to get to that, and in case you missed it, continue to work through our emotions.
Yeah. There's more layers you got to uncover there?
Surprisingly, yes, there are more layers to that. Shouldn't be.
Really
that should be enough.
It really doesn't affect you that much.
Other than
a couple comments here and there, some new people at some holidays, but it really doesn't affect you that much.
And I get to high road everybody.
Right.
I mean, can we talk about that?
Yeah, by having a normal family, you're good now. You just get to hang out.
Oh no, not from that. I don't high road my sister. My sister can do whatever the hell she wants.
Well, you get the options if you want to.
But no, it's the family members that like to act like they're above things. Them I get to high road. Oh, we're not going to make jokes about this time? What about this other time that I remember? It's been a lot of fun. Let me just say, I've had it's been a very Merry Christmas for me.
What's the boyfriend's name?
I don't know. Well, okay. I've been given two different names.
He doesn't want to answer now.
No. I've been given two different names.
Two different names. He's an alias or something? What's going on?
I don't know. I've been given Bob and I've given Randy. Both of those are 70-year-old guy names.
Who gave you Bob? Who gave you Randy?
She did. She'll interchangeably use them.
What?
I don't get it. I
don't get it either. So you call him Bob Randy? What do you do? Like when you go up to him and say, hey, Bob.
I don't think I've called him his name yet.
Okay, you've just laughed from afar.
Yeah, he's called my mom.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've called him Bob or Randy. I've just been like, hey.
You should go give him a big hug and be like, what's up, brother?
No, I think my sister does that enough.
She says, what's up, brother? How kinky.
I think anything could be like uncle.
I mean, geez.
You gave your sister a succulent?
It was for her birthday.
I meant the hug.
How kinky. I just didn't know. We're in the Jerry Springer world already. I didn't know how deep we were going.
Listen, whatever makes them happy.
Yeah, that's all.
Right?
We don't kink shame around here.
Whatever makes
That's
you
one
happy.
of our deals. We don't kink shame.
Well, you've already pushed the bounds of where I would go with this, so if you wanted to take it another step further, I can't be the one to judge.
Good old Bob Randy.
Now, all this being said, Keith definitely took a picture of you throwing the pictures at me, and as was my great fear, I looked like such a you-know-what. But you actually kind of look like a badass.
Thank you.
If I can say.
Thank you.
Because you're just very confidently like, I'm throwing it. That's how you threw it.
You gave me some zest on that. Turn me into Carl Anthony Towns.
Because I have to.
I'm throwing it.
Because
what is that?
Because
even the Broadway version.
Because I was so zesty and looking to be like, no, not papers.
Oh no, not
please.
I might get a paper cut.
Anything but the paper, which did not go anywhere near me.
No, flew right over your head.
Now, we did have Brian Batko on of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette and asked him about Mike Tomlin's future.
I think that was slightly more likely had they lost last week to Baltimore, and the negativity that would have come along with that would have been pretty deafening. But he was on the Rich Eisen show this week and got asked something similar point blank, and he said he's been institutionalized. So that is quite the quote from a guy when it comes to weighing the option of continuing to be a head coach for year number 20 or going somewhere else. There's a pretty sizable gap between fan opinion of Mike Tomlin and front office opinion of Mike Tomlin. I think it was basically always going to be his choice what he would want to do. Rightly or wrongly, winning that game last week against their biggest rival probably tamped down a lot of that. But fan sentiment, I think there's a lot that are still ready for a change here.
You know me. I desperately want the Steelers to win tonight. Holding. Don't turn on me. I'm not becoming Nicky Yinzer here. Just so.
You did talk about inbreeding like 3 minutes ago.
That's true. That's true. This is how we get him. We get the Yinzer population interested with a 70-year-old uncle. That's how we're doing it.
Just got to bait them in. You got to meet people at their level.
That's true. That's
meet people at their level.
Yep, that's what all the greats do. But so that then they can lose next week. So in this way, you get the first playoff win in 9 years, which so then all of a sudden Steelers fans are like, maybe Tomlin isn't a scrub. Then they lose, and Tomlin goes, I'm going to go to Fox for a year. It's the best of all worlds. It really is.
Or the best is they lose tonight, and then Tomlin just goes to Fox next year.
Yeah, but the idea that Tomlin finally does.
I don't need Tomlin to end out on top. I kind of want Tomlin just to sit in it.
Not me.
I want him to lose for a while.
Not me.
I want him to consistently lose in this first round of the playoffs like he always done. And
Why?
Hey, the congratulations is
it's
that
about punishing the Steelers, not Mike.
At least they go hand in hand. At least they're not double-digit underdogs in this postseason game the way they have been the past few years when they've gotten waxed out the door. Like, that's at least a positive in Mike Tomlin's direction. I have so much hate in my heart for Mike Tomlin as a coach because I hate how people talk about him as if he walks on water, all these type of things, as if he's so great for accomplishing 9 and 8 seasons. I dislike it.
He's a top 5 coach in the game.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the results that say top 5 at this point.
Over the course of 20 years, he does.
But for the past decade, and a decade is not a short amount of time.
That's fair. That is fair. Just ask Randy Bob.
Bob Randy, whichever we settle on.
He's only had 7 of those decades. Compared to 4 to me.
Not a ton.
Yeah.
For a quarter of your life, Mike Tomlin has been a very meh to good head coach.
1/7 of his life.
And he just gets treated as if he's the greatest thing ever. I am curious what happens with Aaron Rodgers with tonight. Because if Aaron Rodgers wins, then Aaron Rodgers, I think, will come back next year.
I agree. I think he might be back either way.
He might be, but I think if he wins this game, there's going to be a lot of things that just convinced him that the Jets was a debacle because the Jets are a debacle, and he can still sling it. Like I don't think he's ready to give it up if he wins tonight.
I think you could convince me that either a win or a loss would be more enticing to bring Aaron Rodgers back next year. I do think the deeper we get into these playoffs, he's got to show that wife at some point. You get to the Super Bowl podium. You win the Super Bowl, by God.
She doesn't exist.
And she doesn't show up.
What do you do? Is he going to hire a wife?
Aaron, there's no way. You're never going to beat these allegations. This makes Lene Kukua look like a paper cut, comparatively, of I made up a fake wife, rolled with her for a whole year, won a Super Bowl, and then everybody found out it was like 2 bad weeks for Manti Te'o getting catfished. This is a year. This is a year.
I just think if he calls up Manti Te'o for advice, what do I do to get out of this? He's like, Manti's like, you're in too deep.
What if Manti?
You just got to keep lying until it goes away.
What if Manti's go, I do have the contact card for Lene Kukua.
What does it cost to just basically tell someone, hey, I'll give you, what is it, $5 million? Is it $10 million? To say that I will pretend that we've been married for months.
What prostitutes have you been around?
You'll be my
$5 to $10 million?
You'll be my wife for the public image until we can get divorced.
In Pretty Woman, the girlfriend experience was like a $10,000 for a weekend thing.
You don't get a lady of the night or anything like this. That's not who you hire for this type of operation.
You think a lot of people are going to know that?
This has got somebody that's going no background in that, and then you're going to sign an NDA. You're going to get it all on the up and up.
It's called a beard. Hollywood does this multiple times a year.
This is a cover up in a different way, though. This is not just. A beard is a completely different game.
It would be the funniest thing if he showed up and it was like,
how does he approach this? Like, what is it like if you had a friend? He was like, hey, listen, I'm in a bind. Nobody thinks I'm actually married. The bit's gone on for too long. I thought I was going to teach the media lesson. Instead, this has turned on me. What does that friend charge Aaron Rodgers to then go along with the bit of being his fake wife for the Super Bowl run to then get publicly divorced in like 6 months?
$10,000.
Oh, way too short. Way too short.
Why are you putting it at $5 or $10 million?
I think it's a 7-figure act.
There better be goods and services exchanged for this kind of money.
No goods or services have to be exchanged.
Somebody better sire a child.
This is a con
to further the lie.
So that he's not just considered Manti Te'o Lene Kukua.
I don't think he can do it.
It's worth a lot to Rodgers to get out of this messy situation he's put himself in.
He dated a woman named Blue Earth. I don't think he's thinking that hard about any of this. which is why it's going to be even funnier when it does blow up and it's like, oh, it's actually what
he does have going for it,
life like doll.
But what he does have going for himself is that nobody thinks that he was actually married to begin with anyway.
Is that going for like when?
Yeah, you can get out of it pretty easily at that point.
How do we do that?
I think you do what he's been doing the entire time. I think you just keep saying she exists when she doesn't exist. I don't know.
So you deny till you die?
Listen, I can't get out of it. That's why I'm trying to find a $5 to $10 million route out of it.
Death plan 10 years from now?
You're asking me like I'm Aaron Rodgers and I'm responsible for coming up with his exit plan.
You got all the answers over here. You got Mr. $5 to $10 million for the Lady of the Night.
He's made $300 million. You can spend $5 million to get you it's not even a Lady of the Night. Just say, hey, friend.
I think you can have $100,000 and she's going to go ahead.
You need to go to everything and pretend that you're married to me, and then like 6 months we'll just publicly divorce.
Well, yeah, by the way, this would be the hard launch.
Maybe he calls up Blue Earth again. I don't know. She can't be that expensive.
She's not motivated about money.
Yeah, she can't. Well,
yeah.
Yeah, but, drugs cost money, so everyone needs it.
But ayahuasca is surprisingly affordable.
Is it now?
Yeah, I mean,
I did not know that.
$5,000 to $6,000 for a full round trip ticket, I guess.
Really? Is that it? Just
Costa
ballpark
Rica.
that. Yeah.
Just ballparking it. I don't know.
Wait, for the full round trip? So what portion of that trip is the drugs?
I think Aaron Rodgers, the trip part of the round trip. I think Aaron Rodgers probably has frequent flyer miles to Costa Rica at this point. I think it's like he's got the first 11 ayahuasca trips punched, and he just needs that 12th one punched.
It's like a Subway sub card?
Yeah, but with ayahuasca trips.
I like the idea of him getting on the airplane and then being like, here's your ayahuasca.
Do you validate?
As if it's like orange juice.
216-474-0092 is Mike Tomlin's job on the line tonight. And lot happened with the media in the NFL. None of it was really that good. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Josh Bookman.
Baskin and Phelps, and Afternoon Drive, all live each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volman.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan, live and on demand now.
In case we missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes, there were 4 significant stories from the NFL media over the weekend. We talked in Quick Hits about the Liam Cohen exchange with Lynn Jones, who's a Jacksonville media member. She's like the boss at the paper she works at. And I'm going to go ahead and say our buddy Brian was one of the Cleveland the media members, Brian Batko of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, outraged at it.
Oh, he was mad at it.
Yeah, that's why he made kind of a snarky joke at the end there. That wasn't even like the biggest story of the weekend. I mean, one, you have Al Michaels planning to return for 2026. You have Tony Romo getting completely and utterly bashed by pretty much everybody watching the Romo-Nance game this weekend, and then Tom Brady suddenly turned into Cronkite.
This has been coming for a couple weeks, by the way.
It was just the weirdest weekend of NFL media around the best weekend of NFL weekend, or playoff football wildcard weekend in a hot minute.
So the Brady thing is pretty easy to me. All right, let's play the Brady clip, and then I want you guys to hear the passion that he has in this. And this is him describing, and this is the heart of why I think Brady won people over this weekend. This is him describing how to throw in the wind, okay?
And I talk about the point of the ball a lot. This is kind of like a neutral plane. This is when the poise slightly down. When you're throwing into the wind, it has to be neutral. If the point of the ball is up, any wind friction is going to push that ball up over the top. So as a quarterback, you don't really like that U throw underneath, because naturally that's going to point the tip of the ball up. You'd like more of a C or an inverse, a reverse C. That's how you kind of control the point of the ball, and then you can kind of just snap it off as you throw it. But in these windy conditions, you can't be underneath the ball. There's too much wind surface of the ball to knock it off its path.
Okay, that courtesy of Fox. That right there sounded like somebody that we should have been hearing the entire time. Like, that's somebody that cares way more about football and loves football than I think a lot of people ever really even gave him credit for in the first year that he was doing this. And that's where Tony Romo is losing people. Ultimately, they want you to seem like you care about the gig and you're having fun and you love it and you couldn't imagine your life without it. Tony Romo constantly sounds like he wants to be on the golf course. That's the difference.
Might be.
Yeah, and there's been times where Jim has been referencing different things about the golf course, by the way. But, like, there's just a passion there with Brady that you hear. I ultimately think people love when people care about things a great deal. And they get really into things and find things fun for whatever reason. That wasn't supposed to be interesting, Tom Brady describing how to throw a football in the wind. I was captivated. You had to be. I think people care about that, and he's been able to express that, whereas Romo seems like he wants to be doing anything else but that.
So, all right. So I think fair point on some of the things you're saying. I also think here's another way of looking at it. I think Tony Romo started on this elite level where he was anointed. He was given Jim Nance as the play-by-play guy. And it was just decided that Tony Romo was the best color analyst in football. As he is slowly, the farther he's gotten away from football, and it's not his knowledge. He knows X's and O's. But his understanding of the league rules, which have changed since he played, and his understanding of maybe the players and maybe the style of football that's being played predominantly, that has changed. And as that's changed, people have said, but you're not the guy we thought you were. Whereas Tom started so high and then immediately dipped to being thought of as the most useless reporter, analyst, whatever in football, which he wasn't. He just wasn't very good at it. Now that he's, again, people have normalized back to, well, he's not that bad. I think a lot of this is perceptional based. I think Tony has suffered in the perception because he's been bad on the wrong game to be bad at, consistently, I might add. And Tom's simply better than he was a year ago, but ultimately still not that good or that interesting.
I mean, I think we liked Tony initially because he wasn't Phil Simms. Like the last couple years of Phil Simms and Jim Nantz were just brutal to listen to, and it wasn't Jim Nantz's fault. You know what I mean? Like that was a Phil Simms problem, and so I think we liked him a lot off of that. I think Jim Nantz is one of the best to ever do it. I think he's so good at this. I think he has a way of covering up for certain people, and I think at this point it's just kind of like, I mean, he did everything he could to not make Romo sound like an idiot in that game, and Romo kept stepping in it.
In fairness, I think it was Awful Announcing put out something saying, Tony Romo's fall from grace clears the way for Iron Eagle and J.J. Watt. It's like, have you heard J.J. Watt?
J.J. doesn't know the rules. In the Browns game he called with us here, he didn't know half the rules. He kept getting them wrong.
By the way, he's really good in the studio. He's not good in the booth. That's
another way where I'd say like Iron Eagle helps him too. The Iron Eagle covers up a lot of the faults that J.J. Watt has as well. Like who you're paired with in this matters a great deal.
Which I come back to this. It's just as easy as this. Guys, somebody needs to hire Greg Olsen immediately. He's better than Brady is. He's certainly better than J.J. Watt. Good God. And way better than Tony Romo is. I don't know. Like, listen, I'm not a TV guy. You're not a TV guy. We're radio guys. Mm-hmm. How is it so easy for me to hear? Like, for instance, I still think Brady is not worth what they pay him. He's better than he was a year ago.
He's definitely gotten much better.
And he's more comfortable, which I think makes a huge difference.
But he's learning what we want to know, too, though. I think he had a hard time with that. I think he was scared to give us some of the insights like he did in that clip because he didn't know how we'd take it. He didn't know if we cared, and turns out we love that stuff.
Well, and it helps that I think Tom Brady's gotten away with murder post-NFL. Like, there's he's allowed no rules that traditionally apply to former players going into ownership and broadcasting apply to Tom Brady. I think understanding that has freed him as well.
I mean, he's in Pizza Hut commercials now.
Yeah.
Tom Brady spent like a decade telling kids they can't eat anything bad for them and can't drink soda and can't have like French fries. He's in Pizza Hut commercials.
Guys,
what is that?
He hired the GM, the head coach, and the offensive coordinator, 2 of the 3, which failed tremendously. And no one's giving Tom Brady, the owner, flack. All the while having access.
Must be nice to be the GOAT, huh?
Inside access to half the franchises in the NFL.
Okay, spoiler alert. It's nice to be Tom Brady in life right now.
No, it is. But I think my point is he's the Teflon Don.
He does. He gets away with a lot. And there's a lot of people that are, I think people just want to see him have success again, which is just so odd because he had more success than anybody could ever imagine for 2.5 decades.
When he got with Alex Earl, I was like, thank God. I know you've been slumming it with some New England 5s, and finally Tom Brady is getting primo again. Thank God. I'm just happy for him.
It's just weird because I don't think we'd ever see him do the nightclub scene like when he was playing. He did none of that. In the Tom vs. Time documentary, all he did was live inside his house watching film. It's almost like he's
learning a chance from losing Giselle.
Yeah, it's almost like he's getting a chance to like live his 20s for the first time because he didn't really do that when he was 20, and so this is the result of that.
He impregnated Bridget Moynihan and then left her for Giselle. Let's not act like the guy was a monk. Okay.
But it was a different Tom Brady. He was eating avocado ice cream. He's doing all sorts. Like, come on, what are you talking about? Very different Tom Brady than this Tom Brady.
He was celibate for 20 years. He can finally express himself sexually now. Really, he was living like
Tom
a
Brady's
pauper.
He's on a race with Belichick to see who can get the youngest girl. It's a weird thing they're doing. I don't know. It's a different Tom Brady. It's a different Tom Brady.
He's still a gooner. He's just not married. I think that's the difference here. You're giving him a Peterlin pass in a way that is wild.
I think he spent zero time on that.
Peterlin pass.
Zero time being a gooner before. It just whatever fell into his lap.
I think he's still falling into his lap.
Now he's on like a Derek Jeter-esque run where he's like dating everybody and anybody, and it's I'm waiting for the Tom Brady gift basket when they leave at the bottom.
This is the straw man of straw man arguments I've ever heard from you.
Straw man.
The man killed it in the 2000s. He was the face of the NFL dynasty in the 2000s before Bridget Moynihan.
Yeah, got Bridget Moynihan and Giselle. You
just cavalierly tossed that out. Like they were sacks of potatoes.
It's not like we were like, oh, Brady's out in the town painting the town red again.
Social
media
never had
didn't
exist his first run.
Didn't exist. He won a Super Bowl 5 years ago.
No, his first run. I'm talking about the 2000s. Before he got locked down with Giselle, that happened right as Twitter took off. If you had Twitter 7 years earlier, you would know his exact body count.
He wouldn't eat Pizza Hut. He was like a happily married guy, all these things. And now he's like he's basically like a poster child for debauchery.
I'm trying very hard not to make a hand motion in your direction.
It's very crazy.
That's
what
he's
a
just
twist.
a different. He's living his life.
I don't know which one's the biggest gooner, him or Belichick, in this race to date 25-year-olds.
I think probably still Tom.
I don't know.
I think Bill needs some medical assistance.
Was this Tom's way of being like, you're not the only one that can date 25-year-olds? It's weird for, they ended on such an animosity term, but now they're in a weird way shaping into each other.
No, here's actually the problem.
Rich people like dating 25-year-olds?
Bill is quite proud of dating 25-year-olds.
I wonder if this is Tom's way of seeking Bill's approval still, even after the playing days. Like, hey, who's going to appreciate this?
It's like one straw man after another.
My buddy Bill. Buddy Bill's going to appreciate this.
No.
There we go, Bill.
Because once a month, we
Alex
get
Earl.
sad Tom Brady social media posts.
Oh, yeah, he does.
So
he gets very in his feelings.
He's got divorced dad. Belichick has no problem about the marriages he's ruined. His own. I don't know about anybody else's.
Brady's like 2 months away from going to cheerleading competitions.
I think Brady's like 2 months away from checking into like a self-help group.
I want this
joining
Jeter.
a cult.
I want the Jeter-esque run that I feel like Brady's about to go on here. But I kind of like the past couple weeks. People have talked about how great he is in the booth and how far he's coming along and all this stuff. I think we just want people that care about things. Like on TikTok, I'll watch so many things that I should have no interest in. But like you hear like 2 minutes, and these people just seem like they're so impassioned about this stuff. I'll listen to anybody if they seem like they really care about it.
All I hear is that you're a real mark. That's all I hear.
Real mark for what?
Yeah, you give somebody. I can send you like the. Nope, not going to do that.
Go ahead.
Now the point is, you're a real mark.
What are you going to send me?
If somebody just throws passion at you, you go gaga over.
I do.
them.
I like when people care about things. I like when people are really into it, and then trying to figure out why they're really into it is also fun. There's so many layers to so many things.
Whole rabbit hole about trains you can go down if you'd like to.
Are you telling me you're getting into trains?
Dude, I totally have been. Yeah, no, it's train TikTok.
Didn't Ken just say he's into trains the other day?
All right, then he took it from me.
Are you following?
Choo choo. Yeah.
I think Ken's like Bobby in The Sopranos.
I thought Ken was talking about a different kind of train.
What you mean?
I need 100 Cleveland men.
He's just into the artist train.
Drops of Jupiter,
it's
man.
3 a.m. He must be lonely, right? Is that them? That's Matchbox 20, maybe?
Come on.
I don't know. Meet Virginia. Train.
You just spat on the train. How dare you?
Meet Virginia. She doesn't own a dress. Hair's always a mess. Come on. We have it.
Well, you're saying she was trained.
Well, now that's too far.
Now, speaking of too far, Al Michaels says he plans to return for 2026.
We're going to have the Lee Corso with him, aren't we?
People are so pissed. And I get it because he is just not good anymore.
Same thing I said to Lee. Somebody in his family needs to step in here and get him off the air.
All right.
Someone needs to do him a solid. Someone in his family needs to step up.
Serious medical issues.
Step up.
That made people uncomfortable watching him. And again, he still shouldn't have been put out to pasture.
Al's falling asleep on TV.
Well, yeah,
someone save him.
He's 80.
He's old, and I don't know why it came out that way, but he's old and he needs to be off TV. His voice isn't cracking like me anymore because he's that old. He doesn't have a voice anymore.
He's so old.
He's so old, and he so needs to be off TV.
He broke your voice.
I didn't use my throat coat today. That's what happens when you forget your throat coat at home.
Speaking of trains,
come out like Peter Brady.
I like if we had a bit called Old Not Old. All right, Lee Corso. He's old.
Very old.
All right, Mark Hamill. That's where you would go. He's old or not old.
Oh yeah, that's my line now. That's mine.
You're the one who said old.
My voice cracked. It happens. We got animated for a second. All right, I'm done with the Al Michaels bit. You finish it if you're so excited about it. You finish the Al Michaels bit. Go right ahead.
Are you satiated? It was the old, not old. That was
that what it was?
In the Al Michaels bit. He's earned the right to call his own shot.
He's been calling it for years,
and he's going to keep calling it.
No, I'm done. I'm done listening to it. Just because you've done it forever doesn't mean I have to listen to it.
No, that's exactly what it means.
No, it stinks.
No, you have. Well,
someone in his family needs to say he's ruining his legacy.
It's not at all. 40 years from now, no one's going to be like
during important games.
He's old. Sorry, was that an euphemism?
Oh, I forgot. Nick knows how to perfectly talk all the time. I forgot. My bad. I didn't know you were. I thought I didn't know I was dealing with a perfect broadcaster there. I had no idea.
I talk for a living.
Did I go too hard?
You're just a jerk sometimes, is all.
I love you. In case we missed it, in 5 minutes, he's old.
Shut up. Take it to break. What a jerk. How do I deal with this guy every day? Another snort. That's 2 snorts today. 2 snorts. Matt, can we have a judgment? Are snorts worse than my voice cracking really loudly?
No, they're both pretty good.
I'm sorry.
This guy.
I can't. I'm old.
This is off the rails.
What's up, everybody? Nick House
Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Want to say a big thanks to our guest, Nick Shook, NFL.com. A spirited debate with JP about Shedeur Sanders' ceiling. Also good stuff on the head coaching carousel. Great stuff out of Brian Batko at 540. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette talking about whether this was Mike Tomlin's last stand in Pittsburgh tonight and these playoffs and Aaron Rodgers' future and whatnot. But it's been a loaded show. If you missed a moment of it, don't forget to listen back on the free Odyssey app. Or, of course, you can watch the entire Out of Pocket, I would say 5:30 on, okay, you can listen to the whole 5 hours, on 92 The Fan's YouTube channel. Don't forget to like the video. We like to be liked. And drop those corn emojis.
Drop those corn emojis. Suck it, Cornelito.
Let's go ahead and get to in case you missed it.
All right, we're going to start off. So this was a thread from a guy named Peter Cohen, okay? And like his whole thing, he's all about energy, and he's a board-certified clinician. He does a lot of science and photobiology and biophysics and all this other stuff, right? And he came out with this thread, and it talked about how low-frequency electromagnetic fields can degrade collagen, weaken tendons, and cause soft tissue damage at levels that regulators call safe, right? And he gets really into it, and he goes into a real-world case study proving this. And what he does is he points out the 49ers. The 49ers are right next to a massive electrical substation, okay? And so he goes through all these different ways that they're statistically the most injured team in the NFL over the past decade. And since moving to Levi Stadium in 2014, they're top 5 in adjusted games lost for 10 of 11 seasons. They're 7 and 8, all sorts of different little stats and numbers that go with the idea that being next to this substation is problematic and is causing all these injuries. Well, Kendrick Bourne, it gained such traction. Kendrick Bourne was asked about that as the 49ers go through a bunch of different injuries right now.
Yeah, it's that power plant. No, I'm just playing. I don't know, but it just sucks. It just sucks. But we do a good job of just working every day. You know, injuries are part of the game. It's unfortunate. We just got to hold it down and keep that good energy. Believing in ourselves, believing in the next man up.
So the point here is, why hasn't anyone stopped to investigate what's actually going on in this spot? Is Levi Stadium being next to the substation actually the cause for all of these injuries?
I think now you have to, now that somebody of repute did it. I do like that Kendrick Bourne, a football player, is being asked about any of this. When I think of biometrics and biologics on any level and low frequencies and whatnot, I think of Kendrick Bourne.
I mean, I just love that it's gotten to questions during and post playoff games and the amount of injuries that have popped up. Like, it's grabbed the attention of a lot of people. And you think 49ers in recent years, what do you think? Very injured football team consistently. Maybe it's the substation.
Should we check if the new Brook Park lot,
if we're next to one of these, we got a real problem on our hands.
And you're using turf, so it's like you're hit twice there.
Yeah, there's a lot of really advanced terms that he uses here to basically come to the conclusion that Levi Stadium is killing all these players.
Look at that.
At least their tendons.
Killing their careers, of course.
I mean, naturally.
Can you move this thing? Not the stadium. Can you move the
Can you move the substation?
Yeah,
the substation's probably easier to move than the stadium is.
I would imagine at this point.
Well, Levi Stadium's out in the middle of it's like 45 minutes away from San Francisco. People have always talked about it being very far away.
I bet you they really thought to themselves, you know what? We'll put it right next to a substation. We're never going to lose power, that kind of thing.
See, this also goes to the idea that if people really care about things and are passionate about it, I'll spend way too much time on it as well. This guy's way too into it. Peter Cohen is way too into it.
I spent like 5 minutes going down the UFO rabbit hole this weekend just because there was a guy Dustin and I interviewed like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I forget his name. He's an Australian guy and he's just in it. And I'm like, I guess we're going there together, brother.
What'd you find out?
That David Grush is the real whistleblower here, and he's really blowing things up for people.
So are we aliens, yes, or aliens, no?
No. What do you mean? Are we aliens?
Are you? No, not are we. Are you pro-alien or are you anti-alien?
I'm open to, I definitely think there's things out there we don't know. What I will say
Sounds like you're riding the fence on aliens.
Would I put it past
Matt gave a look of like he's riding the fence on aliens.
I think you should. And why should we be pro or anti? Why can't we just be like, I'm open to the existence of them, but I don't have firsthand experience? I do I think that there are agendas in the alien conversation? Yes. That's why I can't definitively say pro or anti, because I think there are a lot of people hijacking this conversation, including people on the governmental level.
So what did this guy think?
He's all in on it. Yeah,
I would be surprised if he was anti.
Real.
Is there anyone that like is just like on the internet just being like aliens don't exist at this point?
I'm sure there are.
I feel like it's like 99.9% people just they believe in them and they're trying to find them.
When we did the interview with that guy, there were a couple people just furious, like this is hokum, this is nothing. And then they listened, they were like, hey, that dude was a pretty good interview. I was like, thank you.
Huh. Well, people have changed. They shifted a lot too in this discussion.
I think. Well, here's the problem. I think there's just so much crap out there that I think if you're 100% sure about anything that you've researched in today's day and age, good luck with that. I'm like 80% on everything.
But yeah, I mean, think about like all the different things like 100 years ago, for instance, or 200 years ago that people just took as gospel because it's what they had peer reviewed at the time. Like really like high level scientists that are just they were just nowhere close. It's just the best we had at the time.
I will say
there's got to be stuff like that as well today.
One of my pastimes on Facebook is simply searching what people repost thoughtlessly as fact because somebody they saw it and they agreed with it. And then Googling it and being like, just so you know, this isn't real.
That's my daily existence.
It's so much fun.
That's all I do in life, basically.
But I do it in a respectful way.
I'm just fact checking things that across my life.
Yes, and I do it in a nice way because I'm not trying to rub anybody's nose.
I wish I wasn't this way. I wish I didn't care as much, but I can't. I need to find out the truth.
It's just weird how much we just need things to fit into our narrow boxes. And like they have real world implications, so you should care if they're real or not. And yet a fair amount of folks just don't. I think that's like okay, a funny story about an athlete within their love life or whatever that's been made up. That might have real world implications for them, but in terms of impacting culture and world events and all that, doesn't. I think that's something you can look by and go, I don't care if that's real. I think like something that has tangible, like will impact the way people think, I think you should care if that's real or not. I think, like, guys, I thoroughly researched my sister having a 70-year-old lover.
Yeah, that was true.
When we talked about that on air. I let that breathe for 17 days.
What did that research look like? How common is this?
Well, I helped wheel him into my grandmother's house.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were doing like what percentage of people at 42 years old date 70-year-olds?
No.
What are they missing and trying to fulfill in life?
This was first-hand experience
of
watching this. I forgot one of my favorite parts of the whole thing.
You don't have to dig too deep. There's obviously father issues attached to that.
I think that's a real, I don't think I have to be Freud to signal that.
It doesn't take much to see that one.
Yeah. Two things. One, I heard the phrase, when he holds me, it feels like home. I didn't hear her say that, but I heard somebody say she said that. Two...
What?
Wild. Max, see?
Also, I like that you got a secondhand source. You didn't hear her say that. Somebody told you that she said that.
I can't flame the secondhand source.
Which means you need to start coming up with other really hokey sayings and then passing it off to other family members and suggest that you overheard this as well.
That could get really bad real quick, but very funny.
Who's going to know?
Final one.
Let's be your own spreader of fake news.
He was holding my sister's hand, or my sister was holding his hand at the dinner table at my Nug Mama's, and my Nug Mama looked at them and said, "You don't have to hold his hand. He's not going anywhere." Not bad for a 93-year-old woman with health issues.
Yeah.
Not bad at all. We could do like 5 hours on that. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And, of course, doing the stream and the producing and whatnot. Jake Volnick didn't come down here once to say hi to us. I guess we're just chopped liver.
I blame myself. I saw him for like 15 minutes before the show. I took it too deep. The conversations, that is.
I was going to say, just like my sister's 70-year-old lover.
I got too deep in conversation. It's my fault. I'll own that one, Jake.
You're
not going to out-freak this freak.
How dare you?
I said I didn't. I told him I didn't need to give you that advice. We didn't need to do that. That's my bad.
Good stuff today, buddy.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, too, guys.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.